There was something very strange about the place. The universe was vast, and there was not just one of it. Yet in every single universe, every sapient life form had a legend about the creature known as a dragon. Along with it were two of its greatest nemeses, the stellar dawn and stellar chrysalis. These three superior biological creatures were grouped together and called the three supreme evil beasts. If a holy beast was considered an existence above divine beasts, and a divine beast was above exotic beasts, then the three supreme evil beasts were existences that surpassed all beings. Not only were they above other beasts, even when compared to sapient life forms, everyone would have to recognize the three supreme evil beasts as superior. This just showed how mighty they were from the legends. Legends were ultimately just that, and Xia Fei was not someone who believed something he had not seen with his own eyes. But when he uncovered this carving here in Aquamarine's lair, it made him and Fuchin think of the three supreme creatures. You've also heard of the stellar chrysalis, stellar dawn, and ancient dragon? Fuchin asked, curious. Who hasn't heard of them? That sort of legend transcends time and space. Even in the law realm, we've heard tales about those three, replied Xia Fei calmly. Radix was very surprised, yelling, so these are the three supreme evil beasts that stand on top of the biological food chain? Strange. How come you two could tell? Xia Fei shrugged. It's not because I could tell. Rather, it's an educated guess. Look here. Every living creature's form in this carving is extremely strange, exerting this incomparably immense aura. If they're not the three supreme evil beasts, then what other life forms out there could possess such grand aura? Fuchin nodded. That's my guess as well. In any case, it's just a legend, and no one has ever truly set eyes on any of the three beasts, and nobody knows what's the reason for that, either. Seeing this work of art, I couldn't help but think of those three. As the three were deeply engaged in plenty of discussions, none had noticed how peculiar Furball was acting. His pair of green eyes stared at the carvings raptly, almost as if he had thoughts on his mind. Is this the strange scene that you mentioned? Indeed. It's an enchanting piece of art that had been fabulously carved. Fuchin nodded. Xia Fei smiled. Clearly, this is something Aquamarine created. I was talking about that painting covering these carvings. Very amazing and strange. Radix got confused. A painting on the carvings? How come I couldn't see anything? Xia Fei explained. You're not the one with ocular cognition from the Beast Spirit Codex, so of course you wouldn't be able to see anything. Radix and Fuchin were speechless. The two already found these carvings to be very fantastical, so just what could Xia Fei be seeing with his ocular cognition? What could be even more surprising compared to these carvings that they were seeing right now? Are you ready? Asked Xia Fei somberly, gritting his teeth. Ready for what? Radix and Fuchin asked in unison, stunned. Are you ready to open an incredible place? Xia Fei's voice suddenly turned loud and firm. They saw as he pressed the floorboard with one hand before injecting the subversive force of the law of primal chaos into it. Rumble. The amazing carvings shattered thunderously. The ground had collapsed. Whoosh. Without a word, Xia Fei, Fuchin, Radix, and Furball were quickly thrown into free fall. There was this indescribably and outlandish aura that enveloped each of them. Furball had even begun letting out a dissatisfied roar, almost as if he were bracing himself for a powerful foe. Oh, several minutes later, all of them landed on solid ground. Countless bones were strewn all across this huge room's floor. A rough count, and there were at least several thousand different beings, with some bones coming from divine beasts. No one knew where Aquamarine had gotten all these. Even more murals could be seen among these scattered bones, each of them related to the legend of the three supreme evil beasts. Clearly, Aquamarine had spent many years creating what they saw here. It was a special room, but it seemed to have been left in disuse for a very long time. This is the feeling. When we first came to this place, we felt exactly this peculiar sensation, which made us uneasy. Actually, this aura has gotten weaker many times, but it still gives me this great sense of discomfort, Radix said loudly. This hidden room had no enemy, which everyone let out a sigh of relief. Just what exactly is this place for? Why are there so many animal bones around? Fuchin knitted his eyebrows together. Even a great spiritualist like him felt greatly perturbed. Oh whoa, Furball was practically going insane. Clearly, there were no enemies around, yet he had descended into this manic state. dashing about the room while roaring nonstop. Xia Fei waved his arm. Radix, head outside with Furball first. He's being very restless, so don't let it continue raging. Radix nodded and brought Furball out with the fiendish blade Nirvana, quickly flying back up to the surface. Xia Fei turned around to Fuchin. I have no idea what exactly this place is for, but do you feel that strange aura? Of course I do. It's really uncomfortable. Never in my life have I been to such an unsettling place. It's almost as if Aquamarine had done something unimaginable here, which caused the atmosphere of this room to change, Fuchin remarked coldly. As they spoke, both men began examining the surrounding walls. This room was square-shaped, and the walls were as smooth as mirrors, able to contain the landing and liftoff of a large warship. Aside from the bones around, there did not seem to be anything else strange about the place. Have you deciphered those mysterious images yet? Asked Fuchin curiously. Xia Fei waved his hands dismissively. Give me a minute. I want to take a closer look. Ocular cognition. About over a dozen or so minutes later, Xia Fei and Fuchin returned to the hall. That room they were in was so strange that these two experts did not wish to stay for even a minute. Sitting on the floorboards, Xia Fei lit a cigarette. His face was somewhat pale. Radix and Fuchin crowded around Xia Fei. Without a doubt, Xia Fei had already understood the truth behind the situation through the Beast Spirit Codex, and now it depended on how he would solve the riddle of that hidden room. Aquamarine was secretly synthesizing a creature, Xia Fei said in a deep voice. When Radix first came here, the terrifying aura filling that great hall was from her experiments with that synthesized beast, but for some reason, Aquamarine halted all those at some later point in time, which was why the aura no longer seems as intense as before to you, Radix. A synthesized beast? No wonder there are so many bones of animals, including divine beasts, in that hidden room. Turns out she was trying to create a synthesized beast. Fuchin exclaimed, startled. Then what kind of synthesized beast was Aquamarine trying to make? Most synthesized beasts are not as powerful as those holy or divine beasts in the wild. Yet the aura in that hidden room was sinister enough to make my hair stand, Radix wondered out loud. Xia Fei replied, I'm not too sure myself, but it must be something completely different from what already exists. Fuchin thought about it and asked, how do you know all these? Don't tell me that this is your inference, too, because that's too heaven-defying. You should write a detective novel, and you'll surely be set for life. Fuchin was sometimes quite hilarious, making Xia Fei chuckle. Even the somber expression that was on his face relaxed a little. This time, it isn't my inference, but something a creature told me, said Xia Fei softly. Aquamarine no doubt succeeded in synthesizing an exotic beast that has never existed before. That's a creature with outstanding combat strength and high intellect, but Aquamarine was apparently very dissatisfied with it, often berating and scolding the creature, causing it to be very depressed. Exotic beasts also have intelligence, and following Aquamarine's prolonged torture, that exotic beast harbored a belly full of grievance, and so it thought of ways to record its experience in the Grand Hall, which was how I managed to view them through my Beast Spirit Codex's ocular cognition. What a clever exotic beast. This turned into Aquamarine's misfortune, for never in her wildest dreams did she imagine that her own exotic beast would end up betraying her, Radix commented. He furtively glanced at Furball. It was almost as if the more powerful a beast got, the smarter it became, and Furball was a great example of that. Fuchin got anxious. What message did this synthesized beast leave for you? Quickly tell us. Xia Fei sighed and told the incredible story in full. The exotic beast had no name. It did not even know what it was, or why it had come to be. All it knew was that Aquamarine was its master, and though she made it, she also hated the exotic beast deeply. Ever since it was created, this nameless creature had been kept in that dungeon till it died. Not once did it take a step out of the dungeon, and it had quite the pitiful existence. The exotic beast had no idea just what creature Aquamarine wanted to synthesize, but it knew that it was definitely not what the woman wanted. It had been created by fluke. From the start, though this nameless beast was not the creature Aquamarine wanted, it nevertheless possessed an overwhelming combat strength. Aquamarine was happy for several days, but she soon discovered that the creature's rate of aging was way faster than the average exotic beast's. At the rate that it was aging, It would not take more than a month for this nameless beast to die as a result of cell deterioration. Normally, forget the exotic beasts with high intellect. Even a dog would be well treated by their master. Yet Aquamarine seemed not to have a hint of pity in her heart. She watched the beast get older day by day, not showing the least bit of concern, and even admonished it for being useless. Exotic beasts were intelligent, with their own thoughts and feelings. This nameless exotic beast was practically heartbroken, and not only was it very cute, it even had the temperament of an artist, being talented in art the moment it was created. Thus, the nameless exotic beast used its superb art skills to document its experience, most likely because it had inherited Aquamarine's abilities that let it use mental energy to create the works of art only Xia Fei's ocular cognition could see. That's what happened, and there's nothing complicated about the process. After all, this nameless beast only lived for a month, not once taking a step out from its prison. It led an extremely monotonous and painful life. With that said, Xia Fei looked at Furball. The holy beast must have gone because he resonated with the misery of that deceased fellow beast and felt sad for it. Radix and Fuchin were both very emotionally affected by this. An exotic beast demonstrating loyalty to their master was a truth that everyone understood. Aquamarine actually abused her exotic beast to a degree that left a bad taste in everyone's mouth, and they all lamented for the unfairness that nameless exotic beast had experienced. That aside, the nameless beast even left a clue to where Aquamarine hid information. Xia Fei got up and said. Several minutes later, he retrieved a metal container from a wall, and the intricate texture on the container matched the three supreme, evil beasts perfectly. The reason why Aquamarine had carved those strange pieces was all inside. Exerting the subversive force from his law of primal chaos, Xia Fei easily opened the seal over this metal container. What everyone saw next left them all flabbergasted. Heavens! The creature that Aquamarine had tried synthesizing was actually a dragon, the ancient dragon. Fuchin gasped in shock. Shock. Extreme shock. Even Xia Fei had not considered that Aquamarine's objective would actually be the ancient dragon. This was simply an incomprehensible goal. Fortunately, Aquamarine's attempt ultimately ended in failure. Otherwise, this universe, and maybe all the other universes, along with its sapient life form inhabitants, would have faced a shocking catastrophe. How terrifying. I never imagined that we were that close to total annihilation, that right here in the Valley of Wind, there was someone who wanted to synthesize an ancient dragon. Who knows how many other lunatics are contemplating such an idea, which can bring ruin to an entire universe. Fuchin said, fear lingering in his heart. Xia Fei heaved a sigh and said softly, I think that we've discovered a major secret. That Aquamarine was synthesizing an ancient dragon, but ultimately failed. Radix said. Xia Fei shook his head, a severe look on his face. Stellar Dawn, Stellar Chrysalis, and Ancient Dragon. These three extinct creatures can be artificially created. That's the most frightening and shocking secret here. Hearing what Xia Fei had said, the rest froze up once more. Indeed, that was a major secret. While Aquamarine had indubitably failed, if this information leaked out, and the secret about the synthesization of extinct creatures spread, there was no telling whether or not someone out there would really do it. What Xia Fei held in his hand was not just Aquamarine's experimentation notes, but also a black scroll. He had yet to unfurl it, yet the words written on the scroll showed its existence. Dragon Induction Formula. Those three words were written right in the middle. There was also a smaller row of words. Unholy Spirit Synthesis. Without a doubt, Aquamarine, who had followed this handbook, plundered the secrets behind the synthesis of extinct creatures and even experimented with it. For some reason, Xia Fei's hands had subconsciously gripped the black scroll tightly, the veins on his arms bulging from the effort. Nervousness. Even when facing armies that numbered in the thousands, Xia Fei had never felt such nervousness. However, this small scroll had instantly given him much confusion. Xia Fei had accidentally stumbled upon the Dragon Induction Formula, which was capable of bringing ruin to everything. This was a strong temptation. The Dragon Induction Formula was like a powerful magnet that firmly captivated Xia Fei, so he had to use his entire willpower to resist the temptation of this scroll. What are you waiting for? With this scroll, we'll be able to rule the entire universe. Radix hollered in excitement. That's right. Rule the universe. Make every living being our slaves. That'd be awesome. So insane. Let's destroy them all. Destroy them all. Fuchin was even more ridiculous. A dark blue flame flickered in his eyes, almost as if he had gone crazy and was on the verge of madness. As for Xia Fei, he remained motionless. Only the veins in his arms had bulged visibly, even spreading across his entire body, as if he were in an intense struggle with a powerful existence. Crazy. They have all gone crazy. Even Furball was beginning to become unsettled, but the little creature was uncharacteristically growling at Radix and Fuchin. He had actually bared his little fangs at them. There was also Peacock Blue. Without Xia Fei's orders, the immemorial mystical armament swiftly extended its bluegrass blades, using them to tightly wind around Xia Fei, making it somewhat hard for him to breathe. It was too frightening. This was the first time Peacock Blue had actually gone against his orders. Just what was going on here, however, in that short moment? Roar. That mysterious bracelet on Fuchin's wrist suddenly began to tremble, as a tremendously miserable roar rang out from within. It appeared as though something inside was trying to break the seal and come out. Furball leaped up and charged at Fuchin's bracelet, letting out an even more fearsome roar. His two little eyes instantly went bloodshot. Furball was loyal to his master, and if it was not because something major had occurred, he would never behave as wildly as he was right now. Even though Fuchin was Xia Fei's friend, Furball's priority at the moment was to protect his master, and so he actually attempted to kill Fuchin. The entire place was in a state of chaos. Everything had become a mess. Whoosh. Right at the most critical juncture, at the very precipice when they would fall into madness, an immense pressure came surging out from inside Xia Fei's body. It was like a crashing wave that sought to sweep up the entire planet. Even Peacock Blue had rapidly retracted its grass blades. Smack! A slap from Xia Fei landed squarely across Fuchin's face, and at the same time, the soul-extinguishing light rose from Xia Fei's palm. He had aimed this straight at Radix. What has exactly happened earlier? Several minutes later, Fuchin clutched his face with one hand as he feebly whispered this question, looking like he was in great pain. You got tempted by the dragon induction formula and attempted to snatch it from my hands. Also, you could conquer the universe, Xia Fei replied softly, completely expressionless. I want to conquer the universe. Fuchin chuckled as he muttered. What kind of joke are you cracking? I'm perfectly content with how I have now. Why would I want to conquer the universe? With that said, he realized that Xia Fei was not joking, for the latter's expression had remained somber throughout. Touching his left cheek, Fuchin became puzzled. Strange. Why does it feel like someone has given me a tight slap? My entire face is stinging right now. That's right. I slapped you, Xia Fei said. If I hadn't done that and threatened that strange soul in your bracelet, I'm afraid the both of you would have already lost your minds. Fuchin subconsciously touched his bracelet. He then asked with furrowed brows, You know of his existence? Xia Fei turned his head and stared right at Fuchin. Just what sort of soul is that? The feeling I get from the soul is completely different. Fuchin pursed his lips and retorted stubbornly. Everyone has their secrets. You don't have to mind my business. What about your exclusive soul, Radix? I locked him up. He also got tempted. Xia Fei sighed. From here on, I won't be asking about that strange soul of yours, but if either of you goes mad and shows the desire to harm me, then what? I'll kill you both. Xia Fei had said this with a steady gaze, enunciating each word clearly. Fuchin suddenly felt cold sweat running down his back. He was a distinguished, great spiritualist and orthodox spiritualist to boot. He had even once held the sect master position and commanded all the spiritualists out there. But to think that he would feel fear here at this moment. This was no joke. Xia Fei was definitely not joking around. So I really went mad for a moment. Fuchin sighed as his eyes dimmed. They were both under the influence of the Black Scroll, yet Xia Fei had managed to resist its allure, while Fuchin had actually succumbed to it despite his higher cultivation. He simply could not help but feel disgruntled about this. Still, Fuchin could not help but think of the various situations that the two of them had encountered, and he could not help but admit that the willpower someone possessed had nothing to do with their level of cultivation. There were many normal people who could brace themselves with stalwartness when faced with an impossible situation, and Xia Fei was the best example of this, a young man whose willpower was so strong, it defied logic and the heavens. Xia Fei swiped his finger lightly over Nirvana and released Radix, who had almost been driven to distraction. Though he had been shut inside Nirvana, he had still heard the conversation between Xia Fei and Fuchin. At the moment, he was almost dying from the weight of his guilt. Radix, who had always been the epitome of loyalty, had nearly attacked his master, Xia Fei. "Let yours out as well. I have something to say," Xia Fei told Fuchin. Fuchin was slightly taken aback, and then he reluctantly opened his bracelet. However, Wraith did not come out. This was the bottom line for Fuchin, and aside from Xia Fei, there was no one else that knew of the secret in his bracelet. The situation has been cleared up. The dragon induction formula has the ability to cause mental confusion in others, so from here onward, no one is allowed to get close to it without my permission. Nobody is allowed to reveal this matter to anyone else, either, stated Xia Fei calmly. Radix nodded, his heart heartbroken. Fuchin did not express any opinion toward the matter, but that mysterious immortal soul in his bracelet suddenly spoke. "You don't allow us to get near it. But what about your Shatterstar and Peacock Blue?" Xia Fei shook his head. This kind of temptation is only effective towards sapient life forms. Both Furball and Peacock Blue already demonstrated that. Wraith had no comments. How was he to know just how urgent that situation had been? Peacock Blue and Furball were moments away from having Fuchin and the others killed. Fortunately, Xia Fei had sobered up just in time, or else these two would have fought against Fuchin and the others to the death, all in an effort to protect Xia Fei. Xia Fei had been very touched by their actions. This ball and plant were so loyal that they had not been tempted at all. What did it mean to be a companion? As reality had proven, these two companions of his were more dependable than anyone else, though either could speak. Of course, Xia Fei did not blame Fuchin and the others for what had happened. After all, this dragon induction formula was just so uncanny, even Xia Fei had nearly lost himself to madness. "Xio," Fuchin sighed and made a self-deprecating comment. "After all that, it's just another way of saying that my willpower is not that strong." "Truly, what a great insult," Xia Fei countered. "You can't put it that way. Peacock Blue and Furball have the inherent innocence that sapient life forms lack. As for sapient life forms, a monster resides in each of their hearts, including mine. It's not as if you haven't seen me go crazy before." Fuchin chuckled while Radix awkwardly scratched his head. The atmosphere had been made less tense by Xia Fei's words. It could not be helped. Humans were complex beings to begin with, and no one could decipher themselves entirely. Only Wraith, this immortal soul whom Fuchin had kept under tight wraps, gave Xia Fei this indescribably dangerous feeling. Radix and Fuchin were easy to talk to, with the former not taking to heart the fact that Xia Fei had slapped him. Understanding was fundamental when it came to interpersonal relationships. There would occasionally be friction between people, and as long as the misunderstanding could be resolved, neither party would fuss over things. Wraith was different, though. He did not give any such indication. All of a sudden, a monstrous pillar of flame shot up from the distant planet, almost as if something had exploded. "Crap, that's our warship," Radix yelled. Without a warship, even Xia Fei would have no means to leave this desolate star region. Very soon, a face appeared amid the stars, and it was none other than Orchid Chime. "All of you will pay the price. I want you all to die without being given a proper burial." Orchid Chime's apparition shouted from space. "Do you know who is coming here soon? It's Skytropus. In 36 hours, this will become a place of death, and you all will truly experience a tragic death." Whoosh! A small warship then sped off into deep space, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Orchid Chime knew that she was no match for Xia Fei and Fuchin, so she destroyed Xia Fei's ship before departing. That malicious woman had not fled, after all. Instead, she had opted to destroy the Diamond Star, so as to cut off Xia Fei's return journey. "Skytropus? Who's that?" asked Xia Fei, curious. They were too far, so Xia Fei failed to chase after the warship even though he was a speedster. "Not someone, but an entire nation," supplied Fuchin, a dark and grim expression on his face. "Skytropus is a nation?" asked Xia Fei, surprised. Fuchin nodded. "That's right. The universe is vast, and some places exist as organizations like Chaos Society. There are also some that form nations. Skytropus happens to be one of the stronger empires. At this very moment, Orchid Chime had already run off sans a trace, and the inferno on the other planet had also begun to peter out, which proved that the diamond star had been destroyed beyond repair. That Orchid Chime is truly very vicious. She destroyed our warship so that we'd be left with one option to get out of this place, and that's to steal a ship from the Skytropus Empire. If we don't do that, we won't have any way of leaving this place. After all, we're in an uninhabited region, which covers a vast area of empty space, Radix said. Fuchin and Radix both felt very dejected. Xia Fei only had a few people accompanying him, and to go against an empire's military force with this bit of strength would have, at best, a snowball's chance in hell. Alpha Universe was not the law realm, nor was it the inverse. Plenty of experts could be found here. That Skytropus was an empire proponent for its military might and for having highly disciplined soldiers. This was when Xia Fei suddenly laughed. It's fine that the Diamond Star got destroyed. Initially, I was hesitating if I should rebuild Aquamarine's warship, but Orchid Chime has just helped me make that decision, Xia Fei rumbled. Aquamarine's warship can be rebuilt. Fuchin gasped, uncertain. Having no knowledge of warships, he had always held the belief that constructing a huge spacecraft required a lot of time, effort, and manpower. It's possible, and that's only because Aquamarine already dismantled and moved most part of that warship over to this cave. We just need to install the most important components, and the warship will be capable of spaceflight again. I have at least 80% confidence in doing this, Xia Fei said enthusiastically. He turned his gaze onto Radix, who was currently in deep thought. The latter understood warships, but from his experience, Xia Fei's assessment, which was 80% based on confidence, was quite unreliable. You know about soul ships, right? Xia Fei asked Radix. Radix was stunned, his expression changing dramatically, almost as if he had received a shock. Are you telling me that you'll let me become the brain of a soul ship again? Radix asked, his voice cracking. That's right. The warship's control system will be the hardest to rebuild, so you need to act as a temporary replacement, turning the warship into a soul ship. As such, we only need to restore a set of weapon systems as well as the propulsion system, and then we can take off. Xia Fei spoke in a very serious tone. A soul ship. Xia Fei actually wanted to construct a soul ship in this short time. Radix and Fuchin both found it incredible. However, Xia Fei's leaping imagination power could not help but make Fuchin sigh. Since there was no way for the warship's control system to be restored, then he would just ignore it entirely. Let Radix take the place of the system. All right, soul ship it is. That's my old job anyway. Radix gnashed his teeth and said. They moved quickly. Fuchin and Xia Fei acted together, and in several minutes' time, they had Aquamarine's old lair picked clean. Xia Fei was experienced and knew exactly the most important things to take away. All the equipment he could find replacement for elsewhere was discarded or ignored by them. Let's go. This much should be enough for us to fix the warship, Radix said. Of course, we'll be leaving. But before that, we need to destroy this planet. We mustn't let anyone know that we obtained the dragon induction formula, or else this can become a big problem, said Xia Fei. Fuchin nodded. Leave that to me. Whoosh. Several soul vessels flew out from Fuchin's spatial ring, setting up a soul array around them. Fuchin lived up to his name as a great spiritualist, completing the entire soul array in a matter of minutes, shocking Xia Fei immensely. Remember, this is Extinguished Heavens, a powerful destruction array. It doesn't target souls, but rather matter. Don't use it unless absolutely necessary because, the moment it's activated, it will use up at least 100 spirit energy standard units, as well as 7 specialized soul vessels. The price is great, said Fuchin in a low voice. Xia Fei was stunned. This unassuming array would actually have the high requirement of 100 spirit energy standard units, enough to forge 20 soul weapons. Boom. The moment the soul array activated, the entire planet began to shrink as if there was an invisible force crushing it. A single planet got obliterated. What a powerful soul array. No wonder it needed to consume so many units of spirit energy. The effect is simply extraordinary, Xia Fei said. Fuchin smiled. That's the power of the orthodox spiritualist. One day, you can do it. 2. Rumble. A silvery warship broke through the planet's mantle, bringing Radix, Xia Fei, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Fuchin out from underground. Of course, it was better to repair the warship on ground than underwater, for the water resistance and the damage it could do to electronics could not be ignored. This warship, which had come from another universe, did not have an exaggerated hull shape and was equivalent to a small cruiser. It looked like a hammerhead filled with power. If what Orchid Chime said is true, then in 35 hours' time, an army fleet from the Skytripus Empire will arrive. Can you make a full repair in that short time? Fuchin asked. It was not just fixing up the warship in 35 hours. They also had to evade the incoming encirclement from the said fleet, which would be the most difficult task they must face. Hence, Xia Fei's repairing speed would need to be very quick. We'll really run out of time if I just keep talking to you, Xia Fei said with a smile. Speedsters, of course, had their advantage, and Xia Fei used his quick and nimble agility to begin the repairs right away, engaging in the process that would take an entire maintenance crew all by himself. Fuchin, Radix, and Furball formed another team. Fuchin had no knowledge of warships, but Radix was an expert, so with the latter's direction, he was able to accomplish, albeit clumsily, some of the simpler fixes. As for Furball, he could also help by picking up the screws and parts. Screws. The ones mainly doing work were still Xia Fei and Peacock Blue. The former had both speed and skill, while the latter had 13 flexible bluegrass blades, which moved deftly with Xia Fei's thoughts, powerful and dexterous. Every second ticked by, and the process of fixing up the warship progressed fairly smoothly. The warship had a sturdy hull, and it did not morph even after a violent impact, which meant that the warship was actually still in good condition when it first landed in the Valley of Wind. However, for some reason, Aquamarine dismantled her perfectly fine warship. It was almost as if she did not want anyone to see it. As a result, this added quite a bit of difficulty to Xia Fei's restoration work. After all, having been submerged underwater for years, moss grew in several locations, and if he failed to clean them up properly, they could very well cause an explosion if there were any blockage to the energy output device. If that were to happen, there would be nothing Xia Fei and the others could do even if they cried. The cleaning up and assembly took place at the same time. No one spoke while working, as they had all devoted themselves to their tasks. Aside from a bit of nervousness, Xia Fei was actually in a great mood. As the construction process made progress, Xia Fei started to realize the potential the ship held. This was not just a warship, but also practically a weapon of mass destruction. An advanced propulsion system and that extremely sturdy exterior, Xia Fei could not think of any model of warship that could be comparable to this ship. Unfortunately, they were short on time right now. Otherwise, if Xia Fei were given half a month's time to retrofit the ship, this vessel would definitely become an apex existence, which surpassed every other ship in the Alpha universe. 30 hours later, Valley of Wind. Okay, the fundamental assembly is complete. Next will depend on whether or not you can assume control of this warship, Xia Fei said to Radix. Then let's begin. Radix was excited. Xia Fei nodded. He had installed a very strange device, which he rigged at the last minute on the console, connecting both the warship and the fiendish blade, Nirvana. As long as the blade was slotted in, the warship would become a soul ship, giving Radix full control of it. Snap! The fiend blade became one with the console. Radix's soul swiftly accessed the warship and began initiating assimilation with the warship's systems. The deployment was also the longest portion of the warship reconstruction process. It would often take several years for the construction of a warship to become battle-ready, and there were plenty of adjustments that must be made to the systems the entire time. Right now, they were at the point of the ship's official deployment, which was the most crucial step to their operation. Wire 1173 is damaged. You'll need to reconnect it. Radix rumbled. Whoosh. Xia Fei instantly disappeared from where he was, arriving at the location that Radix had mentioned before and doing the necessary repairs there. The 09 energy source circuit is irregular. There may be an issue with the warp tube. Radix mentioned this again. Fuchin was completely at a loss, so he stood in the mossy command deck, looking helpless. There was no time for them to tidy up the interior, so the entire warship was like a garbage dump, and feculent odor filled the air. It was a joy seeing Radix and Xia Fei cooperating. Of the two, one acted as the brain of the warship, while the other acted as its captain, pilot, and mechanic. One man and one soul carried out the reconstruction of the entire warship. Time passed. It was getting closer and closer to the deadline when the Skytropus Empire's fleet would arrive. Skytropus Empire's Special Task Force Fleet, the Effervescence flagship. This last-minute operations in charge person, Major Kelly, stood in the command deck, looking at the distant valley of wind through a large floor-to-ceiling porthole. This fleet was made up of a total of 20 cruiser-tier, high-speed warships. Though it did not have any large warships, the power it wielded was frightening. What the fleet had set out to do was arrive at the destination in the fastest speed possible, which was why the more cumbersome warships had all been abandoned for this operation, forming a fleet composed solely of these high-speed cruisers. Along the way, they had come across a battlecruiser, which was the unfortunate ship that Xia Fei had abandoned. There had been no other opposition since. "Read the report to me again. Just what ship was that?" Kelly asked loudly. The fleet was very close, and their radar scans had picked up a ship that had landed on the Valley of Wind. At that distance, this enemy ship ought to have already noticed them. Yet when faced with this military fleet, which had more than 100 warships, it actually showed no signs of trying to escape and merely quietly remained docked there. It ignored Kelly's fleet entirely. This act raised the young major's suspicion. What he could not make sense of was the fact that the enemy's ship model was not something recognizable across the Alpha universe. It was very mysterious, which greatly piqued the interest of Kelly. "We confirmed that the model of this ship is unknown and even received a very strange signal from our radar scans. It seems like the ship in front doesn't show any radar feedback, which can mean that it has no radar fitted on board." A warship with no radar? Kel was mildly surprised by this information, his face twisting into a strange expression. "Don't open fire. Have it surrounded first. I want to take a look at just what kind of ship it is. For it not to even have a radar installed, are they crazy or something?" Major Kelly shrugged offhandedly. In the blink of an eye, the silver-colored warship had entered the visual range of the Skytropus Empire's fleet. Major Kelly could even make out the porthole of that silvery warship. Report: a full system analysis has been conducted completely. The warship truly has no radar fitted, and its metal alloy body is a type of metal that we don't have on catalog. After giving a glance at the analysis report on the screen, Kelly became nonplussed. He had absolutely no idea just what sort of person could construct such a warship. There's also an interesting phenomenon we noted. From our database, Valley of Wind ought to be composed of 2 planets, yet all we can see now is just one. The other planet is nowhere to be found, Kelly's adjutant reported. Kelly waved his hand dismissively. "No need to bother yourselves with that. Not one has been here before, so all we've got are hearsays. I want you to keep an eye on that ship. Don't you let it run off." Soon, more than 100 cruisers from the Skytropus Empire had Xia Fei's strange silver-colored ship surrounded, glaring menacingly at it from afar. Rumble. A series of warning cannon fire landed at the area around the warship, fissuring the ground upon impact. Aboard that ship, Fuchin only felt a spell of dizziness, as the entire ship became like a frog, bouncing on the ground several times before landing. "Don't worry. That's only a threat. It looks like the other party is very interested in our ship. I reckon that it won't be long before that fleet's commander sends out a shortwave communication signal to make contact with us." Xia Fei did not even pause from the work he had at hand as he spoke. After all, the ship had been left in disuse for too long, and when Radix took over the ship, he immediately discovered that there were problems all over. Many things that looked fine on the surface had actually rusted and decayed inside. This was just how a warship was, with problems piling up the moment it was left idle. The logic ran in line with cars. A car would normally have no problem being driven for 10 years, and at most, it would require tire changes. But the moment it was left at home and not used for 2 or 3 years, it would most definitely become scrap metal. No matter how technologically superior this ship Aquamarine had left behind was, it could not survive the tens of thousands years of being left idle. Fortunately, this ship was made with excellent materials, so the many issues it had now were just minor problems. Fuchin got annoyed. He did not understand where Xia Fei's confidence was coming from, actually sticking to his guns and stubbornly staying put for this dilapidated ship. If they abandoned this ship and escaped into space, they could at least hold on to their lives. But now, having been surrounded by the fleet, They could not escape even if they wanted to. A close-ranged, shortwave message signal. It is as you guessed. The enemy flagship is looking to establish temporary communication with us. Radix had spoken as one with the warship. By now, Xia Fei had already finished his last task, and he was just waiting for Radix to try the ignition to start up the warship's propulsion system. BZZZT. A screen appeared. Close-range communication was a very backward method. This warship did not have a radar, so close-range communication was the only way of establishing contact. When Major Kelly saw Xia Fei, he could not help but arch his eyebrow. This was because he realized that Xia Fei might very well be younger than him. There were not many young people who could pilot a warship in space, so it was evident that Xia Fei and he were exceptions. "Are you the owner of this wreck of a ship?" Kelly asked as he nudged his chin forward. Going by fleet communication routines, Kelly was the caller, and he at least needed to first report his identity. However, he was currently clearly showing scorn to Xia Fei, acting high and mighty as he assumed an air of haughtiness. In fact, he had reached out because he wanted to retain the strange spacecraft, or else he would have already ordered the ships under his command to bombard Xia Fei's into pieces. "That's right. From today onward, I'm the owner of this ship," Xia Fei answered casually while lighting a cigarette. "From today onward?" Kelly was slightly taken aback, wondering what he meant. "Humph. Well, I don't care when that ship belongs to you. Right now, I'm representing the Skytripus Empire to inform you that you, the ship, and everything else on it, shall belong to the Empire. If you put up any resistance or attempt to escape, we will tear you into shreds," said Kelly coldly. Xia Fei, of course, did not acquiesce to Kelly's demands. If he were the type to do that, he would have long opted for a safer route of fleeing. The reason why he had remained was that Xia Fei saw a glimmer of hope. He saw potential in this ship. Phoom. Right at that moment, Radix tried starting the ignition for the first time, and the energy propulsion engine belched out a thick cloud of smoke before going silent immediately after. "It's a fuel ratio problem. The energy compression ratio of this ship is too high. I didn't expect that. Let me give it another try. I'm sure that I'll be able to get it up and running." Radix's voice echoed in Xia Fei's mind. This was not a conventional warship, and it possessed an incomprehensible energy compression ratio. As the only method of propelling the ship forward, the engine would compress the energy and shoot out in the form of high-pressure particles to push the warship forward. If a conventional warship had a compression ratio of 10-1, then this warship had the crazy ratio of 100-1. God knew why it would have such an insane compression ratio. At such a rate, what shot out was not energy but a nuclear explosion instead. If any warship accidentally found themselves swept away by the powerful energy which shot forth from the plume of the ship, there would not even be a need for an attack, as just this high-compression shot of energy was enough to detonate the enemies. Xia Fei remained composed. Meanwhile, Kelly on the screen froze for a moment before chuckling in disdain. "So after all that, your lousy ship can't even start up? What a joke. What year is this? To think you'd actually still experience an ignition failure. Such a low-level mistake has already been obsolete since my grandfather's 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 generation. To think I was still worried that you'd be able to run away. Now, I can see that I have overestimated you a lot. Just that trash can of a ship may not even escape the gravity well of the planet." Kelly belittled. Xia Fei flashed him a smile, where the corners of his lips twisted upward to form a strange smirk. "My ship isn't used for fleeing. Do you know what it's used for?" Xia Fei asked, that smirk still plastered on his face. "For feeding fishes? That is, if the interior is filled with water." Kelly thought that he was being humorous with that joke. "For taking your lives." Xia Fei enunciated each word with a pause, his two eyes exploding with killing intent. After he ended his sentence, the warship began its second attempt at starting the ignition. Rumble. The frightening force that shot forth instantly carved an immense cut across the land, the entire planet trembling from the force. What a powerful propulsion force. This ship's power system is practically heaven-defying. Radix shouted in excitement. He had gotten a fright from the engine when its energy plume shot out. "Take off. Our target is that flagship, the Effervescence." Xia Fei yelled his command. Fwoosh. The warship took off at such incredible speeds, just like a volcano that had erupted. The entire ship shuddered with much intensity as it went at its top speed. The acceleration they experienced was so great that it could be defined as terrifying. Major Kelly in space was abruptly stunned by what he saw. Never in his life had he seen such a mighty warship, and this was just its ignition. The great energy plume trailing behind its engine seemed to have blown off half of the planet when it took off. This was simply too ridiculous. The energy shooting out of its engine was too forceful. All they saw was that planet turning into a scorching steel ball. The entire surface turned red. A large swathes of soil and rocks was unable to withstand this powerful energy upheaval and burned up entirely. "Oh no, we don't have any weapons that we can use," Radix shouted. He had only realized this problem of his cannons being completely unable to concentrate energy when he had tried firing them. "Don't use your cannons. Just ram them directly," Xia Fei ordered. "What joke are you trying to pull? We're not in the cold weapons era, so why be so barbaric?" Fuchin gasped. In ancient times, primitives would use their ships out in the sea to ram one another. Xia Fei actually took out this tactic from his ancient ancestors, leaving Fuchin beside himself with disbelief. "Remember, this isn't your average warship. It's the Silver Spectre," Xia Fei declared with gusto. He seemed to be absolutely confident, having even thought of a name for the ship. Kaboom! The Silver Spectre shot out a huge burst of flame as it went charging right for the effervescence at astounding speeds. The momentum of the ship was beyond wild. Though it was the size of a small cruiser, the inferno it gave out when it attained full speed was even more violent than the Titan. The enemy seemed to also sense that the Silver Spectre was nothing like any ship they had seen, and quickly began to back away, while they fired their tens of thousands of cannons in unison. The Skytropus Empire's fleet initiated their assault on the Silver Spectre. Though Kelly wanted to capture this strange warship intact, his desire to live was greater. Kaboom! Silver Spectre was engulfed in a gigantic fireball, an enormous burst of energy that covered it completely. Before Kelly could gloat, he saw that silvery warship reappear once more. It emerged from amidst the flurry of cannon fire that had surrounded it, its speed faster than before. A warship in front of the effervescence did not manage to dodge in time, and was torn apart by the hurtling Silver Spectre. Like a silver-colored wolf, it revealed its sharp claws and attacked in the most primitive and bestial method. It had made its way into the flock of sheep. One ship, two, three. Silver Spectre was unscathed even after smashing 3 cruisers into smithereens. As it accelerated to reach further targets, its speed reached a point where it was impossibly quick. "It's over." Kelly's eyes had gone wide by now, and before he could leave his last words, the immense impact had rocked the effervescence, like pulverizing a piece of tofu with a hammer. It was completely crushed into slag. Crushed. A crushing attack that demonstrated great formidability. Even the experienced Xia Fei had not seen such a scene unfold before. A weaponless warship could destroy an entire fleet with just its mighty hull alone. Meanwhile, as someone that had no knowledge when it came to warships, Fuchin had already been made dazed by this display of power. No wonder Xia Fei wanted to restore this spaceship back to shape. It turned out that this Silver Spectre was a spacecraft that transcended the definitions of warships. It was a hammer Thor's hammer. Furball roared in his excitement. Such an attack, while primitive, was absolutely impressive. "Leave none alive." Xia Fei swept his hand out and hissed. In microquietude, which was also known as a region of death in the Alpha universe, a lone silver warship flitted across the stars. This warship had a strange hammerhead appearance and was entirely silver in color as it gave off a faint glow when light hit it. The frightening dark matter particle storm was no match for its armored hull. When an asteroid appeared right in its path, this ship would not even attempt any evasive maneuvers and would directly charge headlong at it, turning the other into dust as it continued along its merry way. Just how crazy was this? It appeared as though nothing in the universe could stop it. Xia Fei slightly wrinkled his forehead. Smashing the asteroid just then had caused the hull to shudder slightly, and Xia Fei felt uneasy about it. "Slow down. We're in no rush." Xia Fei grumbled softly to Radix, who was in control of the ship. "Understood. I was just too excited. After all, this is the Silver Spectre, the #1 warship in the universe." Radix burst out laughing. One could tell easily that Radix was over the moon at the moment. even proclaiming the Silver Spectre as the #1 ship in the universe. Xia Fei did not say a word about that. Instead, his gaze turned slightly somber. Brushing a finger lightly across his spatial ring, Xia Fei took out the mysterious black scroll, the dragon induction formula. "Come in," said Xia Fei softly. Fuchen walked with a frown into the room Xia Fei had put up at the last minute. Last time, he had suffered great mental confusion because of the dragon induction formula, so Fuchen now had a fear of it. However, Xia Fei had once again invited him in to study this mysterious scroll together. Fuchen definitely had to be a little more careful. "Is this something you did again?" Fuchen asked after walking in, stunned. Though the room was in a mess, it was filled with a calming energy. There was evidently a soul array in play here. It was a soul array that Xia Fei had came up with himself to suppress the scroll. Xia Fei shrugged, muttering, "I have no idea what happened, but ever since I arrived in the Alpha universe and recovered, I've always been able to come up with strange ideas like this. Even my cultivation speed has begun its unceasing acceleration. I need to curb in my desire to keep cultivating every moment. After all, if I break through too quickly, my foundation will become unstable, which won't do me any good in the long run." Fuchen sighed and sat down beside Xia Fei. Most people would complain about advancing too slowly. Xia Fei, meanwhile, needed to suppress his own advancement. Truly, one would only get angry by comparing themselves to others. However, Xia Fei did not make the wrong choice. At this stage, what could he cultivate? If not his top-tier law of primal chaos or his high-level law of speed, then it would be his unrestricted soul spirit mark. These were not mere tricks used to show off. Each of the powers he wielded was enough to bring death and destruction to his enemies. His combat strength was beyond frightening. The more exceptional the combat techniques, the higher the requirements. It was as the old saying went, "Haste makes waste." So many times, it was not the one with the higher cultivation who ended up winning, for foundation also played a critical component, as was a warrior's aura. Smiling, Fuchen said, "You yourself saw that the Alpha universe is teeming with many high-level warriors. There are plenty of energy particles in the environment, which the eye can't see, that are very conducive to cultivation. There's also the fact that you have the blood of someone from the Alpha universe running through your veins, yet by some accident, you ended up in the more inferior law realm. That's akin to a form of environmental suppression, and you were unable to maximize your potential fully. Now that you are in this place where your ancestry is and are in a better environment, your cultivation speed is slowly returning to normal." "Are you saying that my lowly birthplace ended up benefiting me, cultivation-wise?" asked Xia Fei while shaking his head. From Earth to the Alliance, from the Pan-Human Alliance to the Law Realm. Every time his environment changed, Xia Fei would experience a qualitative leap in his cultivation. Now that he was seeing the same effect in the Alpha universe, there was no other reason besides the environment being of a much higher quality and the energy here being more abundant than ever. Speaking of environment and energy, both were truly quite remarkable. Initially, because the arc fragments containing the aura of the Alpha universe, Xia Fei had been able to obtain a soul mark directly, with his 7th brain region widening to a shocking degree of 200%. Now that Xia Fei was in the Alpha universe, he of course found himself improving at a ridiculous rate. "All right, let's discuss the matter at hand. I read the entire dragon induction formula, including Aquamarine's notes, and learned something very surprising," Xia Fei said. Fuchen subconsciously looked around him and realized that the energy of the scroll was really being suppressed. After realizing that he was still perfectly fine, he asked, "Just what secret did you uncover?" "Stellar Chrysalis, Stellar Dawn, and the Ancient Dragon. These 3 supreme evil beasts have never existed," Xia Fei said calmly. "Never existed?" Fuchen was flabbergasted. He then asked curiously, "This is clearly the dragon induction formula, the treasured codex for transforming evil spirits. Why say that the 3 supreme evil beasts don't exist?" Xia Fei swallowed a mouth of saliva as he said his next words carefully. "The dragon induction formula very clearly states that divine beasts and holy beasts are the most powerful beasts of the natural universe, and nothing surpasses them. The holy beasts they mentioned are also unique existences, with explosive personalities that are a cut above the rest. The three supreme evil beasts that we know are ultimate monsters formed to defy this natural order. The moment they're born, they'll receive the greatest penalties from nature, for they are at a level of existence that supersedes what the natural universe allows. Fuchen went slack-jawed as he carefully considered Xia Fei's words. What was nature? The flora and fauna were of course nature. The scary black holes and the vast universes were all nature, too. Even mankind was an intelligent life form that nature had given life to. No matter how strong a warrior might be, they would still have to live in a universe that belonged to nature, breathing air, taking in energy, encountering black holes, natural phenomenon like dark matter explosions, and whatnot. No one could escape the boundary of nature. Meanwhile, the three supreme evil beasts had actually transcended beyond the natural boundary, born from defying the universal order. These creatures did just that. How could anyone remain calm just thinking about it? I understand. Do you mean that the three supreme evil beasts are existences nature can't accept? Fuchen asked after taking some time to think about it. That's right. They don't exist in the first place, but under specific conditions of intense energy surges, certain exotic beasts with potential will experience sudden genetic mutations, turning into some kind of heaven-defying creatures that can completely upend the universe, namely the three supreme evil beasts. These three evil beasts stand on top as apex beings of the known universes, with the ancient dragon as the foremost, and the stellar chrysalis and stellar dawn right under. This dragon induction formula details a way to create such a genetic mutation, a skill that can catalyze the formation of the ancient dragon. It almost seems like this skill is very common in the universe that Aquamarine came from, and someone over there even succeeded with it, Xia Fei said. That's no good. Fuchen nearly jumped to his feet in his agitation. Everyone is competing within the boundary of nature, with no one leaping beyond. If that sort of dragon that nature doesn't even want to exist appears suddenly, then that'll be a catastrophe. I've always thought that the mastery of the universe is the endpoint to strength, grasping the strongest power in the natural world. But now I know that the endpoint to strength is the subversion of the universe. No matter how powerful Fuchen might be, there was no way he would reach the stage of defying the universe. No one really understood just what the Alpha Universe was, nor had anyone even been to its end. Every universe was endless, and that did not run in line with common sense. In fact, it was completely illogical. As for the three supreme evil beasts, of which the existences defied the universal order, Fuchen could not find the words to describe them. Such strength already surpassed the limits of what sapient life forms could understand. Since you've gotten hold of the dragon induction formula, why don't we use it to nurture our own dragon? Once we succeed, forget the Alpha Universe. Even if unruly interlopers like Aquamarine come giving us trouble, we'll still be able to deal with them easily, Radix proposed. Xia Fei shook his head helplessly. It's impossible. Since the ancient dragon has already leaped out of the natural order, how can we possibly control it? Aquamarine failed, but even if she succeeded, it'd definitely end in tragedy, with the entire universe thrown into great pandemonium. Fuchen became somewhat deflated upon hearing this, muttering, "The real tragedy here is knowing that there's this apex creature that towers over nature, yet we are unable to deal with it." Xia Fei lowered his voice and said, "This is precisely why I called you in. Though the ancient dragon seems to be very far away from us, it's always right to take precautions against such an eventuality. Also, I discovered a secret from the dragon induction formula." "What secret?" Fuchen asked, invigorated. "The immemorial mystical armaments represent the highest power of nature," Xia Fei stated. "Metal, plant, water, fire, and stone. These 5 elements of the mystical armaments symbolize universe's origin energy. If I can obtain the other 4, I'll be able to form the strongest weapon of the natural order." This was the backup plan Aquamarine had left for herself. She hoped to create the ancient dragon but did not wish to have a scene where it was so powerful she could not control it. So she thought of ways to get herself a mystical weapon of nature, all in hope of borrowing the greatest strength known to all, and to increase her own cultivation. This was so she could fight on even grounds with the ancient dragon. Alas, her plan didn't come to fruition before the mutation. Aquamarine was unsuitable to integrate with the immemorial mystical armaments. and she couldn't even create a complete ancient dragon, and that's why she stopped her plans despite her unwillingness. Fuchen looked at the root of the wood-type mystical armament, peacock blue, on Xia Fei's right arm, and then lifted his head to Xia Fei, saying, "While aquamarine was not fit to integrate with the mystical armaments, you managed to obtain perfect control of one of them. As long as you can locate the other four, you'll be able to go up against a dragon even if one ends up getting created." "Yes, that's exactly what I meant." Xia Fei looked serious. According to the dragon induction formula, of the best and most powerful natural weapons, the 5 types of immemorial mystical armaments were among them, so the others ought to exist as well. The weapons that stand at the summit of natural weapons possess extraordinary combat strength and are the only ones capable of tempering the 3 supreme evil beasts. Fuchen appeared to be very uneasy after this conversation came to a close. Ever since he learned of Aquamarine's deeds, Fuchen had realized that the universe was not as peaceful as it seemed, and that it was fraught with dangers at every corner. The 2 men made their way back into the command deck, which still looked as dilapidated and worn down as before. Xia Fei did not waste any time cleaning it during the journey, either. While the Silver Spectre was very powerful, it still needed a complete refurbishment, or else there was no way for it to even demonstrate 20% of its total strength. These were all problems that Xia Fei found himself facing. "What are you looking for me in such a hurry for?" Xia Fei asked. "We're about to use up our energy," Radix reported in a somewhat worried tone. "The propulsion of this warship is too great, consuming about 100 times the energy an average warship of this size will take. As long as it's flying, it'll need a constant injection of energy to continue." Xia Fei was unamused. Though the Silver Spectre was fast, able to wipe out an entire fleet all by itself, the energy consumption rate it had was simply too ridiculous. They had only been flying for 2 days on board it, yet all the origin crystals Xia Fei owned had almost been used up. "Should we just directly use pearls?" Radix thought about it and suggested. "White pearls are Alpha Universe's currency, but they should also contain a lot of energy. They may be able to fuel the warship's flight, though it'll be quite a waste to do so." Cough. Xia Fei was speechless. This was truly a warship that would burn money like incense. Fuchen thought about it and said, "Looks like this is the only way. Using white pearls is better than using the spirit energy you have in store. Let's use them to hold out in the meantime. There's a settlement not too far from here where we can get our hands on some cheap energy. We can also use that opportunity to tidy up this ship." No matter how much it hurt Xia Fei to do so, he still had to take out a large number of white pearls just to supply the rate at which Silver Spectre went through energy. It had a huge advantage over the average warship, but precisely because of its highly advanced system, its energy consumption was simply too much. The Silver Spectre could use origin crystals, refined or not, as its energy source. It was the same for white pearls and the spirit energy Xia Fei had stored in his 7th brain region. Unfortunately, the great variety of energy, which could be used, did not change the fact that the ship continued to generate staggering expenditure. Piloting the Silver Spectre across the stars would cost them at least 300 times the energy needed to pilot a warship of the same class, and this was without the premise of forced acceleration. As such, anyone could tell just how frightening the propulsion power of this ship. Coordinates confirmed. According to calculations, 55% of max propulsion is required for us to reach our destination on board this ship, Radix informed with a sigh. Xia Fei turned to Fuchen and wondered, "Just what sort of place are we heading with those coordinates from you? Why is the star map completely blank?" Fuchen chuckled. "Star map? Such a thing is used by commoners. There are so many secret locations out in the universe, so how can they be noted down? The place we're heading is a marketplace, one that spiritualists gather to trade. Don't look at me for information, though. That place is very remote, and while I know of its location, I haven't been there myself." Xia Fei nodded. It made perfect sense for the star maps not to mark places of great importance. Otherwise, there was no need for it to remain a secret. A truly important location like such would all be faithfully remembered by those who were in the know and spread by words of mouth. A marketplace for spiritualists? This ought to be interesting, Xia Fei shrugged. Moontooth Port, an inconspicuous space fortress in the universe. After showing their identification, the Silver Spectre was allowed to dock in Moontooth Port. Fuchin's credentials were faked, as he did not belong to the Spiritualist Association, nor in anything that had to do with spiritualists. The reasons for this, Xia Fei could guess at least 80% without needing to ask any questions. Nonetheless, given the position he held, Fuchin had not had difficulty obtaining his fake ID. Xia Fei even secretly contemplated if he should get a set for himself, too. This way, being able to berth at fortresses where all sorts of spiritualists gathered would be very easy. As for joining the Spiritualist Association, that would be impossible for Xia Fei. Fuchin had a strong dislike to people in the same field, and considering how good a relationship the two shared, it would not be wise for Xia Fei to annoy Fuchin by doing so. After they disembarked from the ship, an AI robot led the way for them. This reminded Xia Fei of Avril and Pod, wondering how both were doing at the moment. Directly outside the port was an old city district, with the streets deserted. The occasional shops were shuttered, making it seem like Xia Fei and his crew had come at a bad time. Fuchin casually pointed at a restaurant and said, "It isn't easy to open a shop here, as each one needs a spiritualist vouching. Actually, the common folks make up a majority of the population where spiritualists gather, with the spiritualists themselves only taking a trip at such places at fixed dates. On 2. Today isn't one of their scheduled gatherings, so no spiritualists can be seen around. Don't you worry, though, for a few stores here, and there are bound to be open all year round in case of emergency. You're looking for origin crystals, and that's hardly a big deal." Xia Fei nodded and headed toward the square. At the center was a large fountain, which was not on, completely covered in moss. Several crows were drinking from the fountain. This was the central district, and many of the shops here were operational. Xia Fei and Fuchin randomly found one with a fairly respectable storefront and entered. The place itself was quite dim, and no one could be found inside. There was only a bell at the door to summon the storekeeper. Just as Xia Fei moved to reach out and tug on it, Fuchin's hand shot out and stopped him. "Use spirit energy, so people know that it's a spiritualist present," Fuchin advised. Xia Fei promptly circulated spirit energy into his palm and lightly tapped the bell. Unexpectedly, the bell did not ring. It turned out that this bell actually did not have a clapper part to make a jingling sound. If Xia Fei had casually rung it moments ago, he would have definitely become a laughingstock. Very soon, an elderly man with white beard came out. He looked fairly lively, with his sparkling eyes. In tow was a young servant. "Please be seated, masters." The elderly man was fairly courteous, inviting them to take seats at the tea table in the center of the parlor before sending the young servant to fetch some good tea. "These two masters must have come from afar, seeing as I don't find either of you familiar," the elderly man said with a smile. "Indeed, we were passing by when we ran low of some materials," Fuchin answered softly, putting on airs. "Please don't hesitate to ask if either master has any needs that I can fulfill. This isn't the time when the market is open. So many shops on the streets are closed, but our little store doesn't dare to follow their example. All because we are worried about figures like yourselves encountering trouble in the area and then making impromptu visits. If we're not around, we'd inevitably be neglecting distinguished guests." These words were said with much courtesy, leaving a favorable impression to Xia Fei and Fuchin. Xia Fei asked casually, "Is business always good?" The expression on this elderly man's face immediately turned ugly when he heard the question, heaving a sigh as he lamented. "How could it be good? You two distinguished guests must know that there are fewer and fewer people in the circle, and we're out here in a remote region of the Alpha universe. If I'm being honest, even during the 15th of every month when the market is at the busiest, the people out and about on the streets hardly exceed what you're seeing today. So the business is that bad?" Xia Fei asked with knitted eyebrows. "The important figures have all been invited to more bustling locations, and they can't be blamed for accepting. After all, humans will always seek to rise, just as water will always flow lower. I heard from those in the association that the people on top are in the midst of discussing if they should disband this particular branch. If they push through with that, then this one will have to go for an early retirement, head back to my home planet, and spend the rest of my old age there." Fuchin smiled and said, "It's not a bad thing to lead the rest of your life in peace. There's no way for us to earn every single pearl in the universe. After all, our ship is out of energy, and we require some unrefined crystals. If there's none of that, We can also take the refined crystals. Plus, if there's anything good in your store, do take them out for us to look. Send forth some of the local specialties and delicacies for us to sample on, too. The elderly man agreed, but he eyed Fuchin with suspicion, for it was rare to find an esteemed spiritualist who would actually be keen on buying food to eat. The elderly man accompanied his assistant back inside to retrieve the sought items, leaving Xia Fei and Fuchin in the parlor, with the latter taking a sip of tea as he said to the former, "This is the current situation of spiritualists. The status they hold increases as time goes by, even as their numbers dwindle year after year. Right now, aside from some of the flourishing star regions, there are hardly any traces of spiritualists left." After a pause, Fuchin mentioned, "I have to tell you a secret. The spiritualists who end up staying in remote and far-flung places often have secrets. They are either secretly forging soul weapons in distant regions or have offended a major force and are afraid of returning. This is especially true for those forging soul weapons. There are even rumors going around that some have dabbled in tabooed items." "Tabooed items?" Xia Fei asked, curious. "Dark soul weapons," Fuchin whispered secretively. Before he finished speaking, the shopkeeper had already returned, so both men could only shelf their conversation. "These are the best ones our little shop has for sale, including the crystals that you two require. They are all grade 8 origin crystals, the best of the best," the elderly man said with a big smile on his face. "Will this much be enough?" Xia Fei wondered aloud. In front of him was just a small crate containing at most 50 grade 8 origin crystals. This much energy would be consumed the moment the Silver Spectre accelerated once, and was definitely nowhere enough for him to make the trip back to guard. 83. The elderly man was taken aback and exclaimed, "Did you two perhaps come here on board a supercarrier? These are 50 grade 8 origin crystals we're talking about." Xia Fei chuckled and replied, "Don't ask so many questions. The ship I'm on is a little energy intensive, that's all. In any case, just give me all the origin crystals your store has in stock. I'll take whatever I can." The elderly man walked out, all suspicious. Fuchin laughed. "What an appetite. You're intending to buy all their stock, but you ought to do your calculations first. Though the Silver Spectre is really powerful, its energy consumption isn't small by all means. I suggest that you find it a stable energy source, for it'll be terrible if we run out of propulsion during emergency situations." Xia Fei nodded, but said nothing in response. This was a problem that he had already been mulling over. The greatest trait that the Silver Spectre had was its explosive speed. Even at normal cruising speed, it would take 300 times the energy that a warship of a similar class consumed when operating at maximum. It would be even perfectly normal if it broke past 10,000 times, making the ship's consumption even more ridiculous than that of a whole fleet. The best solution was to use top-grade crystals. Grade 9 crystals, colorless and transparent, were 100 times greater than the black grade 8. If Xia Fei could get his hands on a batch of such top-grade items, perhaps it would be enough for the Silver Spectre to burn through for a while. Unfortunately, while origin crystals were cheap in the Alpha universe, that did not include the grade 9 origin crystals. After all, with few available on the market, there was no way for anyone to purchase them in bulk. Even if he got hold of them, it would still come at a price that Xia Fei could not afford. As for using spirit energy, Xia Fei was even more unwilling to do that. He would rather save them for combat or for forging soul weapons. Thinking of this, Xia Fei and Fuchin browsed through the items that the storekeeper had brought out. Several were soul weapons, while some were books that spiritualists could use, information like when to set up soul arrays or how to position them, and the like. These were pretty low-level items, so forget Fuchin. Even Xia Fei did not care to spare them a second glance. In Xia Fei's many years of experience, it was imperative for his equipment and items to be excellent and forever improving. He would rather go broke buying the very best than settle for inferior products. After all, the quality of equipment was a matter of life and death. There was a compass that seemed to give off a different aura to others, giving Xia Fei this somewhat strange sensation. So much so that he could not help but spare it a few more glances. "See anything?" Fuchin asked with squinted eyes. "Something's different." "What? Is there something else to this?" asked Xia Fei curiously. Fuchin chuckled, happily elaborating. "That item was once mixed with a dark soul weapon, which is why it's tainted a little by dark aura." Sure enough, Spiritualists in remote corners of the universe are far too dishonest. Who knows? Maybe this store has connections to spiritualists that forge dark soul weapons. Should we buy it? Xia Fei asked in a hushed voice, immediately perking up when he heard of dark soul weapons. It's just something insignificant. What do we want it for? Fuchin waved his hands dismissively, thinking nothing of it. At the end of the day, he was a well-traveled man, and such trinkets hardly caught his eye. Soon, that elderly man returned with even more crystals. Actually, there were not a lot, so he had even brought out the unrefined ores on top of the refined crystals, totaling to somewhere below 2,700 pieces. After tallying, the bill came up to more than 10 million pearls. Fortunately, Xia Fei still had the 100 million pearls from Yeyun's payment for his services last time, so he could afford this purchase. Of course, the trip out here, which had cost him close to 10 million pearls, made Xia Fei feel very heartbroken. Paying the bill, Xia Fei and Fuchin turned to leave. This was when the elderly man appeared to feel quite panicky, stopping them by asking, "Did none of the items pique the interest of the two distinguished masters?" Xia Fei was observant, and from the disappointment in the elderly man's eyes, he caught a hint of anxiety. Disappointment was to be expected for failing to make a trade, but why would he feel anxious? Could he be holding some unspeakable secrets? Xia Fei wondered to himself. It was very strange. The storekeeper seemed to be unwilling to let Xia Fei and Fuchin leave, his eyes filled with disappointment. "Did neither of you distinguished masters find any of these items to your liking?" the elderly man asked somewhat anxiously. "Perhaps the next time," said Fuchin courteously. Xia Fei's mind raced, and he asked with a laugh, "I wonder if there are any decent repair shops for warships nearby? Our ship encountered some problems on our way here and is now in a bit of a fix." The elderly man momentarily froze up, but soon broke out into a big smile. "You've asked the right person, good sir. Somewhere not too far from Moontooth Port is a large repair dock. The boss of that place, who goes by the surname of Kai, has the best skills in the area. Many warships from foreign star regions will specifically come here to seek his expertise. Why don't the two of you head over to look as well?" Fuchin thought that Xia Fei had merely casually asked about this. After all, there was no way a repair dock in such a desolate region could be something too exceptional, and it would not beat the convenience of returning to the bustling core region of the Alpha universe. Unexpectedly, Xia Fei was actually serious. Not only did he acquire the coordinates for the repair dock, he even carefully jotted down Boss Kai's contact number. After they went out the door, Fuchin asked, "You couldn't possibly be planning to have your warship be repaired nearby, could you? Why dock out here in the sticks?" Xia Fei flashed him a smile. "It'll hardly take much time to have it slightly repaired. Besides, it isn't too bad for the ship to be repaired in this remote region of space. If we do it in a bustling star region, it won't take long for the secret of our ship to spread. When that time comes, there are surely people who will have designs on us. More often than not, it's better to lead our lives staying low-key." Though that was what he had said, Xia Fei still furtively released his fiendish blade, Nirvana. It was unknown what orders Radix had received from Xia Fei, but he quickly disappeared into an alley. "What are you up to?" asked Fuchin baffled. "Nothing. Just letting Radix relieve his boredom, while also searching for any valuable shop nearby that we can visit. I'm tired of making the trip over myself," said Xia Fei, thinking nothing of it. Back in the same shop, after Xia Fei and Fuchin left, that elderly man heaved a long sigh and wiped the sweat from his brows with his sleeves. "Look after the front end for me. Call me if anything comes up," the elderly man instructed his little servant. Turning around, he made his way back into his room on the second floor. A screen was on inside the room, with another elder waiting. If Fuchin saw this person, he would definitely be astonished, for this was Orchid Chime's father, Rockchime. "How did it go?" Rockchime asked with furrowed brows. "I didn't manage to sell the marked soul weapon to them, but I did succeed in convincing them to get their warship repaired nearby. If everything goes as planned, they'll arrive at Kai Kongyan's repaired dock this afternoon." Rockchime shook his head and muttered, "Everything was fine. Why did you have to drag Kai Kongyan into this? I have no wish to mix around with him. Everything happened so suddenly. I originally thought that they'd surely be interested in that dark soul weapon, but how was I to expect that they wouldn't even spare it a single glance? As such, I have no way of helping you pinpoint their coordinates. The best I could do was keep them around the area for much longer. Kai Kangyan's repair dock was the only thing I could think of to delay them from leaving. If you don't wish to have any association with Kai Kangyan, you can perhaps wait till they're done fixing their warship before making your move. Rockcham nodded. All right. Remember, you must keep this matter under wraps. Someone will, of course, be sending you the reward. Don't worry. This elder is a man of his word. The shopkeeper, of course, expressed his eternal gratitude. Xia Fei and the others had no idea that Rockchime had already used his power as a member of the Spiritualist Association to issue a search order for Fuchin, even offering generous reward to that effect. Few people could recognize Xia Fei, but many had seen Fuchin before in the circle, and the moment the shopkeeper saw the old man, he knew at once that this was his opportunity to get rich. As long as he relayed this information to Rockchime, he would surely be a recipient of a sizable reward. Turning off his screen, Rockchime left his study with a black face. He saw his spouse seated in the living room, looking glum, not even greeting him when she saw him enter the room. Is Orchid doing okay? Rockchime made his way to his wife and asked in concern. How could she be okay? I really have no idea what kind of father you're. Your son-in-law was murdered and your daughter got bullied, yet you're actually sitting idly by and doing nothing about it. If I knew that you'd be such a coward, I'd never marry you. I'd have rather gotten betrothed to chicken or a dog. Tell me, Rockchime, are you ever planning on taking revenge or not? If you're that afraid of Fuchin, then I'll go seek my father. Get Orchid's grandfather and uncle to show their faces. Rockchime's expression turned aggrieved after being on the receiving end of such a thorough scolding. Though Rockchime held a decent position in the Spiritualist Association, he was the typical henpecked husband. When his wife was around, he would listen to her, and when she was not, he would be at the mercy of his daughter. He was leading quite the tragic life. It could not be helped, because Mrs. Chime was born to a noble household and had a family background so much greater than the Chime family. Of course, her temper was also directly proportionate to her upbringing. So despite the fact that Rockchime did not have even a son to his name, looking like his bloodline was about to end with him, he did not dare to broach the subject of getting a second wife, all because he feared her reaction. However, he could not let his bloodline end without pulling out all the stops, which was why he had gotten the orphan Bellhill to be his son-in-law. Unfortunately, Bellhill and Orchid Chime had yet to have a child after marriage when the former ended up dying to Xia Fei, and so it appeared that Rockchime would not be escaping from the fate of his bloodline ending with him. Actually, from a scientific point of view, with how advanced cloning technology was getting, Rockchime could have used his genes to get himself several sons, but the major figures in the Alpha universe were very traditional. Hence, if Rockchime really did such a thing, he would definitely be despised by others, and there would be no way for him to continue mixing in the circle. Mrs. Chime would be all the more disgraced, too. Rockchime sighed. I'm being maligned. When did I say I wouldn't avenge our daughter? Ultimately, the enemy I'm facing is the old monster, Fuchin. I couldn't possibly move without making any preparations. In fact, I just received news that Fuchin and that mysterious young man of his had appeared in Eagle Hunter constellation, so I'll be heading off there tomorrow to get justice for our daughter. You found Fuchin? His wife immediately got up, her eyes gleaming with venomous intent. Enemies. It's a secret message that I've only received, Rockchime replied with a smile. Tomorrow? No way. You'd better get going right at this moment. Don't even think about coming back if you don't bring me Fuchin's head. Mrs. Chime demanded sternly, sounding like a heroine in a story. Now? My wife. We're talking about Fuchin, someone at the caliber of an old monster. As the saying goes, even a skinny camel is bigger than a horse. If I go without ample preparation, I'm afraid that I'll be leaving without ever coming back, Rockchime protested. I don't care. I want Fuchin dead. If you can't do that, humph. Mrs. Chime unreasonably insisted. Rockchime sighed. Even a saint would be helpless against a woman when she became unreasonable, not to mention this wife of his, who was a ferocious shrew. Fuchin, oh Fuchin, better for you to die than me. Don't blame me for not keeping to the rules, Rockchime muttered as he made his way out of the residence, upset. Xia Fei could not tell that anything was off as he made his way back to the Silver Spectre, swiftly setting his course to Kai Kangyan's repair dock. It was really not that far, for it did not even take 2 hours of travel before this large repair dock appeared in front of Xia Fei. The dock, built in planetary orbit, was akin to a large space station. It looked dilapidated, but it operated perfectly fine. He followed the standard procedures to berth and dock as per usual. Xia Fei was curious because the boss of this repair dock, Kai Kangyan, hardly acted like a businessman. The moment Silver Spectre docked, the man came running to them like an excited little child, looking left and right at the Silver Spectre, sans the slightest hint of craftiness that a merchant or a boss should have. "Have you seen such a ship before?" Kai Kangyan asked the person next to him, who appeared to be a fellow mechanic. "Not at all. Not only does it have a strange outer appearance. Look, the hypergravity mooring system of this warship even has some curvatures, meaning that its mass is way heavier compared to large battleships and may have even been constructed using super heavy metal alloys." The mechanic must be used to this childlike behavior from his boss, because he answered his question with a laugh. "How interesting. Very interesting." Kai Kangyan, who was minding his own business, muttered this under his breath, completely oblivious to the fact that Xia Fei was already right beside him. Xia Fei turned around and saw that Fuchin had gone back on board the ship after taking a step out of it, seemingly not prepared to show his face here. "My young friend, is this ship yours?" Kai Kangyan asked anxiously the moment he realized that Xia Fei was there. Xia Fei nodded. "Indeed it is. I wish to. Sell it to me. You can set the price." Kai Kangyan did not even let Xia Fei speak and immediately propositioned to buy the Silver Spectre from him. This behavior was quite childlike. How often would one find someone who could speak so plainly like this? In most situations, an experienced businessman would not express their interest first even if they had their eye on something. They would only talk about making a purchase after they sufficiently brought the price down. This old man before his eyes did not appear to be a businessman, as he did not even understand the concept of haggling. "I'm sorry. I only plan on having this ship repaired and am not looking to sell it," Xia Fei replied calmly. Kai Kangyan immediately became very disappointed. Xia Fei had not even planned to let anyone enter the Silver Spectre and only intended to buy some additional equipment and repair tools from them. He was fine with doing all the work on the warship. Given that this ship was related to Aquamarine's secret, he had to be very careful with how he handled it. If anyone came on board, they would see the equipment on deck, which was far more technologically advanced than what the Alpha universe had. There was no telling if rumors about it would spread. Just from seeing the exterior of the Silver Spectre, Kai Kangyan already wanted to buy the ship, which just showed how detrimental it was for the ship to have too much exposure. Kai Kangyan was even more disappointed after hearing Xia Fei's request. He could not buy the ship, so he was fine with settling for just going on board it and having a look. But how was he to know that Xia Fei would not even give him that chance? Boss Kai simply remained rooted on the spot for a good while before walking away in disappointment. Xia Fei handed a list to the staff of all the equipment and parts he needed for his work. The staff immediately went to prepare everything listed. If they did not have what he wanted, they would have to find ways to transfer the goods from other places. After everything was settled, Xia Fei returned to the ship, only to find Fuchin drinking tea in the ship's mess hall, as if nothing had happened. Fuchin was very picky when it came to his food and drinks and would even bring his tea leaves wherever he went. "Do you know that person?" Xia Fei poured himself a cup of tea and asked, curious. Fuchin's actions today were too strange. The moment he saw Kai Kangyan appear, he immediately turned back and hid, as if he did not desire to meet the mechanic. All these, of course, did not escape Xia Fei's notice. Fuchin nodded. The great soul-eater Kai Kangyan. How could anyone with credentials not recognize him? Fuchin said out loud. "Your luck is simply too terrible. He is a bad person, and this repair dock is his shop front." "A shop front?" Xia Fei asked, slightly startled. "Yes, Kai Kangyan is in the dark soul weapon business. The fallen spiritualists also need a place to offload their goods to maintain a living, and that man is someone who specifically purchases illegal goods before reselling those to others. Kai Kangyan, who used to be called Kai Rue, was denounced for his reselling of illegal goods. There's been no news of him afterward. Who knew that he'd find his way to this remote star region with a new name? None of those could trick this old man's eyes, though," Fuchin said as he reminisced. Xia Fei shrugged, unconcerned. "Ah, so he deals with illegal goods. What has that got to do with us? He can keep selling what he wants, while we can repair our ship. Neither party has to bother with the other. Xia Fei did not really have an opinion toward the so-called Dark Soul weapons. In his eyes, it was no more than business and was no more than underworld matter. This was why when Fuchen told him about Kai Kangyan's situation, but Xia Fei did not think that it was anything to be alarmed about, though. As long as one party did not attempt to intervene with the other, Xia Fei could care less about the man's business. Fuchen nodded. It'll be fine provided that he's the sort to stick to the rules, but if he has ill designs on us, then we'll have no choice but to deal with him. I heard that Kai Kangyan had suffered from overstimulation and he's not in the right state of mind. What are your thoughts about him after observing earlier? Xia Fei recalled every word and action of Kai Kangyan. There's definitely something off about him, and his words and actions just then were like that of a child, doing whatever came to mind, almost as if he only had a few brain cells left. Fuchen was a little startled. The Kai Kangyan Xia Fei had described seemed to be very different from the one he knew in the past. He had been a very vicious character back then, and many people who had tried investigating Kai Kangyan all ended up being secretly taken care of by him. In any case, it's best if you take extra care in everything you do. No matter what Kai Kangyan has become, everything he's done in the past is there for all to see, so there's no telling if he'll go wild again, Fuchen said somberly. Xia Fei smiled. No matter what, the Silver Spectre will be repaired here. I saw the equipment of this dock, and everything's fairly decent. Besides, Kai Kangyan being someone who's part of the underworld isn't a bad thing. At the very least, he won't be leaking the Silver Spectre's secrets to just anyone. People loved judging others through their biases. Kai Kangyan, with his shady background, was known for being a bad person, and no one would easily believe his words. This point actually worked in Xia Fei's favor. Fuchen frowned, curious. If you intend to repair the Silver Spectre here now, do you perhaps have other plans in mind? Xia Fei chuckled. I really do have some ideas brewing even if you didn't ask, but now isn't the time to share them with you. Just be patient. Fuchen shrugged helplessly. When Xia Fei got all mysterious, there would be no telling what crazy plans he was about to enact, and since he refused to share them for now, Fuchen had no reason to continue pressing the matter, either. For 2 consecutive days, Xia Fei had busied himself in Kai Kangyan's dock. Though he was somewhere desolate, a full set of equipment, comparable to what he would usually find in large repair docks of the Alpha Universe's core regions, was actually available for his use here. Kai Kangyan even had plenty of those scarce illegal goods lying around here. Ever since that day, Kai Kangyan had made 2 daily trips around the dock, looking and staring at Xia Fei's Silver Spectre, but never mentioning his desire to purchase it again. Xia Fei noticed that Kai Kangyan had quite a few thoughts weighing on him, often heaving sighs after sighs, and he was never in the mood to manage his staff, letting them go about their work as lazily as they desired. Furthermore, there was another matter that Xia Fei found suspicious. As if it had been prearranged, the number of warships on the dock had increased over time, with large batches of unsavory warriors appearing every day, a strong stench of bloodlust hanging on them. Without even needing to guess, Xia Fei could tell that none of these people was decent. Command deck. Snap. Xia Fei connected the final overclocking electronic tube to the main computer, and the Silver Spectre's radar system was finally functional. A ship's radar was like a warrior's eyes and ears. Now that this system had been repaired, the Silver Spectre's mobility and combat effectiveness would see a substantial increase. Before this, Xia Fei had been using a small, portable radar to direct the Silver Spectre where it should go, and compared to the composite detection that a large radar could provide, this ship's radar provided 100-fold effectiveness. Activate the radar system and give it a try, Xia Fei told Radix. Got it, Radix hastily replied as he promptly sent energy running to the radar system. The indicator lights began to flash rapidly, and then the radar initiated self-diagnostics. Soul ships naturally had benefits, and with Radix acting as an additional brain, the intelligence quotient of the ship had become near human. There was no need for cumbersome settings, either, since Radix could answer with an affirmative to almost every command. He could also make snap decisions if anything unexpected came up. The radar system is perfect, Radix gushed in excitement after the diagnostics was completed. From this point onward, there would be no need for him to grapple in the darkness as he flew, and to him, this was a good thing. Okay, try and connect to the local network. I want to have that person found and his current location known, Xia Fei instructed. That'd take some time. It might even require me to hack into the system to repeatedly sift through and screen the public communications network, Radix said. Don't worry. We've got the time. Right now, it's up to you what methods to use. Just locate that person for me. Understood. I'll notify you the moment I receive valuable intel, Radix promised. Leaving the command deck, Xia Fei arrived at the ship's mess hall. Ever since he learned that this repair dock was Kai Kongyan's, Fuchin had not taken a step off the Silver Spectre. This was to avoid meeting the man. There was a single window in the mess hall, and Fuchin had sat beside it, watching the people go by as he leisurely sipped tea. By comparison, Xia Fei's life was a lot busier, and he spent his days, even nights, repairing the ship. As it had not moved for tens of thousands of years, it was expected that plenty of things needed repairing or refitting. What are you looking at? Asked Xia Fei with a smile. People. There have been more and more people recently, and spiritualists are even among them. Fuchin turned his head and spoke in a low voice. Xia Fei shrugged. Zhang Er, who oversees dock assignments, has no idea what's the reason for this, but it must be because he's not part of Kai Kongyan's organization's main force. As for Kai Kongyan's confidants, I haven't gotten a chance to get close to any of them yet. Pausing, Xia Fei immediately followed up by saying, according to my observation, Kai Kongyan is becoming more and more uneasy with each passing day. At least 3 hyperspeed warships of Kai Kongyan's have been on standby in the back end of the dock, ready to set off at any time. There's even a ship that isn't lousier than the Diamond Star, a fast Sea Parrot class. Combining this with his reckless attempt to purchase the Silver Spectre, I'm guessing that Kai Kongyan is in a very precarious situation, and he'll likely leave this place at the drop of a hat. Fuchin was momentarily taken aback, muttering, a Sea Parrot? I know that ship. It's a small, hyperspeed warship with top stealth system. He must have purchased that at a very expensive price. Xia Fei glanced outside the window and continued speaking. On top of that, those ships docked here don't seem to be damaged in any way but are all here just for general maintenance. Even after that's done, the people on board haven't expressed any desire to leave. The bar and the restaurant have often filled with people lately, too. Common sense dictates that sailors are all a pretty vulgar crowd, that they'll pick on women when they gather, getting into brawls after having a drink too many. Yet the sailors in the area are all very disciplined. Their conversation while they dine are kept to mere whispers, almost as if they're afraid of others overhearing them. Anyone unaware might even mistake it for a gentleman's gathering. Basically, everyone is acting too civilized, and that's what's making it very strange. Though Fuchin had not taken a step out of the ship, he had always been keeping an eye on the people coming and going by the dock. What Xia Fei had told him did not surprise him much. Instead, he was puzzled by Kai Kongyan's strange actions. In the Alpha universe, not many great soul eaters like Kai Kongyan would be afraid of others. Smiling, Xia Fei said, looks like we're really fortunate this time to have accidentally been dragged into a conflict we were not supposed to be involved with. Fuchin shook his head. To think that you'd still be smiling at this time. Kai Kongyan has an ongoing relationship with those people who forge dark soul weapons, meaning that the matter must be quite something. I think that we're better off being on our way, for I'm afraid that things here are about to get messy soon. A flash of killing intent suddenly appeared in Xia Fei's eyes as he said resolutely, the conflict will be a mess, but it'll also be an opportunity for us. Some people are perfect for elimination during the chaos, none the wiser. It was now the 3rd day, and the repair of the Silver Spectre proceeded sans a hitch. The ship was no longer how it used to be in the past, and while there had not been any changes to its appearance, its interior had undergone a complete overhaul of Xia Fei. Fuchin had a lot of opinions regarding. Xia Fei's habit of pursuing functionality over comfort had struck its head once more, and the perfectly fine mess hall now had a loud cooling system wedged right in the middle. This particular machine helped cool down the engine and improve the ship's tolerance at maintaining top speed. It was just that Fuchin simply could not make sense of why it could not have been installed somewhere else on this ship. Why did it have to be installed right in the middle of the mess hall? The answer Fuchin received after asking Xia Fei only left him even more speechless. The engine was right under the mess, so Xia Fei could not be bothered to haul the machine down to it. Thus, he directly had it fitted right in the mess. In his view, the mess was a room that he had no use for, and a large, empty space that had a sofa in it was quite a waste. Come nighttime, the atmosphere began to get weirder. All of a sudden, that huge repair dock became peculiarly quiet, and Xia Fei had no idea where everyone went. Get the engine primed. I'm heading out to look. Xia Fei calmly gave this order. Maybe you shouldn't go out. An evil aura is surging in this place, causing the hair at the back of my neck to stand on end. Something strange is about to go down, Radix said. It'll be fine. I'm fast. I can come and go in the blink of an eye. Xia Fei was completely unconcerned. Whoosh. Xia Fei got off the ship the next moment and went into an intricate series of corridors as he ventured deeper. After a while, before him lay a forked path, with one leading to the quarters where people drank and dined. The other way would lead him deeper into the dock, reaching the command center as well as the base's core facilities. The situation was very off. It was mealtime right now, yet not a sound was coming from the eating quarters. Could it be that everyone had suddenly started fasting? Thinking about it some more, Xia Fei darted to the path leading toward the base interior. There used to be guards stationed here, and they prevented strangers from getting anywhere near. But today, there was not even a soul in sight, allowing Xia Fei to enter as he pleased. The repair dock was huge, but Xia Fei was fast. Under his breath control techniques protection, he headed toward the core facilities of the base. In front of him was a hidden metal door. Beyond it, he could hear breathing. From the sound, he could tell that there was not just one person inside. Rather, there was a whole group of people. Xia Fei furrowed his brows in his puzzlement as he silently pushed open the door and stepped in. The next instant, the situation in front of his eyes stunned him. He saw that he was in a well-lit hall, and all the warriors who had come to the dock during this period had all been gathered here. There was a somber expression on all of their faces, looking like they were waiting for something. There were many people in this big hall, numbering to the thousands, but their attention was all focused on the front, so no one had noticed Xia Fei's entrance. Xia Fei was on the third floor, and through the metal railings, he could clearly see that there was a hastily set up altar below, almost as if they were having a meeting. Undercurrents amid the silence, these warriors seemed to be highly vigilant toward one another. Evidently, these people were not together, so what were they all doing, gathered together like this? Xia Fei was curious, so he hid in a shadowy corner and silently waited. All of a sudden, Xia Fei spotted a very familiar pair of eyes in the crowd. Though this person's head and face were covered by a gray cloak, Xia Fei could tell who she was, Zesser Knight. Strange. What would the Venus of Eternal Night's esteemed young lady be doing alone in this remote star region? How was there not a single bodyguard beside her? Xia Fei was observing Zesser, but she was staring at someone else. He followed her gaze and realized that she was staring at a young man bedecked in finery, with two well-built bodyguards standing next to him. This person was none other than Shao Clan's seventh young master. Xia Fei did not recognize seventh master Shao, as the two had not met even once when they were both aboard the Mammoth. On the contrary, it was Zesser Knight whom they had met by accident, and it was just unfortunate that she had mistaken the one-armed Shao Xing model's operator for seventh master Shao. All in all, it was a very messy journey fraught with misunderstandings. Xia Fei frowned, finding the matter at hand a little prickly. It was untrue to claim that he had no relations with Zesser or her clan. After all, he had treated Night Cloud's illness, who had subsequently helped him deal with Aquamarine, but to say that they had a good relationship would be inaccurate as well. At best, they were acquaintances who would greet each other when they met. With how strange the current atmosphere was here, it seemed like a serious conflict could break out at any moment. Meanwhile, it was unclear as to the reason Zesser had snuck out here. In the event that an accident occurred, should Xia Fei move to save her, or should he just let her die? Just as he was contemplating this, he heard someone in the crowd begin to make noise. Kai Kongyan, come out. Didn't you say that you've got a grade 7 Dark Soul weapon? Are you auctioning it off or not? It's already time, and this one wants to see the goods. There are people from both the underworld and the righteous here. You can't afford to waste everyone's time. Come out and begin things already. Let's see just what this grade 7 soul weapon looks like. Xia Fei was stunned. A grade 7 soul weapon. To think that there would be an auction of a grade 7 dark soul weapon today. No wonder there were so many people gathered in Kai Kongyan's repair dock. This was the reason why. Xia Fei had once asked Fuchen about the issue of dark soul weapons. Such things were never traded out in the open, and there were even fewer people who would brazenly do what Kai Kangyan did. Clearly, it was against the rules for him to announce it like so. For Kai Kangyan to have put a grade 7 Dark Soul weapon out for auction so publicly, no matter the outcome, he was bound to be on the cusp of a storm. After all, this was something that could never see the light of day, and from today onward, both sides would keep a close eye on him. Doing it this way did not seem to be a prudent move for him. After all, spiritualists were far and few between these days. A high-grade soul weapon would be even more sought after by all the major forces. Everyone desired to get their hands on a high-grade soul weapon to strengthen their force. Many long-famous soul practitioners, who had yet to get their hands on even a single soul weapon, had already gone green with envy. Amid the clamoring of the crowd, Kai Kangyan finally appeared. He took several steps up the stage, demonstrating quite the prestige of a great soul eater, though his eyes looked completely uneasy. "Silence!" Kai Kangyan yelled. The crowd instantly went quiet, as everyone waited with bated breath. Sweeping his gaze around, Kai Kangyan slowly drawled, "This time, I've been entrusted by a friend to transfer the ownership of a soul weapon. Everyone present ought to know this already, and as for the method of transfer, it's a little special. I'm just a middleman, someone paid to do this on that person's behalf." Xia Fei noticed that when Kai Kangyan mentioned how he was just in charge of taking the money and acting on behalf of the seller, the old man's eyebrows subconsciously twitched a little. His voice was also somewhat suppressed, almost as if this was not his idea, but that he had been forced by someone else, instead, completely not having a choice in the matter. Because dark soul weapons were too lethal, they had been tabooed and banned from being forged or used. There was no way Great Soul Eater Kai Kangyan had the power to defy a grandmaster who could forge a grade 7 dark soul weapon. If someone like that coerced Kai Kangyan, he would have no way of resisting at all. With this thought in mind, Xia Fei slightly understood what was going on here. The soul weapon was like a hot potato, and no matter who ended up owning it, they would never be safe with it. Of course, Kai Kangyan knew the subtlety involved, which was why he had already prepared himself a path of retreat. The moment something became off, he would take off at once. Even this repair dock he had been operating for so many years was an acceptable sacrifice, if needed. After a short pause, Kai Kangyan said with wrinkled eyebrows, "Right now, I'll be taking out this grade 7 soul weapon. Everyone, please take a look." The crowd went silent, as countless pairs of eyes widened. The only sound that could be heard was people's breathing as their heartbeats quickened. Thud. The item seemed to be very heavy. Kai Kangyan placed it on the stage and let out a very shocking sound. Many people who had been watching his every move got quite the shock upon hearing him. "This is the Dark Soul weapon." Kai Kangyan pointed with one hand. A lot of dissatisfied jeering came from below the stage. "Boss Kai, the item is inside a box. You have to take it out so that everyone can get a closer look, right?" "That's right. Are we supposed to take your word for it that what's inside is really a grade 7 Dark Soul weapon? I've lived a very long life, yet I've never seen a high-grade Dark Soul weapon. How am I supposed to believe you without seeing it with my 2 eyes?" "That's right. Show it to us." Kai Kangyan ignored the demands of these people. All he did was give the case a light knock with one arm, sending a burst of soul power into the case containing the weapon. Boom. The sound was like a thunderclap, and black light shot out like arrows. As if someone had suddenly turned off all the lights, the entire hall instantly turned pitch black. An eerily cold aura then pervaded the air, making them feel like they had fallen into an ice cave. "Now, does anyone else have any other questions?" Kai Kangyan shouted out frostily. "A dark soul weapon. That's definitely a high-grade soul weapon. Such a gloomy aura. Only a dark soul weapon can have it. Indeed, I felt it as well. That was so scary, as if a wild beast has just used its sharp claws to tear at my back." Xia Fei found it very strange. Just what was a dark soul weapon? What he felt was clearly different from the usual soul weapons. Even the powerful white dragon Screech he owned could not compare to that sinister aura, which was more similar to the fiendish blade, Nirvana. Could that item be a draining weapon as well? Xia Fei's interest had been instantly piqued as he thought of that. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, naturally needed no introduction. It could absorb the enemy's energy, replenishing itself, and Xia Fei with that. It was practically a heaven-defying divine weapon. Xia Fei had only managed to forge it with plenty of good luck and the law of primal chaos's subversive power. If Xia Fei tried it again, he was not at all confident that he could successfully forge a second draining weapon. After all, luck played a large part in it. If there was an ability or a technique that could successfully forge draining weapons, then it would definitely be a nightmarish scene. Nirvana had no grade and could not even qualify as a true soul weapon, but it was absolutely powerful. Who knew just how shocking this so-called Grade 7 Dark Soul weapon could be? Kai Kangyan had shown the ability of the soul weapon, so no one questioned its authenticity any longer. Instead, they had broken into hushed conversations. Boss Kai, we all believe that it's truly a high-grade Dark Soul weapon. Now, tell us, is this a barter or is this a live auction? Everyone's eyes were all lit with frenzy. The warriors present could already feel their blood boiling. Even if Kai Kangyan told them that he wanted the lives of their kin as payment, some would not hesitate to provide him with that. I already told you. Someone entrusted me with this soul weapon, so everything will be decided by the esteemed spiritualist himself. I, the lowly Kai Kangyan, am just a middleman in this deal. Kai Kangyan once more placed emphasis on his role in this. All of you, listen up. With his face turned solemn, he declared loudly, this esteemed spiritualist told me very clearly that this soul weapon isn't for sale. Not for sale? If it's not for sale, why have you called us over? Kai Kangyan, you're not trying to make a fool out of us, are you? This had caused the entire hall to erupt. Thousands of people had traveled from distant star regions just for this Grade 7 soul weapon, so none of them felt happy in the least when they heard from Kai Kangyan that it was not for sale. This soul weapon will be given to whoever manages to pull it out of this case. Kai Kangyan yelled. Whoa! This time, Kai Kangyan's words really sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. Everyone present felt like they were riding on a roller coaster, their emotions having been taken for a ride full of twists and turns. There was no sound. The unhappiness everyone had been feeling was replaced by glee. No one could believe that the condition for laying claim on this weapon would be the successful pulling of it from the case. Let me tell you all the ugly truth first. The esteemed spiritualist already said that not everyone will have the strength to pull it out. This time, it's not you who are picking the soul weapon, but the soul weapon taking its pick from among you. If the weapon chooses you as its master, then the matter is settled. But if you fail, you'll be paying with your very life. Gambling with our lives? It was unknown who the big-mouthed person was that had exclaimed loudly. Kai Kangyan shouted in an emotionless yet firm voice. That's right. You'll be gambling with your life. Either you walk away with this Grade 7 Dark Soul weapon, or you leave your life right here, are the words spoken by that esteemed spiritualist. Buzz. Many felt their heads in turmoil. Obtaining a high-grade soul weapon was obviously a good thing, but gambling with their lives for it was too high a stake. Many instantly backed out after hearing the shocking words Kai Kangyan had announced. Of course, there were still those who showed a willingness to throw away their lives. After several seconds of silence, two barrel-chested men leaped onto the stage. Both men shared quite similar features, with large, round heads and upturned noses. They looked like biological brothers. Big brother, let me go? I refuse to believe that there's such wicked creation. No, it's better if I go. Wait at the side, and when I obtain the soul weapon, we can go get a round of drinks to celebrate. This elder brother shoved his younger brother to the side, without further discussion, and stuck his hand into the case. Pa! The moment his hand touched that weapon inside the case, a powerful suction force proceeded to act on him. Oh! That well-built man could only let out a mournful wail as his entire person aged rapidly the next second. His face filled with wrinkles, his eyes grew turbid. It was as if the soul weapon had just sapped him of his life and vigor. Big brother. The younger brother standing at the side was stunned. He reached out and grabbed his brother in an attempt to pull him away from the case, but a tragic sight promptly followed. The moment these two brothers touched, they never parted again. In the blink of an eye, the younger brother aged as well, and then both men turned into dust. So those so-called dark soul weapons are actually draining soul weapons. Xia Fei thought, startled. Devouring type. Xia Fei finally understood. What made everyone so afraid that even old Fuchin was unwilling to talk about dark soul weapons was actually this devouring attribute. Devouring. the most bloodthirsty and vicious type of soul weapon known in existence, able to drain others and strengthen itself in the process. There was another name for devouring soul weapons, fiendish blade. Indeed, they were also known as fiendish blades. Xia Fei's nirvana was one, a completely unreasonable existence that slayed gods and demons alike. The weapon hidden inside the case, a never-before-seen Grade 7 devouring soul weapon, was also a fiendish blade. A Grade 7 fiendish blade. I wonder if I were to compare that weapon with my nirvana, which would be stronger? Xia Fei furrowed his brows as he wondered to himself. At this moment, everyone had been rendered shocked by what they had just witnessed and was going crazy. That fiendish blade inside the case was obviously extremely powerful. The two brothers that had been drained were fairly well-known individuals in the circle, and the elder brother was even a domineering great soul hunter. Unfortunately, before the heaven-defying fiendish blade, the two brothers did not even last for more than a handful of seconds before they turned into dust. This was enough evidence to show just how strong the fiendish blade, which had yet to show itself, really was. As it was so strong, everyone could not help but feel extremely excited. However, such a powerful weapon was not something anyone could control. Anyone who sought to control it must be bold enough to forsake their life. The crowd began to grow restless. No one was a fool. Nobody wished to play around with their lives. As such, the scene had momentarily become a little awkward. A group of warriors, who had almost been provoked to the point of madness by this high-grade fiendish blade, was currently salivating, yet none of them dared to give it a shot. Tap. With a light tap of his finger, Xia Fei accepted the communication request from Radix. "What is it?" whispered Xia Fei. At this moment, with everyone's attention turned to the stage, no one took notice of Xia Fei, who was hiding in the shadows. "He's here. About a 30-minute journey away from us," Radix reported solemnly. Xia Fei was somewhat surprised, muttering under his breath, "So soon? What timing? I happen to have discovered something very interesting, so I'm afraid that it'll have to wait for a while." Radix got curious. "Something interesting? The best opportunity right now. That person has yet to realize that they're being followed. If we take off right now, we can intercept them midway and kill them while they scramble to react in time." Xia Fei and Radix were, of course, referring to Orchid Chime and Rock Chime, the father-daughter duo. That day, before Xia Fei departed from Moontooth Port, he realized that the shop's boss was acting strange, so he had sent out Radix quietly, only to catch that scene when the shop owner contacted Rock Chime. Thus, Xia Fei decided to hatch a scheme within that scheme. He temporarily stayed put and waited for Rock Chime to come attack. He would kill the man while the latter was off guard. Now that Rock Chime had truly come, Xia Fei felt quite reluctant to leave. Instead, there was a fiendish blade, one that could very well be stronger than his nirvana right here. No matter what, Xia Fei wanted to clearly gauge its true strength. Who knew if there was a day where he would face an opponent with a fiendish blade? As such, he must always plan for the long term. Nirvana was the sole fiendish blade in the law realm, and it was invincible there. But at this time, Xia Fei had suddenly discovered that his fiendish blade was not unique in the Alpha universe. How could he not be startled? Pondering the matter a bit more, Xia Fei stated calmly, "Give me 10 more minutes. Go and get prepared. When I return to the Silver Spectre, we'll set off at once. Inform Fuchin, too. Tell him about there being a Grade 7 fiendish blade and something going on in Kai Kangyan's repair dock. Tell him to send over that exclusive soul servant of his to look if he's interested." With that said, Xia Fei shut off the communication and remained on the scene. He was still shrouded in that dark corner as he watched things unfold. Radix felt rather puzzled, telling Fuchin, "Xia Fei said that a Grade 7 fiendish blade has appeared." Fuchin was shocked. He then revealed a bitter smile and said, "Truly, this is the epitome of the saying man proposes but God disposes." In the end, Xia Fei still learned about dark soul weapons. It's just too bad that he doesn't know just what sort of people those who can forge high-grade dark soul weapons are. The awkward atmosphere did not persist for long, as a deep voice had rung out of nowhere at this time. "Since no one is willing to give it a try, I shan't be courteous." This person harumphed coldly. Whoosh. The moment this voice sounded, an enormous volume of energy surged out and enveloped Kai Kangyan's entire repair dock. This was a rarely seen energy barrier, erected without a sound, yet a mild coldness hung in the air. Everyone, including the perceptive Xia Fei and those low-level warriors present, could feel themselves being swaddled by it. Many let out gasps of shock. Kai Kangyan's face even looked ugly, and he was unable to resist taking 2 steps back. Who said that? Something seems to be jamming the signal. Long-range communication devices have lost signal. Rumble. All of a sudden, just as everyone was feeling lost on what to do, the case with that fiendish blade suddenly flew up. At the same time, those present could feel that they were being crushed by Time Mountain, making it hard for any of them to breathe. This immense pressure they felt made it impossible for any of them to take even half a step away. It's a soul array. Xia Fei yelled inwardly, surprised. At the same time, something unexpected happened on Xia Fei's end. Fuchin on board the Silver Spectre had abruptly opened his eyes and said, "There's a soul array." Brushing a finger on his wrist, Fuchin immediately took out his soul weapon and left a channel with free access for his mysterious soul, Wraith. "Go to Xia Fei's side at once." Fuchin hurriedly called to Radix. "Why? Did something happen?" Radix asked, startled. Radix was still executing Xia Fei's order, making final adjustments to the Silver Spectre, so that they could intercept Rockchime's warship the moment they took off. The Silver Spectre was a powerful trump card of Xia Fei's. At present, there was no other warships in the universe that could beat it, and the reason why Xia Fei dared to stay around and wait for Rockchime to make an attempt on their lives was this invincible warship, the Silver Spectre. Unfortunately, the plan could not adapt in time to the changes happening around them. Everything had happened so suddenly that, in the span of several minutes, everything had been turned upside down. "Don't ask too many questions. Go to him right now." Fuchin spoke forcefully, a complete change from his usual personality. Whoosh. Radix no longer hesitated and flew as the fiendish blade, Nirvana, off the warship and toward the hull in search of Xia Fei. Fuchin heaved a sigh before quietly picking up his teacup and taking a sip. Sure enough, that was Shu Yuha. He should be here looking for you. Fuchin's sole servant, Wraith, commented somberly. Let him come. Fuchin raised an eyebrow. We'll wait for him right here. There was chaos in the hall. The case holding the fiendish blade suddenly flew upward, and the thousands of warriors present were put under immense pressure. Aside from the few warriors who had high enough levels, the rest were pinned down where they stood, unable to move even an inch. Whoosh. That black case very rapidly floated in the air and went crashing right into the crowd. Xia Fei's eyes widened. This development was actually forcing people to make contact with the fiendish blade. "Don't come over here," a warrior yelled desperately as he watched that case drew near him, his eyes widening in horror as it did. Bonk. How could the case hear his cries? The next moment, the hilt of the blade inside touched the warrior's body, and he began to age rapidly, getting reduced into dust at once. Everyone was so shocked they were rooted to the spot. Right now, it was no longer a question of them wanting to try pulling out the fiendish blade, but rather of the fiendish blade forcing those around to touch it. "Young master, we must go." A yell could be heard from afar. The 2 bodyguards beside Xiao Xiao had practically lifted him up and moved to leave. Unfortunately, that powerful pressure, which had come from a place unknown, slowed their movement, making it impossible for them to run. "The way has been sealed." Another scream cut through the clamor, as a warrior closer to the exit discovered that an energy wall had somehow, unknowingly, blocked the way, trapping everyone inside the Great Hall. A tragic scene swiftly unfolded. The case, which contained the fiendish blade, wandered aimlessly. Everyone it touched along the way was drained completely, without any exceptions. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of lives were lost. "Breath control," Xia Fei mumbled, and as though his entire person had disappeared, he became completely shrouded in darkness till none could sense his presence. An unusual calmness washed over him the moment something unexpected occurred. With catastrophe at hand, few would be like Xia Fei and not panic, merely silently observing the attack patterns and the flaws of that fiendish blade. In just several minutes, the thousands that had filled the hall were reduced to just dozens. It was a frightening speed of slaughter that left people chilled to the bones. Those still alive were all experts, barely managing to evade death through ability alone. What surprised Xia Fei was that Zesser Knight actually had a very good cultivation. She was not particularly tall, but she was very limber. The movement technique that she used to escape from the clutches of death several times was even somewhat similar to his own. Of course, Xia Fei had no idea that Zesser held the one-armed Shaoxing model, which was actually controlled by Xia Fei, as her absolute idol. This girl had been diligently studying Xia Fei's crafty approach this entire time, and with her decent enough foundation, including Venus of Eternal Night's cultivation assistance system, she had managed to master a bit of Xia Fei's technique. Alas, at this time, Zephyr was already breathing laboriously, with her forehead peppered in sweat. For some reason, Xia Fei, who had always been impassive to death and killing, actually felt compassion. Zesser reminded him of Xiaoyu, who was about the same age and all by herself. Whoosh. This was when the case that contained the fiendish blade accelerated to Zesser. Most people were already dead, so more space had been freed up, which gave it ample time to speed up, making its movement more aggressive than before. Evidently, Zesser was at the state where she was about to lose strength. She gritted her teeth and twisted her waist, doing a pirouette in midair with crafty approach. But too bad that she was not Xia Fei, and she was a little clumsy when using his ultimate movement technique. Her upper body cleared into the air, but her lower half's left part had become exposed to attacks. Kaboom! A big green blur, no, it was more like 13 green blurs, had appeared in the nick of time and burst forth. They aligned to block Zesser Knight from the front. Meanwhile, Xia Fei finally made his move from his hiding position in a corner. Crafty approach was not just a non-standard movement technique, but also a mobility enhancer. The heavy pressure remained, and while others had to expend plenty of physical energy to move, Xia Fei barely needed half his strength to sprint out. His movement was too peculiar, much too nimble, and very exciting. Peacock Blue blocked that fiendish blade's attack, while Xia Fei darted over, reaching out with one arm to scoop up Zesser in his arms. Then, with a series of dazzling footwork, he crossed a distance of several meters the next second. Scrunch. The fiendish blade inside the case rammed into Peacock Blue, and its blue leaves immediately dimmed before wilting. Sever! Xia Fei yelled. An immemorial, mystical armament Peacock Blue cut the withered part off itself. Using such a vicious method, Xia Fei had managed to stymie the draining power of the fiendish blade. Zephyr's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "It was you." Xia Fei did not really care that there was a lady in his arms, for a voice rang in his mind loudly. Even Peacock Blue has lost half its life force in that instant. I have no way of dealing with this fiendish blade. This was just a single exchange of blows, and Peacock Blue had to sever itself. Clearly, this had not been a good start. In the past, Xia Fei had always been the one using a fiend blade against others. Now, someone else's fiend blade was aimed his way. So far in his life, this was the first time he had come across a powerful weapon that could rival Nirvana. This was a very tough battle. Whoosh! With Zesser Knight in his arms, Xia Fei tapped lightly with his feet as he swiftly dashed out far. All the while, he was maintaining a ready-for-battle stance while he stayed in the shadows and minimized his presence using breath control. It's him. It's actually him. Zesser was shocked. The look in her eyes was complex. For a very long time, she had been studying the one-armed Shaoxing, worshipping its user, Xiao, but today, she had actually discovered that the Xiao, whom she had been idolizing so much, was no more than an imposter. The real Shaoxing user had actually been this person currently right in front of her the entire time. Zephyr suddenly felt that she was very silly. She had taken a huge risk following Xiao, only for that man not to give a damn about her life and death. Instead, it was Xia Fei who had saved her. Thud. Xia Fei did not bother to show extra care to Zesser despite her being a woman, and tossed her onto the ground haphazardly before casually flinging a bottle of medicine to her. This medicine will help rapidly replenish your strength. Drink it, Xia Fei instructed sternly. I saved you this time, but won't be doing it again. If you want to live, you'll have to persevere on your own. Zesser blinked, staring at this strange man before him. It seemed like Xia Fei had saved her not out of the kindness of his heart, but out of his desire to find out just how strong the fiend blade was. Now that he was done with that, he no longer cared whether she lived or died. Suddenly, the expression on Xia Fei's face changed drastically, his eyebrows knitting tightly. Zephyr followed Xia Fei's gaze, only to see that the fiend blade in its case had struck Xiao Xiao at this time. There were 2 mounds of dust beside the man, which had been hiding the 2 elite bodyguards, the Zheng brothers, that the Xiao clan had hired for this 7th young master. It had only been a few seconds, yet these 2 brothers had already been drained into nothing by the fiend blade. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao was also undergoing a shocking transformation. Arg! Xiao Xiao's cries were pained, but he did not rapidly age until he was turned into dust like everyone before him. The veins on Xiao Xiao's arms bulged and spread across his body all the way to his face. As such, the originally delicate face of 7th Master Xiao had turned grotesque. This was by no means a good omen, for it meant that the picky fiend blade had actually selected 7th young Master Xiao. Enemy. Xia Fei made a split-second decision, and with a forceful thrust of his leg, he sprinted off at his fastest speed. Swing. White Dragon's screech was immediately unsheathed and pointed right at Xiao Xiao. That fiend blade had already presented a tremendous pressure on Xia Fei even without a master, so there was no need to mention how much worse it could get once it merged with 7th young Master Xiao. Even a fool could tell that they would become a crazy existence. The only solution was to kill 7th young Master Xiao. This would ensure that the fiend blade would remain in a masterless state. Swoosh. Near light speed, Xia Fei fiercely swung his white sword as he exerted all his strength to deliver a blow. However, right as the tip of White Dragon's screech reached 7th young Master Xiao, a formless force suddenly appeared, and like a storm that had been long brewing, Xia Fei was immediately blown away. Ultimately, Xia Fei was still under the influence of the immense pressure around him, and it was impossible for him to demonstrate 100% of his abilities. He felt his arm turn numb as he went hurtling backward, fast. There's still someone else. Xia Fei gritted his teeth and looked around, only to realize that great soul hunter Kai Kangyan was standing beside Xiao Xiao since who knew when, and that attack just then had come from the man. From the very beginning, Kai Kangyan had been staying out of the matter, watching everything with cold, calculating eyes. Now, he had finally chosen his side, and unfortunately, it was against Xia Fei. Lightly shaking his head, Kai Kangyan looked at Xia Fei with a complex expression on his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao had already become more and more frantic. Everyone saw as he used all his strength in one hand to pull out that fiend blade from the black case. Zing! That fiend blade finally appeared, and it was Gloomscale, an over 2-meter-long weapon. Like a sharp and elongated rhombus, it was pitch black and grim-looking. Boom! A violent shockwave ripped through and filled the hall. The moment the fiend blade Gloomscale appeared, everyone got buffeted away. The gigantic burst of energy that surged from the blade swiftly dominated Xiao Xiao's body. When everyone looked again, they saw that 7th young Master Xiao had a completely blank expression on his face, which was so pale it radiated in this hazy gloom. Get ready to flee, Xia Fei whispered to Zephyr Knight. Zephyr was startled, but soon nodded her head with a frown. The ability that Gloomscale demonstrated was completely the same as Nirvana's. They were both fiend blades, with the only purpose of existence being to devour and drain everything in its path. The difference between the two was that Nirvana did not infringe upon Xia Fei's mind, while the Gloomscale had very quickly gotten 7th young Master Xiao under its control. At this point, only a few dozen people were still alive in the repair dock, and all of them only knew one another superficially. Like a clod of scattered sand, it was almost impossible to defeat 7th young Master Xiao, who now wielded the fiendish blade, Gloomscale, under such a situation. A portion of the energy that Gloomscale had absorbed just then had already transferred to Xiao Xiao's body, and that man was very powerful right now. Gloomscale at this point was also much stronger. Follow me. Clap. Xia Fei shouted and grabbed hold of Zephyr, charging toward the exit. There was an energy barrier present, which Xia Fei planned to use his law of primal chaos on to get through. His plan was to return to Silver Spectre and leave this place. Aside from the law of primal chaos's subversive power, Xia Fei could not think of anything else in his arsenal that could deal with Gloomscale. However, the law of primal chaos was not a power he could control. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, had been formed due to the law of primal chaos, So there were only two possible outcomes if Xia Fei used this heaven-defying law power against Gloomscale. Either it would destroy the weapon, or it would make Gloomscale all the more stronger. The destruction of Gloomscale would, of course, be a superb outcome. But if the law of primal chaos unreasonably reversed the trait and turned that already unparalleled fiend blade into something even deadlier, then Xia Fei would end up in an even more dire straits compared to his current situation. This was why Xia Fei would never use the law of primal chaos, unless it was his very last choice. Rumble. Xia Fei threw a fist right at that energy barrier, directly shattering it. At the same time, Xia Fei pulled his hand back and, in a pitching motion, tossed Zesser out. That was because Xiao Xiao had already arrived right behind him with Gloomscale, and its sinister edge was just 20 centimeters away from him. What a quick sneak attack! Xia Fei used crafty approach to hastily evade the incoming blow. Aside from dealing with the sneak attack, Xia Fei had to deal with the distinctly disadvantageous heavy pressure shrouding the place. Not only would every move he make use up several times the energy he had to, the speed at which he executed these moves would also be many times slower. Compared to before, Xia Fei's crafty approach dodges could have very easily slipped past this sneak attack without any problem. But now, when he ducked his shoulder, he realized that he failed to evade his calf in time. A whoa! Furball howled frenziedly, and, with a burst of strength, launched himself right at Gloomscale's blade like a towed cannonball. Xia Fei had been coaxing forbearance in Furball the entire time. It could not be helped, for Gloomscale was a devouring soul weapon, and Furball was an energy-type holy beast. The two were simply incompatible with each other, and Furball would not only lack any advantage against Gloomscale, it could even very likely cause him to lose his life. However, seeing that Xia Fei was in danger right now, how could Furball continue to remain calm? This was why the reckless Ball chose to attack. He was ready to exchange his life for Xia Fei's. Furball was already positioned in front of the fiendish blade, Gloomscale. The situation was at a critical juncture, and the blade would cut into his fur in the next second. This was when a sharp whistle of slicing air rang, and a dark shadow came cutting in. Nirvana. It was Xia Fei's fiend blade. Clang. The sound of metal clashing against metal reverberated. Xia Fei's Nirvana had arrived like a bolt of lightning, and it actually sent that fiend blade Gloomscale flying off upon collision. This one hit saved Furball's life. The white glowing blur did not stop in time, and it penetrated through several metal alloy walls. This was evidence of just how reckless Furball had been, and how much strength he had put into his one attack. Even Xia Fei felt a wave of ease washing over him. That pressure, which had been restricting him the entire time, was gone, and he could feel his body lightening up once more. Tap! Xia Fei twisted in midair and landed firmly on the ground. With one hand extended, Xia Fei grabbed Nirvana from the air while he held White Dragon's Screech with the other. He was now evenly matched with the enemy, this already crazed 7th young Master Shao. To hell with you. I want to see for myself, my blade against yours, just which one is more fiendish. Xia Fei waved one arm out, pointing at 7th young Master Shao with Nirvana. This person had nearly caused Furball to lose his life, so Xia Fei's eyes, at this point, had already become two burning embers of anger. His madness was showing. A decisive battle was imminent. Fiendish Blade, Nirvana versus Fiendish Blade, Gloomscale. On board the Silver Spectre, Fuchin heaved a long sigh of relief, his face somewhat paler than usual. In front of him was a very small array constructed with 4 soul vessels. Each was placed at a corner, and there was this obvious glowing energy connection that pulsed between each. This was the array that had countered the soul array, which was exerting pressure on Xia Fei. While Fuchin might have succeeded, he had also expended a lot of energy in doing so, and he visibly weakened following this. It's been years since we last saw each other, yet here you are still causing trouble for me. A voice from outside the warship floated in. Fuchin looked outside the warship's window, and an elder wearing a black and white long robe could be seen standing alone outside. This elder, who looked to be about the same age as Fuchin, shook his head repeatedly with both hands behind his back. Essie. Smiling, Fuchin puffed out his chest and replied, I could say the same about you. You're still as unscrupulous as you were all those years back. These two were technically foes, Yet Fuchen and this elder were smiling back at one another, showing vague sympathy and kindredness between them. Calmly making his way off the warship, Fuchen stood about several dozen meters away from that elder. Their eyes met from afar, and the air around them stirred restlessly. The wind picked up and raged around them. It's too bad that you've gotten old, so you're still too late. I already found someone with a quasi-dark constitution. I just didn't expect that person to be Xiao Xiao from the Xiao clan. That elder spat with disdain. A distinguished major clan? DGSHD. The degree of darkness in the Xiao clan's only son is so frightening, even you will be chilled. You stupid fool, to think you'd still be protecting the interests of these major clans. Fuchen was slightly surprised. When Radix passed on Xia Fei's message to him that there was a high-grade Dark Soul weapon, Fuchen had already foreseen what was about to happen. It was just that Fuchen was a little taken aback to learn that 7th young Master Xiao was black-hearted enough to control that grade 7 fiend blade. However, very soon, Fuchen smiled knowingly. Honestly, I'm not really that shocked, for I also already met a brat who's truly friendish. Now that's a real friend. Shu Yuha. Fuchen lifted one arm and pointed at that spiritualist standing across from him. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you obtain the devouring soul mark. Don't forget that we, the unrestricted, still aren't extinct, and only those with unrestricted soul spirit marks can be considered the strongest spiritualists in the Alpha universe. Fuchen was quite confident when he said that, as he appeared to be fairly familiar with this spiritualist called Shu Yuha. Fuchen had always maintained a very serious disposition when it came to disputes between spiritualist sections. In his mind, this was not a matter of life and death, but rather a question of which lineage, either the unrestricted or the devouring, was superior. The spiritualist of devouring, who was standing across from Fuchen, pursed his lips in slight disdain, muttering, "What an old and stubborn fool." While the unrestricted are the greatest achievers of energy, the devouring have roots from an ancient darkness lineage, just like this universe, which is pitch black everywhere. Can you even resist? A powerful energy suddenly surged out beside Fuchen, and he appeared to be caught in the heart of a whirlwind. When an apex spiritualist decided to fight to the death, the energy surge from them could be even more terrifyingly powerful compared to the soul practitioners who had devoted themselves to combat. This was a spiritualist. As someone who mastered the purest types of energy, unleashing an attack was of a greater tier than others. At this time, Shu Yuha also began to reveal his strength. Neither had yet to make a move, and the spacious dock they were at was first struck by the violent energy impact. Several warships docked were unable to resist these two great spiritualists' aura and were launched into space. It's simple. If death is what you seek, then I shall grant you your wish today. Shu Yuha shouted. Then the energy all around them suddenly gathered toward this spiritualist of devouring. Of course, he was able to drain others to strengthen himself. Whoosh! A short crossbow, with a dark metallic texture, appeared in Shu Yuha's hands, and a sharp triangular arrow loaded in it. A dark soul weapon. A grade 8 dark soul weapon. Even stronger than that rhombus-shaped gloomscale Xia Fei was currently facing in the Great Hall. It looked like Shu Yuha had truly gotten a handle of the dark spiritualist legacy, having actually succeeded in forging such a high-grade dark soul weapon. Fuchen was unfazed. He brushed a finger lightly across his bracelet to release his very mysterious soul, Wraith. The enemy had pulled out a high-grade dark soul weapon, yet Fuchen had only sent out his immortal soul servant? Could he be intending to take on Shu Yuha's dark soul weapon with just Wraith? Soul weapons existed solely to kill souls, so what Fuchen had done did not seem to be the wisest move. However, the expression on Shu Yuha's face changed drastically the moment the snarling Wraith appeared. He gritted his teeth and hissed, "Well done, Fuchen. To think you actually succeeded in taming that thing. That's a huge taboo to us, spiritualists." Fuchen smiled and barked presumptuously. "I indeed tamed one. What about it?" 2 battles, happening at the same time in 2 different places, and both were highly irregular. Xia Fei had no idea that Fuchen's nurturing of an exclusive soul servant was a great taboo in the spiritualist profession. Shu Yuha used the tabooed dark soul weapon to deal with Fuchen, and Fuchen dealt in kind by using an equally tabooed soul to combat the other. Inside the Great Hall, Xia Fei was also engaged in another battle of prohibition with Xiao Xiao. Fiend Blade versus Fiend Blade. Fiendish Blade Nirvana was impressive. The circular bluegrass blades spun intensely, like violent balls of lightning, and hacked everything around him. The entire hall was caught in Nirvana's wake. Rumble. Xiao Xiao hurriedly blocked this strike with the gloom scale. The two fiend blades clashed, unleashing savage roars akin to those of giant beasts. Whoosh. Xia Fei ran an arc around the periphery of the hall, aiming a stab at Xiao Xiao with the white dragon screech. Nirvana was being controlled by Radix, so there was no need for Xia Fei to divide his attention to it. All he had to do was work on getting close to Xiao Xiao, so that he could kill him. Gloomscale and Xiao Xiao had already merged into one, so as long as Xia Fei could kill the wielder of the blade, the ensuing battle would become much easier. Xia Fei had been lightning quick, but just as his sword's tip was about to reach Xiao Xiao, a figure came stabbing from out of nowhere. This person, who wielded a strange, blood-colored halberd, was able to direct his attack at Xia Fei's waist thanks to his good neural response. Crafty approach. Xia Fei arched an eyebrow and quickly leaped to the side. After evading this attack, Great Soul Eater Kai Kongyan appeared behind Xiao Xiao the next moment, forming an offensive-defensive duo with the latter. Xia Fei slightly shook his head. He had nearly forgotten that the owner of this repair dock, Great Soul Eater Kai Kongyan, was working with Xiao Xiao, so in fact, he was currently up against two opponents. Xiao Xiao, who had undergone a very strange transformation, did not pay any attention to Kai Kongyan, but solely focused on Nirvana, which spun about in the air. Xiao Xiao's body slowly began to get covered in some strange black veins, almost as if someone had tattooed him all over. Indubitably, this was a sign that someone had been dominated by a fiend blade. So no matter what kind of person seventh young master Xiao used to be in the past, at this very moment, he was no more than a puppet, which solely existed for the sake of the fiendish blade, Gloomscale. Give up. We can't beat a dark spiritualist. Kai Kongyan sighed as he flourished his soul weapon in his hand. Xia Fei smiled, the corners of his lips arching into that familiar smirk. Give up? That has never been my style. Huh. Suddenly, Xia Fei carved out another arc as he accelerated. He then reared up like a baseball pitcher and swung out, throwing a small white ball in his hand. As a speedster Xia Fei, he was able to add momentum, like a meteor crashing to the ground, to Furball's charge by employing his maximum strength. Whoa! This holy beast, who had earlier been no match to the fiendish blade, Gloomscale, was finally able to show off what it was made of at this moment. Xiao Xiao had an assistant, and Xia Fei also had a holy beast and a powerful immemorial mystical armament as his helpers. At the same time, the fiendish blade, Nirvana, which was being controlled by Radix, had begun a new round of attacks. Split up. As long as Xiao Xiao and Kai Kongyan split up, Xia Fei would be able to pick them off one by one and vanquish both for good. Furball's speed was no joke, and he was almost faster than light speed. Kai Kongyan had only managed to block with the soul weapon in his hand, but had failed to timely dodge this attack in its entirety. A huge explosion rocked the hall, as Furball sent Kai Kongyan flying away with a headbutt. For some reason, the holy beast already knew plenty of tricks when he came to be, and things like energy decay and energy drain were nothing to it. However, as Furball grew and his level improved, this pet of Xia Fei's had become more and more boorish, rampaging at the drop of a hat. If Xia Fei had known that Furball would be so rash, he would have given him a name more like Warhammer or something. Furball was a little rash and unruly, but no one could deny that this crazy attack he did was unbelievably effective. Boom. Great Soul Eater Kai Kongyan not only flew off upon impact, he even broke layers of metal walls, taking Furball's headbutt. Zing! Another figure appeared in the eternal night sky. Upon careful inspection, it was Kai Kongyan after Xia Fei had headbutted him. He was knocked right into space from the dock. 11 cough dash. Kai Kongyan could only feel a searing pain in his chest, and then he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His war armor was fairly decent, yet now it sported a deep dent right in the middle of the chest plate, which was stabbing Kai Kongyan. From this, it could be seen that Xia Fei and Furball's strength combined could demonstrate such a degree of powerful strength. This moment when Kai Kongyan was in a stupor, a white and azure blur had seared through from behind him. The cerulean blur had come from immemorial, mystical armament peacock blue. After several minutes of recuperation, the tenacious weed had recovered most of its strength. It extended out a long and strong grass blade, which coiled around Kai Kongyan's body. At the same time, Xia Fei came slashing down with the legendary sword, White Dragon Screech, at a speed of million meters per second. Squelch. The blade dug into flesh, then penetrated through Kai Kongyan's heart. A great soul eater of his generation died to the concerted attack of Xia Fei and his helpers, who were all well versed with this style of combat. Unlike Xia Fei's fast-paced battle, Fuchen and Xu Yue's fight was a grand yet silent contest of strength. Both men stood several dozen meters away from one another, neither making a move, for the very air around the two spiritualists had been charged with their powerful aura. Though neither moved, snowflake-like afterimages flew around these two. These were soul weapons. Only God knew just how many soul weapons either man had sent out, which caused them to create this meteor shower amid the star backdrop. The entire expanse of space had become their battlefield. Few spiritualists were like Xia Fei, who had mastered the law of speed and was an expert in close combat. Most of the time, spiritualists competed not by cultivation but by the number and quality of their soul weapons. If a warrior happened to be anywhere near this battlefield of two supreme spiritualists, they would surely be shocked by what they could witness due to two reasons. 1. It took superhuman abilities for someone to wield more than a few dozen of soul weapons together. 2. Each of these soul weapons used was of the highest quality. The price of everything flying about right now might well be worth half a universe. Lo, any exhibition holding soul weapons could not compare to the quality and number of soul weapons being wielded in this battle right now. These two legendary spiritualists had taken out all the treasures they had in store just for this fight. The expression on both men's faces was somber and stern. The two combatants had shut their eyes and were wholly relying on their great mind control to fight this fight. There were dozens of soul weapons out in display, and each of which required separate control, so the amount of concentration both spiritualists had to expend every second could only be astronomical and not less, never mind the energy they needed to keep this going. There was a near imperceptible thread at the back of each soul weapon, and it was through these threads that the spiritualist could control them, transmitting energy from their seventh brain regions right to the soul weapons. There was nothing in this universe that could compare in terms of brutality to a fight to the death between spiritualists. From their equipment to their soul weapons, from their energy reserves to their concentrated strength, the two competed in every avenue possible to their profession. Rumble. This scene, where more than 100 soul weapons belonging to two supreme spiritualists were on full display, was truly hard to describe with words alone. On one hand, Xu Yuha launched a ranged attack with a soul weapon. On the other hand, Fuchen sent forward a soul weapon meant for defense to block this long-range attack. There was no need to mention the disturbing momentum created amid the stars, for this battle was more like two experts playing chess against one another, with their lives on the line for the match's outcome. One wielded heavenly sword, while the other had the dragon-slaying saber. With their level of cultivation, would neither man not have their own set of impressive soul weapons? Based on the balance between soul weapons, the one whose weapons were sturdier and had stronger willpower would emerge victorious. Kai Kongyan is dead, said Fuchen in a deep voice, without opening his eyes. From across, Xu Yuha gritted his teeth and said, "Don't feel happy too soon. I admit that the young man you're with is very capable, but the battle has just begun." Thud. After he said that, Xu Yuha actually sat right down. His hands then began to form strange signs in the air, causing the expression on Fuchen's face to turn more severe. "You actually intend to destroy that soul weapon, thereby ruining Xiao Xiao? That's Xiao Clan's only son. There's no way that they'll ever let you off," exclaimed Fuchen in shock. Xu Yuha let out a crazed laugh, his expression turning ferocious. "Who cares about all that? No matter what, I want you dead today. Anyone who's with you will also perish. Concentrate souls, seal." Xu Yuha bellowed. Something unexpected occurred from far away. "Concentrate souls, seal." Xu Yuha bellowed. At the same time, on another battlefield, a major change was happening to Xiao Xiao and the fiendish blade, Gloomscale. Xia Fei watched as the 2-meter-long, rhombus-shaped fiend blade instantly twisted and became slender. Like an agile snake, it had coiled all over Xiao Xiao's body. A black fog then rose, making it impossible to make out what sort of transformation the fiend blade and Xiao Xiao were undergoing. All he could hear were Xiao Xiao's blood-curdling screams, which could only be pure auditory torture to those nearby. The eyes of Zesser Knight, who was already dumbfounded by what she had witnessed thus far, widened in fear at this development. She had first been shocked by the realization that Xia Fei was Crafty Approach's creator, but she very quickly realized that Crafty Approach was not the only thing Xia Fei had mastery of. Kai Kangyan, a top Great Soul Eater, had accidentally lost his life after being on the receiving end of Xia Fei and his helper's dazzling joint attack. That speed, physical agility, and unstoppable momentum were irrefutable proof of just how formidable Xia Fei was as a warrior. Whoosh! Xia Fei, with already bloodshot eyes, did a beautiful twist in zero gravity, darting about with his feet upon the stars. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, and the legendary sword, White Dragon's Screech, were held aloft in the air. He was like a deity that had descended from the heavens. Kill him, Xia Fei bellowed, and then, just like before, tossed out Nirvana, as if he were throwing a perfect pitch. Xia Fei was not the only one who would look threatening when he sped up. In fact, Furball, Peacock Blue, and Nirvana, who benefited from his speedster persona, would often look several times more threatening whenever he accelerated. A blur from in the sky, 8 million meters per second. Throwing out Nirvana at that speed did not make the weapon just a flying blade, but rather a speed demon. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, sliced through the air. This crazy speed that Radix was experiencing as he controlled Nirvana was so thrilling, he let out a satisfying cry. Even ignoring how sharp the weapon was, just the impact of this weapon when it struck its target could very well shatter the lands and bring ruin to the heavens. Just now, when Xia Fei helped speed up Furball, that little creature directly sent Kai Kangyan flying off the dock and right into space. That was enough to show just how much strength and how great the speed he had exerted. Altogether, it was absolutely frightening. Pew! Nirvana, like a super cannonball, barreled to that mass of black fog. There was no way to tell what happened next because the black fog obscured everything, but the entire repair dock had been pierced through as a result. Nirvana, along with Xiao Xiao, smashed through one metal floor after another, all the way until they reached space. That was a total distance of several hundred kilometers. Anyone still alive had covered their ears as they watched the entire sequence transpire with wide eyes full of horror. Speedsters were truly too frightening. Just tossing a random item while accelerating could result in a meteor strike, which was deadlier than a laser beam. Several seconds later, Nirvana unsteadily returned, the sheen on its blade dim. It seemed to have been injured. Xia Fei could not help but arch an eyebrow. He could see that black fog in the distance had become thicker, so much so that even Xia Fei with his ocular cognition could not make out what transformation was happening inside. Speeding over, Xia Fei stretched his hand and grabbed hold of Nirvana. He then asked gravely, "What happened?" Radix's voice was very sluggish as he uttered with much effort, "I'm not sure. That fiend blade is in the middle of some peculiar transformation with Xiao Xiao even now. When I went into the fog, I savagely stabbed him with Nirvana, but I found myself losing strength before eventually feeling emptied out instead. Fortunately, you threw me with much force, so the momentum helped me bounce out of the fog. I might as well have found myself stuck to that opponent, if not for that. To be honest, it got the feeling that the enemy blade's devouring capabilities are stronger than Nirvana's." Xia Fei was stunned. At first, the two fiendish blades had been evenly matched. Both weapons could devour their target's energy, but neither could absorb the other, and all they could do was clash forcefully. Alas, in the blink of an eye, this had changed. Right now, the fiendish blade, Gloomscale, was capable of draining Nirvana, while Nirvana was helpless against Gloomscale. What could he do about this? Aside from Nirvana, Xia Fei had no means of dealing with the devouring soul weapon. Furball, Peacock Blue, White Dragon's Screech, and even the law of primal chaos were no good. Boom. This was when that mass of black fog in the distance suddenly exploded. The explosion came from within, and as that thick black fog swiftly dissipated, it revealed a very strange form. A human? A weapon? Xia Fei inwardly wondered what he should expect as he gritted his teeth. What he saw next was Xiao Xiao, but the once elegant seventh master had turned into a gruesome monster. He was now completely naked, his entire body covered in black tattoo that no species known to man had ever borne. What made Xiao Xiao look even weirder was that there was a blade snaking all over his body. It made it seem like Gloomscale was alive. It now was tens of meters long and was slowly pulsing about Xiao Xiao's body. It had countless sharp spikes, which were like sharp and narrow spines. Gloomscale has changed forms. Its combat strength is now stronger than ever. At this point, I can no longer differentiate between Xiao Xiao and the Fiend Blade. It appears that both have resulted into this strange amalgamation, where the person is the weapon and the weapon is the person. Radix said, doing his utmost to gather about his senses. Radix had felt the air vacating him following that attack earlier. He even felt his soul dissipating. Fortunately, he managed to replenish himself with Nirvana's energy reserve. Nirvana, which had killed plenty all these years, had accumulated an ocean's worth of energy. As such, though Gloomscale had drained a portion of its energy reserve, it still had plentiful left. Awo, Furball, who apparently despised the monstrosity that Xiao Xiao had become, opened his mouth to shoot out an energy beam. Boom! The white beam shot across the stars and landed right on Xiao Xiao's body. A strange scene unfolded. Gloomscale, which was slowly coiling while pulsing like a python around Xiao Xiao's body, sped up its movement. It was like a black firewheel as it circled about the seventh young master's body. But the moment Furball's beam touched it, Gloomscale shattered bit by bit till it dissipated into motes of light. Ho-ho! Gluttonous devouring. Gloomscale had absorbed Furball's energy attack completely, and it took no more than 2 minutes for it to do so. OMO. Furball's eyes were practically spitting flames from anger. When had this distinguished holy beast Shatterstar ever suffered such a humiliation? Ignoring the fact that his attack had failed, it even ended up being absorbed by the enemy to strengthen itself. How could Furball stand that? Xia Fei placed a hand on Furball's head and said, "Don't be rash. You're an energy type, so a devouring type weapon is your natural enemy." Because it was Xia Fei, Furball no longer howled in anger, but his eyes had almost turned purple. There were not many existences that could suffocate Furball this much, and he could just feel himself on the verge of exploding. Xia Fei knew this as well and decided not to let Furball continue with its attacks. The devouring kind absorbed energy. Forget a normal attack. Even the beast's singular Shatterstar strike might end up being eaten whole by Gloomscale. This was not a matter of Gloomscale being unkillable, but rather of it becoming even stronger by accidentally feeding the Dark Soul weapon too much energy. Sweat slowly pooled in Xia Fei's palms. He could feel the situation becoming trickier by the second as the longer he faced this strange fiend blade. While Xia Fei was caught between a rock and a hard place, Fuchen and Shu Yue's battle had already reached a fevered pitch. It was crazy. Both spiritualists had gone crazy. The number of soul weapons clashing in the air had surpassed the 200 mark at this point. These were 200 top-grade soul weapons. 2 spiritualists with wealth accumulated across their lifetimes. Any item they used would be enough to cause devastation on a galactic scale. With so many soul weapons clashing across this small piece of space, the effect they created far outstripped an army of thousands. It was even more frightening to behold than 10,000 ghosts beating upon the gates of hell. "Bound fiend, devour the world!" Fuchen shouted. Everyone saw as that strange wraith expanded over 1,000 times to become a massive demon that could crush the sea of stars with 1 foot. He was like a devil that had assumed his true form. His 2 ears covered the heavens, like 2 golden spears stuck on his head, while sharp and dinosaur-like bone spur could be seen on his back, and this extended all the way to his sword-like tail. There were 9 teeth on both his upper and lower jaws, like a serrated saw that spanned from heaven to earth. Indubitably, this was no human being. It turned out that Bai Fuchen's exclusive soul servant was not a human to begin with. Who actually knew what type of monster had a form like wraiths? If he wanted to, no one would dare to take a second glance at him. Every time anybody made eye contact with his evil gaze, it would be like a nightmare. 11 roared Dash. Wraith, in his newly enlarged form, promptly spread his two arms and went pouncing on the soul weapons Shu Yuha had unleashed. Dark Soul Break. At this time, Shu Yuha had also howled forcibly, instantaneously picking out a hand crossbow from among his soul weapons. It was none other than that nameless grade 8 dark soul weapon capable of devouring its targets. Whoosh. This was when Wraith went pouncing over, a pitch-black triangular crossbow bolt shooting out. Wraith's size had gotten bigger, so this one lunge of his was rather barbaric, yet no one had expected for that dark soul weapon's triangular arrow to match Wraith's impetus. A short and small force went up against that large and violent brute. Kaboom! A huge explosion then echoed about as countless soul weapons broke. These soul weapons, no longer tethered by the mysterious glowing threads, lost their force as if their lives had been sapped. I'm not a spiritualist of devouring, but my bound fiend can similarly drain you. Again, Fuchin's gray hair floated about, a fierce glare on his face. He had an unrestricted soul spirit mark and knew nothing devouring, but he had managed to obtain Wraith, a devouring fiend. As such, the battlefield had become a lot more chaotic. Shu Yuha had his dark soul weapons, while Fuchin had his soul servant, Wraith. The strength these two wielded were evenly matched. A high-level soul battle had turned into a tragic, soul weapon-destroying fight. Every minute, soul weapons from either side were getting destroyed. This was the treasury either man had accumulated over the course of thousands of years. In order to emerge victorious today, neither man held back as they emptied out their life assets. The fierce battle had no end. Xia Fei barely even had the time to see the frightening scene that Fuchin and Shu Yua's fight had created far out in the stars, for right at this moment, he was in a terrible fix with the fiendish blade, Gloomscale. Due to Gloomscale's rare trait of devouring, Xia Fei had no way of launching a direct attack at it. All he could do was rely on his speed to keep circling about, dodging and evading as he tried to fend off the enemy's crazed assault even for a while. Suddenly, Xia Fei's vision chilled. He swept a cold gaze across the hall and saw that there were still tens of people alive in the surroundings. Because these people possessed high cultivation, they had managed to escape the earlier catastrophe and save themselves from the fiendish blades, Gloomscale's claws. Come with me. Xia Fei accelerated again as he shouted. What for? To kill those people, Xia Fei declared unreasonably, pointing his white dragon screech to the surviving warriors around them. These warriors' tears threatened to roll down their cheeks. As Xia Fei had been fending off the attacks of Gloomscale, these people had mistakenly taken Xia Fei for an ally. But at this time, he had suddenly turned his head over and pointed his blade to them. How ridiculous was that? They were just watching the fight. How had they offended Xia Fei? Right now, I need energy, so I'll be borrowing all your lives. Xia Fei swung White Dragon's screech viciously as he made this unreasonable demand of his. Borrow their lives? Was that even something one could borrow? Zesser was stunned. Then black lines figuratively appeared across her face. Xia Fei's movement technique had mesmerized the girl, but his personality. Xia Fei was Xia Fei. For the sake of survival, he could be a maverick that dared to do anything within his power, even something wicked. He also had no qualms about making enemies out of the entire universe. Kill them all, Xia Fei bellowed. Furball, Peacock Blue, and Nirvana went hurtling toward the warriors who had been hiding in the darkness. Though Radix executed Xia Fei's order, he was ultimately still a nice guy of the Aurora clan, so he had difficulties getting over the fact. That's not good, is it? While we will gain precious energy from killing all these strangers, they're innocent at the end of the day, Radix complained weakly. Though he knew very well just how stubborn Xia Fei could get when he made up his mind on something, and that what he had to say could hardly change Xia Fei's mind, he still voiced his concerns. As warriors, not throwing themselves into battle for the sake of survival and only hoping for me to save them, these people deserve to die. I'm only responsible for myself, and the rest of the universe can die for all I care. That's my law of survival. Xia Fei moved quickly, shouting this as he executed the surrounding people, swiftly reaping away each soul for Nirvana to devour. Energy surged. By no means did these warriors, who could survive Gloomscale's assault, have low cultivation. Each one Xia Fei killed provided Nirvana and him with a great amount of energy. Soon, the dozen or so high-level soul practitioners, including an average spiritualist, had been slain by Xia Fei. Xia Fei's eyes briefly swept past Zesser's face, scaring the little lady into near fainting. Zesser could be deemed as someone whom Xia Fei was acquainted with, yet she could not understand at all the side shown by Xia Fei during this fight. No matter how approachable the man was normally, that was ultimately just one side of him. This was a universe where only the paranoid could survive. Xia Fei had lived till this day precisely because he was far more paranoid than anyone else. Far crazier, too. Rumble, Gloomscale, which had consciousness, froze up for a good while. It initially wanted to attack Xia Fei, but the Dark Soul weapon had not expected him to enact such a crazy action. People had always felt nonplussed over Xia Fei's unconventional acts, and this fiendish blade was no exception. Updates by Calm. Dodging Gloomscale's attack, Xia Fei revealed a rare hint of fervor in his eyes. Zesser, use your Venus of Eternal Night's legacy move, Azure Nebula Waterfall. Xia Fei turned his head and shouted at Zesser. Zephyr was startled but responded with a quick nod of her head. With her current cultivation and given her young age, it would be somewhat dangerous for her to use her clan's strongest soul art. However, Xia Fei did not care about all that. People who wish to survive this situation must pay the price. This was the reasoning behind the saying. One won't survive if they don't go mad. Boom. Raising her two arms, Zesser Knight unleashed rolling black clouds, somewhat mimicking her grandfather's stance. As these black clouds roiled, they covered the starry space in the matter of seconds. Faint, blue lightning scattered within, looking like thunderbolts mixed in the clouds. The darkness of these clouds was fairly thick, and it was impossible for anyone to make out anything from within. It was as if Xia Fei had intentionally sought to introduce darkness to his surroundings. But just what was Xia Fei planning to do in this darkness? In the darkness, Xia Fei tightly gripped Nirvana and, in the next second, completely opened up his seventh brain region. The spirit energy stored inside it then flowed out freely. Every bit passed through his wrist, as he channeled it all to Nirvana. "What are you doing?" exclaimed Radix as color drained from his face. "Staking it all on this question. Is my Nirvana stronger, or is Gloomscale stronger?" Xia Fei shouted, steel resolve in his eyes. A 10-minute journey from Kai Kangyan's repair dock was an Eagle-class Alpha hypercruiser, which hesitantly closed in. "Get closer. I want to know just what is causing these intense energy pulses," Rockchime ordered with knitted eyebrows. After having been chided by both his wife and daughter, Rockchime hurried over to Kai Kangyan's repair dock in a foul mood. It was his plan to intercept Xia Fei and Fuchin here, eliminating the two at one go. This was essentially an example of one being forced to do something beyond their ability. Rockchime had no idea about Xia Fei, but he was more than familiar with the fathomless old monster known as Fuchin. Even Rockchime did not believe that he could fight against that old monster, but he had no choice but to defend his daughter's honor. It was no one's fault but his own that he had such a vicious shrew for a wife. If he performed this task poorly, he feared that there would no longer be any point in him to consider ever returning home. Thus, great spiritualist Rockchime bit the bullet and hurried over, absolutely clueless to the fact that Xia Fei had already caught his scent and had even prepared a counter-scheme for his scheme, which was using the formidable super warship, Silver Spectre, to eradicate Rockchime once and for all while they were in space. Unfortunately, the sudden arrival of dark spiritualist Shu Yuha had disrupted Xia Fei's plan. He and Fuchin had no choice but to take a risk and engage in a fight to the death against Shu Yuha. Rockchime felt something off the moment he got near the repair dock. This was because a death-like aura was filling the space around the region, and the powerful energy pulses he felt caused chills to run down his spine. A smarter man would have already called it quits, but Rockchime, a henpecked husband and father, was unwilling to leave even if it meant his death. All he could do was proceed with caution, hoping to make sense of the situation. The crew in charge of running the ship, of course, felt very afraid. There were also those few soul practitioners on board that Rockchime had called for support at the last minute, but they said nothing about this in light of showing him face. "I'm afraid that this is energy coming from a soul weapon," a soul hunter standing beside Rockchime whispered. "Impossible. I'm a spiritualist, and I'm very familiar with soul weapons. It's impossible to have a soul weapon with so much energy. Continue to get close." Don't stop until our radar detects the energy source. Rockchime insisted. Radar, an electronics device, could be used to detect warships, even the stars, but using such components to make sense of energy pulses emitted by soul weapons was simply not feasible. Logically speaking, Rockchime was a spiritualist, and he had no need for a radar to feel out energy pulses coming from soul weapons. Alas, his eyesight was limited, and even in his wildest dreams, he would not have imagined that Fuchin and Shu Yuha were using more than 200 top-grade soul weapons to cause such powerful energy pulses. "It's coming straight for us," the crew manning the radar yelled. "What's coming?" Rockchime quickly strode over, bringing himself closer to the radar screen. "I'm not sure, but it can't be anything good," the crew member replied nervously. He grew completely restless, constantly looking outside the window. Kaboom! It was too fast. They saw a meteor shower flying over, and Rockchime's warship happened to be squarely in its path. Soul weapons. To think that those are all soul weapons. Shock overwhelmed Rockchime inside. Countless soul weapons weaved together as they flew nearer to his ship. This was an extremely frightening scene to behold, as colorful beams of light, almost as dazzling as a cosmic Big Bang, could be seen streaking past this ship through the window. However, by the time they could make out the flying soul weapons, it was already too late. Fuchin and Shu Yuha had already arrived in front of their ship. Kaboom! Regarding the warship in their path, Fuchin and Shu Yuha acted in unison. These two peak spiritualists waved their hands at the same time, and that warship soon found itself covered in holes before exploding immediately after. This was no more than flying headfirst into disaster. Rockchime had not sprung his ambush on Xia Fei or even gotten close to his target before he found himself at the receiving end of the two supreme spiritualists' rageful attack. Whoosh whoosh! Rockchime and another soul hunter, who went by the name of Two Lumen, managed to escape from this calamity with faces covered in soot. Both fled from the intense flames and escaped into space, staring right at Fuchin and Shu Yuha, who regarded each other from a certain distance. The two saw these two supreme spiritualists' eyes go completely red and swiftly fly across the vast expanse while they threw out attacks at each other. Fuchin lived up to his reputation as the orthodox spiritualist's old monster, with his unfathomable cultivation and insane amount of treasures. After trading blows for a period of time, Fuchin gradually began to hold the upper hand. Even his exclusive soul servant, Wraith, held the advantage as he went up against Shu Yuha's dark soul weapon. Shu Yuha's expression turned severe. There was no way that he could just leave in the middle of a fight, so all he could do was constantly change his position. Alas, as if Fuchin had gone crazy, he refused to let Shu Yuha go no matter what. As such, these two spiritualists battled from somewhere near the repaired dock all the way to Rockchime's location. Scram! Shu Yuha exploded in rage. He threw a palm at Rockchime, sending the dumbfounded man flying with this one move. Fuchin and Shu Yuha were both at their boiling point, so how could either give a damn about Rockchime? This was what being unlucky looked like. Rockchime was no match for Fuchin in the first place. Now that he was in front of two spiritualists, who could both be deemed as old monsters, this was him practically courting death. Fuchin did not say a word, either, and just mentally directed his soul weapon to swat away Rockchime and that soul hunter beside him. Rockchime was practically on the verge of falling apart. He was now actually entertaining the idea of fleeing. Alas, he had accidentally appeared right between Fuchin and Shu Yuha. Countless soul weapons, dancing ferociously, kept flying around him, and soon enough, he became the recipient of an endless sequence of attacks. Send out a soul weapon of his own to protect himself? What a joke! Considering the grade of soul weapons that Fuchin and Shu Yuha owned, nothing Rockchime could ever compare. Whoosh! Fuchin took a sharp breath, and all the soul weapons flying around swiftly retreated, gathering into this lethal cloud beside Fuchin, ready to go at any time. Shu Yuha gritted his teeth and did the same, preparing for an all-out attack. As for the unlucky Rockchime, he was right in the center of it all. Kaboom! Thrilling! An indescribably exciting scene had just unfolded. Hundreds of soul weapons erupted with their strongest attacks. At that moment, the endless sky of stars had lighted up. No! Zessar Knight screamed. Her eyes went wide as her body trembled uncontrollably. As a soul art practitioner, Zesser was more than aware what was happening in the massive darkness. After an initial confusion, the fiendish blade, Gloomscale, rapidly locked onto Zesser's position and then hurtled toward her. "It's over," Zephyr thought to herself. She then desperately thrust her two hands forward in an attempt to release her Azure Nebula waterfall so as to give her a chance at survival. Unfortunately, Gloomscale was simply too fast. It had arrived right in front of Zesser before she knew it. In fact, it was just no more than 2 meters away from her. However, this was also when she heard a beastly howl, and then an even greater force came from the side. Xiao Xiao, Gloomscale's host, was startled just as he reached Zesser and reacted by turning his head toward this incoming attack. A huge bang rang out before Zesser's very eyes. The enormous shockwave created upon impact sent her flying off, and as a result of the attack, this mass of darkness dissipated. When the darkness dispersed, Zesser Knight was shocked to find Xia Fei standing at the center of that explosion just then, holding a strange blade in hand. He pointed it out in the distance, a demonic smirk on his face. Meanwhile, Xiao Xiao and Gloomscale had been sent flying out several kilometers away. The fiendish blade, Nirvana, was no longer that crossblade. Rather, it had transformed into tightly gritted 2 sharp wolf fangs. A dark blue flame was lightly coming out of its body. The wielder of a fiend blade could devour everything under the sky, its traits inherently evil. The only thing that could defeat a fiend blade was an even stronger fiend blade. Xia Fei had gambled amid the darkness, the stakes being his fiendish blade Nirvana successfully advancing in the middle of the battle. As a solitary blade of madness, promoting Nirvana was by no means an easy feat. It had been a really long ago since it last got promoted. It was so far in the past that even Xia Fei could not remember when it had been. Today's fight with Gloomscale had exerted a great pressure on Xia Fei, and this proper fiend blade forged by a spiritualist of devouring was different from Nirvana, with the former being more powerful than the latter in terms of its energy-draining ability. Energy was the foundation to everything, and against an opponent that could drain energy so furiously, Xia Fei had been stuck in a fairly disadvantageous spot for quite some time. The most effective way of eliminating the enemy was to become even stronger than they were. As such, Xia Fei went on a deranged slaughter with all the warriors present and injected the precious spirit energy stored in his 7th brain region to Nirvana, sans a heed to the cost. This finally catalyzed the weapon to undergo a shocking change. His fiend blade had gotten promoted. Rumble. Nirvana, after promotion, had become rather outrageous. A single cut was all it took to send Xiao Xiao and his fiendish blade Gloomscale flying. Looking like tightly gritted wolf's twin fangs, the crossblade had turned into an absolute vampire. The thick and sturdy tooth-shaped blades gleamed with a cruel pale white light. How powerful! Truly very powerful. Zesser Knight, who had witnessed everything happen with her 2 eyes, gasped in shock and awe inwardly. Had it not been for Nirvana appearing in time, she might have already lost her life to Gloomscale. There was a tremendous change to the atmosphere. Not just Nirvana. Even Xia Fei was filled with confidence, a keen killing intent evident in his eyes. This twin-fang blade lashed out. Xia Fei was like this peculiar glow, enveloping Xiao Xiao and the fiendish blade Gloomscale inside its light. He was making countless attacks at every second, a torrential rain of blows coming down on his target. No matter how fiendish a fiendish blade might be, it still required a living being to use it. Perhaps Gloomscale had been really powerful, but the owner of Nirvana was Xia Fei. Be it in the Law Realm or in the Alpha Universe, Xia Fei was absolutely the craziest person wherever he might be. This was a particular point that Gloomscale could not compete against. We're evenly matched. The newly promoted Nirvana is on par with Gloomscale in terms of energy-draining capabilities. Right now, neither weapon can devour the other. Radix observed the situation in Nirvana and reported this. Nirvana was not a soul weapon that had been produced under the precise control of a spiritualist. Rather, Xia Fei had made it purely by accident. Radix, of course, felt very excited when he learned that the weapon could now resist a Grade 7 Dark Soul weapon after its promotion. Farther in space, Fuchin and Shu Yue's battle was also reaching a conclusion. This could be seen as a tragic battle. with two peak spiritualists throwing out everything but the kitchen sink at each other, emptying out their reserves. The area around them only had around 50 to 60 soul weapons flying about at this time, which was a drastic decrease from this fight's craziest point, when more than 200 peak soul weapons had been deployed. Now, barely a quarter of that number was left. "I admit that you're very strong," Shu Yuha said, panting in heavy breaths. Though Fuchin held the upper hand in this fight, he was not having an easy time, either. "Do you mind me asking?" Shu Yuha began through gritted teeth. "Though you may have one today, we, dark spiritualists, will be able to recover in just a handful of days. I'll bet you haven't thought of that. This battle of ours won't change the grand scheme of things at all, and the dark spiritualists can make a comeback eventually. What about you and your orthodox spiritualists, though? Where will you all stand?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Shu Yuha burst into arrogant laughter after saying his piece, leaving Fuchin slightly taken aback and causing his brows to crease. Dark spiritualists, especially the devouring type, were a bunch of maniacs that could forge dark soul weapons. In ages long past, when spiritualists were a dime a dozen in the cosmos, dark spiritualists had had their golden age, too. Alas, because all the other sects had joined hands to resist them, the dark spiritualist lineage had ultimately been cut off, and now there were only a handful of them left alive, and these few included Shu Yuha, Bei Kanjing, and Paxter. At this time, Shu Yuha had suddenly announced that the dark spiritualists would be making a comeback. Fuchin could not help but feel somewhat apprehensive. After all, the dark spiritualists were the mortal enemies of the Spiritualist Association. Just where was this confidence of Shu Yuha coming from? If the other did not have something he could depend on, there would be no reason for Shu Yuha to be so brazen. Rumble. Shu Yuha's words distracted Fuchin for the briefest of seconds, and the former took advantage of this to cause a crazy explosion with a wave of both his arms. Fuchin hurriedly blocked his face with his two hands and, at the same time, ordered his soul weapons to counterattack. But after this explosion, he discovered that Shu Yuha had already disappeared without a trace. He had even taken along all those soul weapons with him. "Oh no! Hurry up and protect Xia Fei!" Fuchin loudly gave the order. Bang bang bang. Xia Fei was now holding the absolute upper hand in the battle, launching rounds after rounds of crazy attacks, giving Xiao Xiao and his fiendish blade Gloomscale no time to breathe. Thankfully, Gloomscale had already merged as one with Xiao Xiao, so no matter where Xia Fei attacked, he would always end up clashing, so he had no way of finishing off 7th Young Master Xiao. All of a sudden, just when Xia Fei was on the offense, something unexpected occurred. No fewer than 20 soul weapons had appeared in space from out of nowhere, and they unleashed a ferocious assault on Xia Fei. Even Xiao Xiao became collateral in this attack, almost as if someone was intending on eliminating both Xia Fei and Xiao Xiao. Crafty approach. Xia Fei's impressive movement technique had once again come in clutch. He beat a hasty retreat, his technique making him illusory like a ghost, forcibly evading and dodging a series of concentrated attacks targeted at him. This was when a figure suddenly appeared beside Xiao Xiao, holding him up with one hand while he stared coldly at Xia Fei. Shu Yuha. No one knew what sort of technique he had used to arrive instantly on Xia Fei's battlefield from Fuchin's side. Even stranger was the fact that he held a violet gold plate, which was inlaid with gems. Aside from the depiction of a dragon and a phoenix dancing in midair, a pyramid-shaped black gem, which gave off an oppressive aura, could be seen on it. Shu Yuha panted heavily as he absorbed the energy from the gem, recovering his constitution. It was evident that his battle with Fuchin just then had taken a toll on him. "You're a spiritualist?" Shu Yuha exclaimed, shocked. As a great spiritualist, Shu Yuha could, of course, see past Xia Fei's disguise and tell at a glance that the young man was actually using spirit energy to battle. Whoosh! Xia Fei went darting out the moment the enemy said those words. This was not the time for Xia Fei to hold a conference, and there was no need for him to answer Shu Yuha's question, for as a warrior born with astute senses, Xia Fei had honed in on the fact that Shu Yuha was in a vulnerable state right now. This opportunity was but for a brief moment only. If Xia Fei gave Shu Yuha time to recover, even for just a few seconds, that would spell doom for him. When it came time to act, it was important for one to strike with decisive precision, and warriors must never let go of even the slightest chance. Bang bang. Furball and the fiendish blade Nirvana, which had been tossed out together by Xia Fei, appeared like two beams of light as they shot to Shu Yuha at high speeds. At the same time, Xia Fei dragged Peacock Blue behind him. This was a joint attack, with all his weapons and techniques mobilized. It must be said that Xia Fei had timed his attack cleverly. A huge battle had just ended, so Shu Yuha was at his weakest point in terms of his physical strength. His entire body was left feeling sore after instantly moving between battlefields. This was exactly when Xia Fei went for a lethal blow without a word. This gave Shu Yuha a big headache, for this incoming concentrated attack was truly fierce. First was Furball, who came hurtling at him like a comet. Shu Yuha had to use his superior neural reaction in order to dodge the holy beast. Second was the fiendish blade, Nirvana. Several soul weapons of Shu Yuha had charged out to block the attack from it, and only then did this twin-fanged fiend blade deviate from its original path, brushing past Shu Yuha's body. As the saying went, one may dodge the first, but they cannot dodge all. If Xia Fei's combination of attacks comprised just two, then he would not be Xia Fei. Whoosh! 13 grass blades of peacock blue came crashing down from the sky like the fingers of a giant hand. The plant-type immemorial mystical armament had the most tenacious will to live. Even though the enemy had many soul weapons, it could not deter Peacock Blue. At worst, it would be injured and have to regrow. Shu Yuha was not a speedster, so there was no way he could be as nimble with his body movement as Xia Fei. As such, all he felt was his vision in front darkening, and the next thing he knew Peacock Blue had appeared before him and was now in the middle of delivering a vicious slap to his body. Rumble. A tremendous attack that could shake the very heavens. Shu Yuha was ultimately an old monster that had lived for tens of thousands of years. He hastily used several soul weapons, as well as one of his arms, and managed to fend off Peacock Blue's attack. Also, he quickly extended that hand holding the black pyramid-shaped gem and aimed it at Xia Fei, who was rushing over with the white dragon screech in hand. Kaboom! Everything had happened so fast it was impossible for anyone to tell just what had exactly transpired in that split second. It seemed that Xia Fei had not even attempted to dodge the shot and had, instead, used White Dragon Screech to cleave Shu Yuha's left hand. Squelch! A broken hand went flying, and Xia Fei was sent rebounding from the ensuing powerful backlash. Again, Xia Fei forcibly steadied himself in the air and accelerated once more. He was heading toward where Shu Yuha had been, a streak of blood trailing from the corner of his mouth. His legendary war armor, Celestial Soul Warning, had been badly battered. It would be a lie to say that Xia Fei was uninjured or that he felt no pain at all. It was just that he was entirely cognizant of one truth. Kill an enemy while they are vulnerable. Right now, Shu Yuha was in a very weak state. This was the only chance for Xia Fei to throw everything at him. If they were to fight a bit later, Shu Yuha would have fully recuperated by then, and even if Xia Fei put his life on the line, he would not be the other's match. Zip! From the moment Xia Fei sent Shu Yuha flying to his subsequent reckless assault, the entire sequence did not last even a second, yet it was in this 1 second that Shu Yuha had once more disappeared from where he was originally standing. Xia Fei came to a halt, his breathing ragged. He then looked over his shoulder and stared right at Wraith in the distance, who was flying over quickly in an attempt to assist Xia Fei. This one stare exerted a huge pressure on Wraith, who turned around and returned to Fuchen's side. Sure enough, he's up to no good. One day, I need to find a chance to kill Fuchen's soul servant. Xia Fei wiped away the blood from his mouth as he muttered under his breath. Is Xia Fei fine? Fuchen asked, incredulous. Not only is he fine, Xia Fei even managed to chop off Shu Yuha's left hand, causing that man to flee, Wraith said in a small voice. At this moment, he was no longer exerting that peculiar aura of his during the earlier fight, and his soul had returned to a normal state. Xia Fei severed Shu Yuha's left hand. Fuchen was astonished. Then what about Xiao Xiao and that fiendish blade? When I got there, Xiao Xiao was at risk of dying. If Shu Yuha hadn't arrived, he might have already perished at Xia Fei's hands, Wraith replied. Fuchen exhaled. He then made his way back to the repair docks while sighing repeatedly. To have fought the battle till everything reached this point, Fuchin had truly not expected this outcome, even in the most optimistic of circumstances. He originally thought that sending Wraith over would allow Xia Fei to hold on until his arrival. But in the end, before Wraith even made it to his side, Xia Fei had already sent Shu Yuha packing. He had even taken a hand off him while he was at it. This was simply a display of overwhelming combat strength. Oh right. When Shu Yuha was using his Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower, Xia Fei's attack had been so fierce, Shu Yuha failed to flee with the gem, and Xia Fei got his hand on it, Wraith said once more after some thought. Fuchin was stunned. With his eyes widening, he found that to be unbelievable. He managed to do that? In the deep, murky expanse of space, the Silver Spectre flew rapidly. Its destination? Guard 83 star system. Only after Fuchin had taken a shower in his room and applied the medication Xia Fei provided for him, did he make his way toward the command deck. Though Fuchin was knowledgeable about food supplements, those were ultimately stuff that conditioned the body. When treating internal injuries, Xia Fei's medication still worked the best, which was why Fuchin did not reject his treatment. Are you still hung up on it? Wraith poked his head out stealthily and asked softly. Fuchin sighed. How could I not? The decline of the unrestricted spiritualists is right before my eyes, so who knows what the situation will be like over the next few days. The fact that Shu Yuha dared to declare the dark spiritualist comeback means that he must have something powerful backing him. After a pause, Fuchin asked out of curiosity, why do you seem like you have something on your mind as well? Wraith replied in a grave voice. Yes. Xia Fei seems to harbor animosity toward me. I think he'll likely look for a chance to eliminate me. Fuchin was first startled, but soon chuckled. Wraith, oh Wraith. What can I say about this? To think you'd actually be afraid of Xia Fei making a move on you. If I must say, that's truly very uncharacteristic of you, based on all the time we've spent together. Wraith ignored his comment. I won't deny it. I've never seen anyone quite like Xia Fei. He's too vicious, and if he really intends to harm me, I'm afraid that it'll only be a matter of time before he does, and when he does, no one will be able to stop him. Why don't you just accept Xia Fei into your sect? If you wish to re-establish the unrestricted again, it won't be enough with just you alone, and it'll be even more impossible with those disciples and sect brothers of yours. You need to inject some fresh blood in it, someone powerful and with great potential as well. Xia Fei fulfills this role perfectly. You saw it for yourself. Even Shu Yuha was driven to desperation by Xia Fei. No one can compare to the combat awareness and craziness he shows toward his enemies. Fuchin smiled as he muttered, You're right. Xia Fei is very special. It's just that, by accepting him into the sect, I'll be sending my sect brothers to their graves. There's no way that Xia Fei will let those people continue living. Wraith remained silent. The issue here was in how Xia Fei dealt with problems. Fuchin, who was sentimental, did not wish to have a fallout with his sect brothers and disciples. Assuming that he went ahead and accepted Xia Fei, someone who would retaliate even for the slightest offense, there was definitely no doubt that he would clash with them. In fact, Xia Fei would not just clash with those people. He would even do everything he could to kill them. He was not someone who could accept his enemies staying alive, so if any foe still existed, he would never stop striving to kill them. Just as he was contemplating this, Fuchin found himself already in the command deck, and here he saw Xia Fei fiddling rather happily with a circular black plate. It was none other than that dark gem gathering spirit tower that Shu Yuha had left behind. Updates by Calm. Fuchin was momentarily stunned and quickly approached to ask, What are you doing? Xia Fei turned around and glanced at Fuchin before happily saying, Shu Yuha left this good stuff when he fled. This is really good and of great use. Fuchin somewhat nervously asked, Do you know what it is? Yeah, Xia Fei nodded and replied. I know what it is and what it does. It's energy. Right now, I'm placing this pyramid-shaped black gem into the Silver Spectre, and after this, I'll never have to worry about the lack of energy when it comes to this warship. Fuchin was stunned after hearing that. The expression he had was strange. Only Xia Fei and his whimsical thoughts could come up with something like using the Dark Gem Spirit Gathering Tower as a warship's energy source. It was an absolute waste of a treasure. Radix, try going at 100% speed. Xia Fei ordered. Okay, watch me go. Radix shouted in the affirmative, piloting the Silver Spectre forward at top speed. The ship gradually began to shudder. The plume created by the propulsion system was even greater than volcanic eruption by at least 1,000-fold. Anyone unaware of the situation and saw this scene would most likely believe that the fume had come from a super warship even larger than the Death Star. No one could imagine that a single cruiser could produce such a sight as it pierced through the silence of space. Yes, not bad. The energy is stable. Increase speed to 105%. I want to see the limit of what this weird energy stone can muster for this ship. Xia Fei continued to order. Warship was one of Xia Fei's interests, and at this moment, he looked nothing like the decisive killer that he was, but rather a somewhat inquisitive individual, who found joy in figuring out how well this high-speed warship could perform. Xia Fei's truly someone hard to fathom. Wraith softly whispered into Fuchen's ear. Command deck. Ever since Xia Fei made the ship mess inaccessible, Fuchen had changed to settling his meals and drinking his tea in the command deck. Fortunately, Xia Fei had not touched Fuchen's room, or else he would be absolutely annoyed to death by the various connecting cables and devices. Xia Fei was also enjoying tea at this time as he sat beside Fuchen. Okay, I'm more or less done with my tests and experiments. Engage the cruise setting and head back as soon as possible, Xia Fei instructed Radix. Turning around, Xia Fei revealed a harmless smile as he asked in a low voice. Your exclusive soul servant isn't normal. Where did you find him? Hiding in Fuchen's bracelet, Wraith felt his heart seize. Sure enough, the topic had very quickly shifted over to him. Wraith could still feel, vividly and hauntingly, the undisguised killing intent Xia Fei had shot at him that time. Xia Fei was different from the average warriors. His killing intent felt even firmer, with no room for negotiations. In fact, it was a feeling that Wraith found somewhat unbearable. Fuchen chuckled. Why? You saw that soul servant of mine. Xia Fei shook his head and spoke honestly. I didn't really get a good look at him because of the distance, and he was in that dark cloud-like state, but I felt the restlessness in his heart. It was almost like what? Fuchen asked. Xia Fei scratched his head and took a sip of tea. Forget it. Since he's your exclusive soul servant, I won't really do anything to him, provided that he doesn't provoke me. Fuchen shook his head. What Xia Fei had just insinuated was as clear as day. He was only letting off Wraith on Fuchen's account, but if a day came when he was no longer around, Xia Fei would not hesitate to extinguish Wraith's soul. Looks like I'll really have to explain Wraith's issue to Xia Fei soon. Fuchen thought to himself. Who was that Shu Yuha anyway? He took Xiao Xiao and that fiendish blade with him, as if both are very important to him. Also, that seventh young master Xiao seems like someone with quite the background. I'm worried that the Xiao clan will eventually seek me for him. Xia Fei changed the topic. Fuchen answered. Shu Yuha represents the dark spiritualists. There are many different spiritualist lineages. For instance, I am an unrestricted, while you are both an unrestricted and a spiritualist of healing. As for Shu Yuha, he's a spiritualist of devouring, just like your fiendish blade. The only difference is that a spiritualist of devouring has the unique ability to forge draining soul weapons, while your nirvana was created by you through sheer luck, making it unconventional. You should already know that after the previous fight. Xia Fei nodded in agreement. Indeed, I more or less have a good grasp of this. Weapons that can drain are very powerful, and they're even anathema to energy types. They're very troublesome to deal with. Even Furball had trouble exerting his full combat strength when pitted against that draining weapon. It'll hardly be beneficial to anyone if soul weapons like that become plentiful, even more so if more warriors start wielding such weapons. Fuchen appeared fairly worried as he expanded on that point. You're right. For those with devouring abilities seek to absorb others to strengthen themselves, enjoying such benefits that others can hardly imagine. Shu Yuha's parting words were his intention to re-establish the dark spiritualist lineage. That's something I don't wish to see happen. The moment dark spiritualists make a comeback, plenty of warriors will be won over to join their side. There aren't enough soul weapons in the Alpha universe to begin with, leaving many warriors out there without one to call their own. Though dark soul weapons are unpredictable and often result in the tragic death of their owners, I'm afraid that that's not enough to deter some people from approaching the dark spiritualists so that they can get their hands on dark soul weapons. If the dark spiritualist lineage becomes the prevailing power, then I'm afraid that they'll be causing yet another tumultuous wave in the universe. Fuchen sighed. Lifting his head, Fuchen unexpectedly found Xia Fei laughing. He had no idea why Xia Fei appeared to be in an extremely cheery mood today, not in the least bit concerned with the dark spiritualists and the potential calamity that they present. What are you laughing about? Fuchen asked, curious. I'm just really happy today. What are you happy for? By my calculations, little Goldie with my news should have arrived in the law realm. What about it? Why are you so happy about that? Fuchen could not understand Xia Fei's thoughts at all. Right now, Xia Fei radiated with pure happiness, completely lacking even a drop of killing intent. Xia Fei scratched his head and commented lightly, "Don't ask so many questions. The point is that it's a good thing, and when it's time, I'll of course tell you about it." Fuchen shrugged. Seeing how excited Xia Fei looked, his heart weighed heavily with doubt. Did Xia Fei perhaps discover the secret behind the dark gem spirit gathering tower? Fuchen frowned as he wondered about this inwardly. An entire universe away, on Earth, the only home that Xia Fei recognized. The care Xia Fei and his quantum holdings had bestowed upon Earth could be considered one of a kind across all universes, known and unknown. In the span of a few years, this once insignificant small rock had become a planet that countless people looked forward to visiting. Forget the Pan-Human Alliance's inhabitants. Even elite warriors from the Law Realm dreamed of taking a trip over to Earth at least once. It could not be helped. After all, Earth had been reconstructed by quantum holdings to the ridiculous point. Aside from retaining its classic atmosphere and natural topographies, the people on the planet practically lived their lives as if they were in heaven. Any pure Earthlings were now even considered of noble birth, able to enjoy the various benefits that quantum holdings provided. From birth till death, they never had to worry about anything. Besides, Earth was Xia Fei's original home, and he was now very famous. Who in the entire universe did not know of Xia Fei's name? In fact, even the gods above would feel envious at the very mention of it. All the warriors from the Law Realm wanted to visit and soak in that deified air. Who knew? Maybe they could become a super war god, who could sweep half the universe in a storm, just like Xia Fei. Hangzhou by the West Lake. Avril and Xiaoyu strolled along a small path by the lakeside. By their side were Avril's father and grandfather. The family had gathered on Earth, saying that they were taking a holiday together, but everyone knew that it was because Avril missed Xia Fei dearly. Seriously, if you can't take it, then stop waiting. That rascal hasn't even sent a single letter after leaving for such a long time. Why are you still waiting for him? Avril's father, Newman, sighed as he asked. You can't keep being ignored like this, Avril's grandfather Ernst chimed in. Our girl, Avril, isn't someone no one will seek after either. Her suitors could line up the streets for 3,000 miles, yet she's happy to keep waiting for Xia Fei. What a waste. Avril was slightly surprised. Her eyes blurred as she stared at the pavement, her 10 slender fingers clasped together restlessly, her entire person absent-minded. Avril was very quiet. She carefully looked around her, taking in this place that Xia Fei was born and had once lived. Avril's father and grandfather had nagged the entire trip here, highlighting all the unfairness Xia Fei had inflicted upon her. They did not mean that Xia Fei was bad for Avril. After all, anyone could see that the man had done plenty of things for her. In fact, even her life had been saved by him. It was just that Xia Fei had too many bad habits, such as always getting into trouble wherever he went and randomly disappearing for long periods of time. Precisely because Xia Fei was always in trouble that he had not much time to accompany Avril. Most of the time, she would be living her life alone, and that was why her father and grandfather had plenty of complaints about him. Xia Fei is someone destined for great things, so how can he always stay by my side? Avril seemed to be in a rather good mood, holding a bag of chestnut candies in her hand and munching on them one by one as she spoke. It's already like this, yet you're still defending him? Avril's father Newman felt crossed. He's the hero of our universe and an undefeatable war god, but so what? You're not getting any younger. You can't just spend the rest of your life always waiting for him to come home. A year or two is fine, but what about a decade? Maybe even decades. Just why must he always make you wait foolishly without any bit of contact from him at all? Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue cheekily from the side. After all their chatter, the two still came back to the issue of marriage. This was something that they had not stopped nagging all these years. Yet Avril had no desire to distract Xia Fei, and so she had never mentioned this to him whenever they were together. Women would wish to get married sooner or later when they got older, and Ernst and Newman had long been ready with their dowry. All of them had been waiting for Xia Fei to mention the word marriage, yet the man went from the Panhuman alliance to the law realm and later returned from it, only to leave the universe entirely. Newman and Ernst felt that there was no sense of safety in Avril being with Xia Fei. There were people who fought, but who else fought so desperately like Xia Fei? It was practically endless. Xiaoyu, someone's fishing over there. Let's take a look. Not wanting to hear her father and grandfather's grumbling anymore, Avril ran off with Xiaoyu in tow. She stood by the lakeside and leaned on the railings with her two hands propping up her head as she contemplated. She was not at all interested in the people fishing nearby. The well-behaved Xiaoyu did not say a word. She knew that it was not that Avril had not thought of all those problems. Rather, she did not wish to become a burden to Xia Fei. Though she would openly say that she did not care about such things, how could any woman just leave it as it was? So many girls had been planning their own big weddings since they were very little. How could Avril be any different? Avril and her family ended their short vacation on Earth and returned to Sunset Villa that very night. Thanks to the existence of the spatial traversal array, traveling across the stars had become very convenient. As Xia Fei's partner, Avril, including her family, naturally had priority when it came to using it. What's going on here? Avril's grandfather Ernst exclaimed in shock. The moment they stepped out of the spatial door, everyone had been rooted to the spot. The villa was completely crowded. There were even many warships in the air, enough to blot out the sky. People they recognized, and some that did not, all swiftly crowded around Avril and her family upon seeing their arrival, saying all sorts of funny words. Congratulations. This is wonderful. I didn't even have the time to change what I'm wearing and hurried here the moment I got the news. The one who had spoken this was Pine Williams, one of the triumvirate of the Panhuman Alliance, a wide grin on his face. What wonderful news is this? Ernst asked, confused. What? You mean you still aren't aware? Then hurry up and come look. In any case, this is joyous news. Avril and her family were all baffled. Anyone of some status in the entire alliance had all gathered on their property. Even more people congregated here than when they organized the Alliance General Assembly. Taking several more steps, they were even more surprised to find that the major figures in charge of maintaining order in this universe had also lined up to receive Avril and company. The one in the forefront was old Demon Oro. Though he had turned into a human after receiving Xia Fei's palm strike, that bold and easy temper of his had not changed one bit. Oro gave Ernst a mighty hug and laughed. I've been waiting for this day to come for a long time. That rascal, Xia Fei, has finally done something reliable. Don't get mad at me when I say this, but I think that your Sunset Villa is too small. The gift that I brought over can't fit here. I think that we should just level the entire venal galaxy. That'll be more befitting of your family's stature. As for the Panhuman Alliance headquarters, they can just move somewhere else. Well, a gift that could only fit after leveling the most important location in the entire alliance, venal galaxy. This was a magnanimity of such grandeur it left the triumvirate of the alliance goggle-eyed. Just who could this person be? To think that they would not have a word in edgewise on the matter. No, there's no need. The villa is big enough for our family to live in. Ernst hurriedly refused while eking out a smile. Avril and Xiaoyu were astonished. They had no idea why. But no matter who they saw today, they all looked at Avril with a very meaningful expression. The kind was filled with utmost respect and reverence. A few more steps forward, and it only got worse. The entire law realm, all those warriors that had cultivation above law god, had all gathered to receive them. Regardless of how little they usually cared for others, they had all sincerely formed two lines at both sides of the road for Avril and her family. The majesty was simply indescribable. Avril and her family were now totally confused. Who had ever seen a grand gesture to this degree? When they reached the top of the hill, Xia Guqing and Hosu, these two eminent founder-tier war gods, stepped forward to greet them. The other founders in the law realm, including the patriarchs of major clans, were also present. The Skywings had even been fully mobilized. Anyone who could come from that clan was here today. Andre from Quantum Holdings, Wulong, and the others, including Moon Song, Qindong, and Mech Race's sentinel goddess Sophie, Phantom, Warstar, Pod. There were truly too many people, and only after they had finally managed to get everyone settled down into the guest hall did Ernst and Newman have the time to stew in their baffledness. They did not know what they had done, for all these people who could be considered part of this universe's upper echelon to have gathered here in their home, as if they had made preparations in advance. Xia Guqing coughed once and said in a serious tone, "Today, I'm here to inform everyone of two things. First, I received word from Xia Fei that beyond the cosmic gate is the Alpha Universe. He's safe and sound. He said that it won't be long before he finds a way to eliminate all the inverse. When that time comes, we will attack from our side and eradicate those evil creatures once and for all." Most people had no idea about this matter, so they nodded in agreement, the slightest killing intent pervading from their eyes. The battle that fateful day had been very dangerous, with the Law Realm losing plenty of its elite warriors. At the mention of there being a possibility of the inverse being totally eradicated, everyone felt very excited and hoped for that day when they could take their revenge on those vile creatures. After a pause, Xia Guqing chuckled. "As for the second matter, it's something Xia Fei entrusted me with, which is to propose formally to Miss Avril." The moment he said that, deafening applause filled the hall. The people outside the hall who were not qualified to enter it had no idea what had just happened, but they also joined in applauding, causing the entire Sunset Villa to erupt in thunderous cheer. Whoosh! Avril's cheeks instantly turned beet red. Even in her dreams, she had never expected that Xia Fei would make such a grand gesture just to seek her hand in marriage. How embarrassing! Avril clutched her face and ran off to her room, which elicited laughter from everyone. Strictly speaking, quite a few ladies present felt jealous. Never mind those women who had once crossed paths with Xia Fei, such as Moon Song, Xiao Yu, Nicole Sawyer, and more. Even the elders from various clans could not help but think of their own ladies who had yet to marry. Who was Xia Fei? There was no way to find another bachelor as eligible as him from all over the Law Realm, or even the universe. There was no need to mention his wealth, which could rival a nation, or that mech army he owned, which could dominate the universe. Just thinking of the entire Titan superwarship fleet was enough to make people's hair stand. There was also the Skywing, a clan in the Law Realm filled with the craziest of crazies, whose influence and power had reached an extreme degree. These were the very same maniacs who could challenge the entire Law Realm with just their clan alone. On top of all these, there was Hosu, a mysterious great spiritualist from the other universe, which made the imagination of all the people here run wild. Only Xia Fei alone had managed to extend his sphere of influence beyond the Law Realm's scope. These elders were willing to exchange their lives if they could ensure that one of their own would be able to marry Xia Fei. Alas, all they could blame was themselves. Why is there no one among my daughters like Avril? This was the thought that all of them could not help entertaining at this time. Are you telling the truth? Avril's grandfather, Ernst, asked after being stunned for a good while. Of course. I bought the engagement gift right here, Xia Guqing said, who then laughed boisterously. Yes, we even brought along our congratulatory present. You can use the radar to have a look. The ships bearing all the congratulatory gifts are all lined up beyond Venal Galaxy, and there are more on the way. That's right. This is major news for our universe and is worth celebrating. The crowd was noisy, making Avril's father and grandfather feel uneasy. Just this afternoon, they talked about how unrighteous Xia Fei was, not allowing Avril to speak up on his behalf. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated Xia Fei's feelings for her. This was when Xia Guqing got up to his feet and made a gesture beseeching everyone to quiet down. Xia Fei said in the letter that, due to some grave matter, he couldn't hurry to make it back to organize this engagement, but he's still hoping that everyone will bear witness to what happens next. Also, he said cough dash. Xia Guqing choked at this point, causing everyone to get more curious. What else did Xia Fei say? Why don't you spill it fast? Everyone hurriedly asked. Xia Guqing somewhat sheepishly rubbed his head and replied, I'm unable to bring myself to say what that rascal, Xia Fei, wanna say, so Guanghai, come and take over. Xia Guanghai continued where Xia Guqing had stopped, imitating Xia Fei's tone as he proclaimed, This is my and Avril's engagement, so we must make this a huge deal. This ought to be done in a grand way that has never been done before, and is impossible to replicate, even in the future. Only that is worthy of my Avril. The entire hall went silent. Xia Fei's words were simple, but they could all tell just how bottomless his love for Avril was. Behind the door was a lone figure, with 2 streaks of tears running down from her eyes. Avril, who could not contain the happiness and excitement that she was feeling, broke into tears. The Silver Spectre, on its return journey. Why did you decide to get engaged at this point? Is this the right moment that you've been waiting for the entire time? After hearing Xia Fei's words, Fuchen could not help but ask this in his puzzlement. He had pestered Xia Fei for quite some time and finally learned why he was so happy, but Fuchen could not understand in the end. He had already previously heard from Xia Fei that matter with Avril, how he had never been able to give her a peaceful life owing to the fact that his life was always in danger and his time was spent dancing with death. This resulted in the matter of their marriage getting postponed time and again. Evidently, Xia Fei's troubles were still as plentiful today as they had been before, so his sudden decision to go ahead and tie the knot with Avril left Fuchen befuddled. Lighting a cheap cigarette, Xia Fei smiled. Everyone has their path to take. When have I ever been able to lead a peaceful life? Even heading to the repair dock to fix my warship resulted in me running into a dark spiritualist's ambush. What is there left to say? Since trouble is ever present in my life, I should just let it come at me. I couldn't possibly remain single all my life because of it. Could I? That would be too unfair to Avril. Fuchen was taken aback, but soon burst out laughing. The hardest thing for a human to do is be conscious of their reality. This is fine, too. At the very least, you ought to leave a descendant behind with Avril. Besides, given your current strength, it doesn't mean that you won't be able to keep her protected, Fuchen said, still chuckling. The two had been sharing a rare moment of joy when Zesser Knight suddenly appeared before them. The lady was the only survivor from the repair dock incident aside from Xia Fei and Fuchen. Even the unlucky rock chime had been taken care of by Shu Yuha and Fuchen combined. As such, Xia Fei brought her aboard the ship, with the intention of escorting her back home. Zesser asked inquisitively, "What is it that got the two of you so elated?" Fuchen pointed to Xia Fei and smiled. "This kid here is getting married." Xia Fei waved his hand. "It's just an engagement. It'll still be quite some time before the actual marriage." Zesser was quite shocked to hear this and felt an inexplicable ache in her heart. In truth, she had not known Xia Fei long, but for some reason, she felt like she had known her for a really long time. This was especially true for the day-to-day Xia Fei. Humorous, unpretentious, carefree, he very easily sowed seeds of trust in others. Of course, Xia Fei was completely different when in fighting mode and would practically turn into a demon each time. "Congratulations, big brother Xia Fei. I'll be sure to give you a wedding gift when I get back. After all, you saved both me and my grandfather's lives," Zesser said absent-mindedly. Xia Fei nodded his head nonchalantly as he said cheekily, "Then I shan't be disrespectful. I've always been someone who doesn't reject any gifts offered to me. It'll be to my benefit regardless of its price." Zesser sighed. The one thing that made it even harder for her to stand was this happy-go-lucky attitude of Xia Fei. In most cases, when a warrior's cultivation improved, the air they put on would be all the more enormous. But Xia Fei did not suffer from this problem. Being around him was never dull and had always been a very interesting experience. It was as the saying went, women love bad boys. Despite Xia Fei's perpetual flippancy, it was this carefree attitude of his that left so many ladies smitten. Seemingly holding plenty of thoughts in her mind, Zesser sat down between Xia Fei and Fuchen and asked, "I prepared some snacks. Would you two be interested in trying some?" She had put all her heart into making these snacks, yet somehow, she simply could not muster the wherewithal to be enthusiastic right now. "We must of course try the snacks that Miss Zesser prepared." Fuchen stroked his beard and chuckled. Zesser got up. She was about to head to the kitchen when the command deck's alarm blared. "It's here. The message we've been waiting for." Xia Fei and Fuchen were startled, the expression on their faces turning somber. "Turn on the screen. Let's see what those people have to say," Xia Fei ordered. Zesser also halted in her footsteps, curious to know just what could matter to Xia Fei and Fuchen so deeply. "BZZT." The screen appeared, and there was only a row of words displayed on it. "A midnight massacre emergency communications," Zesser read softly. Curious, she asked, what organization is this Midnight Massacre? Why have I never heard of it before? Also, that countdown right under it. What does it mean? Fuchin grimaced. The Midnight Massacre should be the new organization name that the Dark Spiritualists came up with. The Dark Spiritualists are making a comeback, and when the counter reaches 0, they shall send a public announcement to the entire Alpha universe. Dark Spiritualists, Zesser ground her teeth. If I must say, as someone from a distinguished clan, this will likely create a huge wave, especially when the Alpha universe's current state is taken into the equation. It was time. The screen immediately changed and an elder with sharp, triangular eyes appeared. His background was a gloomy forest, with light filtering through the leaves, creating this very peculiar and shadowy forest. This person did not say a word, either. All he did was stare at the screen for 3 seconds with an ominous expression, almost as though he intended on letting the other person get a good look at him. Yes, you all guessed it correctly. I'm Ninshatsi, and I'm not dead yet. This elderly man spoke smugly in a hoarse voice. Xia Fei turned to look at Fuchin and saw the latter's eyebrows tightly knitting together, a solemn expression on his face. Not only that, I have something important to announce to everyone. The Dark Spiritualists of the devouring lineage that I represent will be staging a comeback in the Alpha universe. This is an announcement and also a declaration of war. Spiritualists of purity, purple jade, and unrestricted. All of you famous or nameless sects of spiritualist lineages can wait for your death. Ninshatsi's expression turned fierce as he projected his voice. I'll use that line that we used to say in the past. All of you, do your best to kill me, for if I live, none of you shall remain alive. Humph. The collapsed expanse of founders will soon open. We'll see you all then. Ninshatsi was not a man of many words, but every word he spoke was like a sharpened knife, stabbing into each person's heart. It was especially true for his final parting line. If I live, none of you shall remain alive, which was truly brimming with arrogance and ruthlessness. It was proof enough that the old man meant business and was definitely not someone easy to deal with. BZZT. Xia Fei waved his hand, a gesture to get Radix to turn off the screen. He turned around, only to see the expression on Fuchin's face turning frigid, his right hand subconsciously closing into a fist. Just what's the story of that Ninshatsi? He's got quite the appetite there, Xia Fei asked with a chuckle. Before Fuchin could reply, Zesser Knight spoke first. I heard from my grandfather that Ninshatsi has lived for who knows how many generations. Since way back, for as long as he could remember, that man, a peak spiritualist, has been the leader of the Dark Spiritualists. Later, he was reportedly killed via some unknown method and was vaunted among the major forces as a godly individual. Before he died, his parting epitaph had been, if I live, none of you shall remain alive. Now it seems like it's all staged, for Ninshatsi is actually still alive. Fuchin nodded, a silent agreement to Zesser's words. As someone born from a major clan, she was of course a lot more knowledgeable compared to most, so what Zesser Knight knew could already be deemed as precious intel among her peers. Xia Fei sipped his tea nonchalantly, wondering to himself, then what about the collapsed expanse of founders? What did he mean by that place opening soon? Zesser shook her head. That, I have no idea either. From its name, the place sounds like a hidden star region. Fuchin laughed and glanced over at Zesser. This little lady sure knows a lot. The collapsed expanse of founders is indeed a hidden star region. It's a fairly important location to spiritualists. There are plenty of hidden star regions, usually vast regions of space that have no path available because sentient beings need to live in nature, in the Alpha universe. Only every handful of years, when the timing is right, will such places open. Many of those hidden places are located in remote star regions, desolate and barren, but some contain secrets to the origin of life. The collapsed expanse of founders is one such place. It got its name due to the entrance requirement being very high, where only people with founder cultivation, or basically those sole practitioners and spiritualists who have grasped dark energy, can gain entry. If I describe the collapsed expanse of founders in simple terms, it's a fantastical place, which for some reason has plenty of legacies hidden within. Some soul hunters will go in and inexplicably come out as spiritualists, while some spiritualists will go in and return with their seventh brain region sealed up, turning into regular folks. All in all, it's a very weird and mystical star region. Most spirit sects in the Alpha universe have ancestral grandmasters who found legacies left by the ancients in there, thereby prompting the establishment of their sects. At present, spiritualist lineages are gradually thinning, and so everyone has now attached even greater importance to the collapsed expanse of founders. The various clans will all send disciples with the best potential in there without fail, and the spiritualists are of course no exception. Still, the truly high-level spiritualists won't take the risk themselves. After all, they already have very decent cultivation. It would be terrible if their seventh brain regions ended up getting sealed during their visit to the collapsed expanse of founders. Those who usually go are from the younger generation willing to take risks or low-level spiritualists. Xia Fei found it to be a curious thing. It was not rare for a star region to contain legacies. The universe was too old, so there was no telling that place could have been a long-forgotten battlefield where plenty of useful spoils were left behind. It was just that the collapsed expanse of founders had this inexplicable ability to change a person's attributes and even could forcibly close someone's seventh brain region. This was something Xia Fei had never heard of before. Aside from an actual god existing in this universe who came down to perform miracles, how was it possible to change one's attribute just like that? Xia Fei could not help but shake his head. Reality had proven, time and again, that there was never such an existence as a god. Rather, they were simply various groups of experts, whose powers were simply beyond the reach of the common folks that they seemed like gods to them whenever both sides encountered each other. I've always been curious about the seventh brain region. From special abilities and law powers to dark energy now, everything is related to that small region in our brain. Without this seventh brain region, there wouldn't be any warriors. How, then, did this small brain region even come to be? Why is it that some people have it while others don't, have either really wide or very small seventh brain regions? There are also those with brains that have unique attributes, altogether contributing to the mystery of the matter. Xia Fei wondered. Fuchin shrugged helplessly. You're asking me questions I don't have the answers to, but who am I going to ask in return? There are two ultimate questions to this life. First is, what is the universe? How did it come to be? How wide is it? How many are there? Are these universes connected to one another? Second is what you just asked. What even is life? Where did it originate? Where will it lead? Why is it that sapient life forms are so drastically different from one another? Is the seventh brain region something humans innately possess, or is it something that we eventually develop? Are there any answers to such questions? If I had the answers to them, I wouldn't be wasting my time here. Xia Fei got quiet. When he first got to the Alpha universe, Xia Fei thought that he had taken a step closer to the answers to those questions, but reality had proven that he was still as confused as before. Even this old man, Fuchin, was helpless regarding such issues. How could Xia Fei fare any better? His mind raced. Xia Fei contemplated for quite some time before saying, "Did you notice the flaw in Nenshatsi's wording earlier? He said that he's staging a comeback in the Alpha universe. Doesn't that mean that he's left this place before? Did you notice the flaw in Nenshatsi's wording earlier? He said that he's staging a comeback in the Alpha universe. Doesn't that mean that he's left this place before?" Xia Fei went into deep thoughts and then said this. Fuchin nodded. That's a very likely possibility. The existence of our universe itself is already beyond common sense, and countless cosmic gates connect each of these universes. Some of the gates aren't entirely secure. Take, for example, your case. Didn't you come from another universe? There's also Aquamarine. She's yet another individual from a different universe that we from the Alpha universe have no knowledge of. In any case, this time, Nenshatsi must have powerful backing, or else there's no way he could make that vow to restore the dark spiritualist glory with much confidence, not to mention their plan to challenge the collapsed expanse of founders. After all, the moment that place opens, every force will move, so without powerful backing, even their very survival won't be guaranteed in the face of universal opposition. What more of launching an assault to that strange star region? Xia Fei smiled and spat out a smoke ring. The collapsed expanse of founders. What a mysterious-sounding name. It seems to be a very interesting place. Fuchin was startled and soon asked, Xia Fei, you're not thinking of crashing the party, are you? Honestly, while the Aurora clan is fairly prestigious, It won't be easy for it to gain entry to the collapsed expanse of founders. It'll, more or less, depend on the whims of Chaos Society's higher-ups. You, meanwhile, are a spiritualist of healing. As long as you reveal this identity of yours, you'll surely earn your rightful place in the Alpha universe. There's no need for you to take the risk. Fuchin regarded Xia Fei with a complex look before saying, a seventh brain region with 200% openness. It's rare even among the exceptionally talented cultivators and practitioners. This shows that your talent is already as high as the heavens. If you end up losing it all, turning into a regular folk, it'll be too late for you to regret it. Fuchin's words were heavy with concern, yet Xia Fei responded breezily with a shrug. It's not me who'll decide if I should go. Rather, it's whether the trip will be worthwhile or not. It's not as if you didn't know of my belief in the price theory. I'm willing to take any amount of risk, provided that the benefits are worth it. Of course, I have a few things I must take care of before attending to this matter. First things first, I need to establish the Aurora Clan's academy as soon as possible. I really can't stand those Mr. Nice Guys being bullied daily. No matter how one puts it, they're still family at the end of the day. There's also the inverse. I need to wipe them from the face of the star maps. You want their golden eyes, while I want to provide a safe environment to my old home. Being eyed with much malevolence isn't the solution. Besides all the things I just mentioned, I must take precautions against Orchid Chime and her family. I looked up information about that woman, and the recently widowed Mrs. Chime isn't just anyone. Her son-in-law died at my hands, while her husband was killed by you. We basically took 2 lives from them when all's said and done. No doubt their family won't give up on cutting off our heads. Fuchin froze slightly and grumbled in dissatisfaction. How was I to know that Rock Chime would show up at that time? He could only blame his bad luck, getting in the middle as Shu Yuha and I were fighting. He's ineligible to cry injustice when he died that way at our hands. Xia Fei quipped. I almost forgot about Shu Yuha. The dark spiritualists may be assaulting the collapsed expanse of founders, but that doesn't mean that they won't try to deal with us anytime. I must guard against their possible attack, too. Man, what bad luck. To think trouble would come knocking at my door. Fuchin sighed. They'll be coming for you, that's for sure. As for me, I'm an innocent party that has been implicated because of your crazy actions. Xia Fei laughed as he asked cheekily, what? Are you starting to regret having met me now? I've long been regretting it. You twerp, you're nothing more than an evildoer. Following this exchange, Xia Fei, Fuchin, and Zesser Knight all could not help but share a laugh together. This was one of Xia Fei's talents. What was originally a rather tense atmosphere had been significantly eased by him. At the Aurora Clan's headquarters on Guard 83, a planet located in one of the Alpha Universe's core star regions. Halfway to their trip back, Xia Fei sent off Zesser Knight. He had not spared the Venus of Eternal Night's young lady much thought, and was even a little curt with her during their time together on board the Silver Spectre. As per his modus operandi, Xia Fei warned Zesser against revealing his secrets to others and committing any forms or acts of betrayal. Toward that end, Zesser was completely helpless. This was because Xia Fei had only ever viewed her as someone expendable. Alas, the less he cared about her, the more interested in him she became. She felt indignant. Just what rights did Xia Fei have to treat her so poorly? This was a question that many women had asked themselves time and again. It could not be helped. This was just how Xia Fei was wired. He had never been the sort to humble himself before the fairer sex. When it was time for him to act, he had no qualms on doing anything, even if it was to kill others, regardless of their sex and beauty or lack thereof. It was the one thing that men who only thought with their loins could never imitate. Guard 83 was bustling as always, looking hardly any different from before, but as soon as Xia Fei arrived in the Aurora Clan's external compound, the great pressure of a coming storm suddenly weighed on him. Why are there so many people out and about? Xia Fei wondered as he continued forward without breaking his pace. His trip to and from Aquamarine's lair took a dozen days or so, and at this time, the compound was practically overcrowded. He had no idea what had caused every young descendant of the Aurora clan to come. There were even some seniors with heads full of white hair among them. Just as he was wondering about this, wistful Northgaze came walking toward him from afar. He motioned for Xia Fei to join him in a quiet room, and when the latter entered, the former said, The external compound is already at maximum capacity. I'm aware that you don't like staying in the old mansion, so I arranged for you a new lodging on the city outskirts. Though it's smaller compared to your room here, it's rather quiet there. Xia Fei nodded. I don't really mind where I stay. By the way, why does it seem like everyone is suddenly so interested in the academy? I had a look around. There appears to be tens of thousands of people present. Wistful North Gaze waved his hand. More than that. In total, there are 123,177 people, and that's only after our patriarch carefully filtered the people. The reasoning behind this is very simple. Your academy has promised to give people soul weapons if they pass. Who doesn't want to own a soul weapon? Naturally, the Aurora clan is no exception. You probably already know about the dark spiritualists making a comeback, and how they're on their way to the collapsed expanse of founders. It's a sign that the Alpha universe will soon enter a chaotic period. Right now, every organization and clan throughout the Alpha universe is gearing up for it. Though we are a Tier 2 clan according to Chaos Society's latest clan evaluation, our ranking is enough for us to receive soul weapons from the Spiritualist Association, and we'll be going there in a few days' time. Alas, while we can get a slice of the pie, it's no more than a drop in the bucket. The Patriarch and I discussed it, and we decided to call over all our clan's promising youngsters. Adding those who were willing to join, we ended up causing the situation at hand. We're sorry for making things difficult for you. We don't know how many soul weapons you can obtain from your master, but if possible, please set aside some for the clan's reserve. Xia Fei's great-grandfather, Wistful North Gaze, made this somewhat solemn request. Xia Fei frowned. Naturally, he was the spiritualist in question. If he did not stick to forging only high-grade soul weapons, making common soul weapons as well, it should be fairly doable for him to provide everyone a soul weapon. But the problem was he did not have much spirit energy. Previously in that intense battle, to induce his fiendish blades, Nirvana's promotion, Xia Fei had used up a large amount of spirit energy, and now he only had 120 standard units left in his 7th brain region. How could he forge several tens of thousands of soul weapons with only that much? Besides, even if Xia Fei had the intention to do that, he lacked the necessary mental strength, so accomplishing would definitely exhaust him to death. Soul weapons were like guns in the hands of warriors. At this moment, Xia Fei had finally understood just how terrible the Aurora clan's current state. There were so many clansmen, yet none of them had a soul weapon. Thinking up to this, Xia Fei stated, "Don't panic just yet. I'll, of course, do my best to help the clan, but I'll have to discuss this with my master first." Wistful North Gaze nodded. "We'll have to trouble you with this matter. On another note, the Patriarch wants you to represent us when our clan receives soul weapons from the Spiritualist Association. After all, you have a spiritualist for a master, while the others in the clan are absolutely clueless about this field. It's because we lack the eye that we've been losing out a lot." This was a problem. Xia Fei and Fuchen's relationship was unusual. The Spiritualist Association happened to be what Fuchen hated most. If Xia Fei made the rash decision of going, Fuchen might feel unhappy. He was already aware of the man's feelings toward the old monsters in the spiritualist circle, and there were still many things Xia Fei would have to rely on Fuchen in the future, so it would be unwise to offend him. However, the Spiritualist Association had always been a huge temptation to Xia Fei. Being able to interact with countless spiritualists was surely better than Xia Fei progressing behind closed doors. "I'll need to talk about this with my master, too," Xia Fei said after giving the matter some thought. "Of course, it's important to show respect to your master. This is our Aurora clan's practice as well." People who were too kind-hearted tended to be very long-winded. Xia Fei's comment to defer this decision actually got mistaken by Wistful North Gaze as a show of respect to his master, eliciting verbose compliments from the old man. How was Wistful North Gaze to know that Xia Fei's stomach had been doing flips at the moment? Hearing such universal truths annoyed Xia Fei to no end, so he quickly found an excuse to escape from hearing anymore. He took some time to pay Iron Tiger and his comrades a visit, instructing them to start preparatory work, make sense of what these people were made of, and, more importantly, identify if they had hearts of steel, which were suited for combat. As for those people who were too soft-hearted, it was better to send them back home sooner rather than later. After he was done with his instructions, Xia Fei left to go see Fuchen and relayed to him the Aurora clan's current situation. That's really quite a problem. Equipping the entire Aurora clan. Even I can't do that, much less you. The lowest requisite to forge a soul weapon is 3 spirit energy standard units. How many tens of thousands of spirit energy would that be? It's impossible. No one can obtain that much energy all at once. Besides, forging so many soul weapons at one go will require hundreds of spiritualists working day and night. There's just you alone. Even if you exhaust yourself to death in the process, you still won't be able to complete that many soul weapons. Old Fuchin waved his hand dismissively. As for you representing the clan during its visit to the Spiritualist Association, I don't really have an opinion. It's good for you to see more of the Alpha universe, for you can at least eventually understand the spiritualists that now populate it and the state that they're currently in. Xia Fei smiled. I'm glad that you're not against me taking a look at the Spiritualist Association. As for the requirement to forge a soul weapon, I do have a solution. What solution? Fuchin asked, curious. Since we can't forge that many soul weapons, let's just steal. Xia Fei shrugged as he said this matter-of-factly. Cough dash. Fuchin nearly collapsed to the ground. Steal? How was that a solution? The next day, Xia Fei secretly went to the Heavenly Treasure Firm and sought Suzu treasure. When that was done, he took a token from the Aurora clan without resting first and headed straight to the rendezvous point that Chaos Society had set, Ibis Galaxy. All the clans that had qualified to receive soul weapons sent representatives to the local sites of the Spiritualist Association to pick up those. Ibis Galaxy, one of the 4 major bases of the Spiritualist Association. The Silver Spectre did not choose to land at the main spaceport, but at an alternate, desolate spaceport instead. This was all because of the Silver Spectre's too odd frame, which could easily attract people's attention. Also, as it was not convenient for old Fuchin to show his face around here, they needed to keep a low profile and maintain their distance from others. Xia Fei put fur ball in his bosom, got up, and moved to disembark from the ship, only for Fuchin to stop him with a wave of his hand before handing him a card with a sunflower print. What's this? Xia Fei inquired. Something that will help you move about freely in the Spiritualist Association. With this free pass, you won't be restricted and will have free access to the various rooms and compounds of the association. You also won't have problems calling up data and participating in transactions. Right now, your identity is that of a guest, someone from Chaos Society. After you enter, you'll be subjected to many heavy restrictions. I doubt that you're the sort to enjoy being watched like a hawk, or are you? Asked Fuchin softly. Xia Fei was surprised. There's something so useful? You mean to say that I won't be restricted once I have this card, and will be treated no differently from other spiritualists, able to come and go as I please? Fuchin knitted his eyebrows together. I'm starting to have regrets when you put it that way. Given your personality, who knows what shenanigans you might end up getting into? Remember, what I just gave you is for emergency use only. Please don't go in there and cause trouble for no reason. Aside from that, I have another request. Go to a place on my behalf and take back something. I just sent the general details for that to your terminal. Remember, don't go through those doors without any guards or signs. Any place with a sign on the door or manned by guards is part of public space. The rest are private areas. Even I can't save you if you end up provoking any old monster of the association. Xia Fei chuckled. Don't worry, I know my limits. My main goal this time is to browse through the Spiritualist Association's database, nothing else. I shouldn't run into any trouble. Your words aren't necessarily reassuring. Fuchin pursed his lips as he muttered this under his breath. Chaos Society's branch office in this galaxy was only a street away from the Spiritualist Association's agency. Xia Fei first compared the 2 places visually before entering them. Chaos Society looked luxurious from the outside, while the Spiritualist Association actually appeared a lot more somber, with plenty of trees obscuring it from public view. No one from the outside could sneak a peek inside at all. The silence pervading the place made people feel uneasy. Comparing the two, the former was like a nouveau riche, flaunting its wealth and power, while the Spiritualist Association was like a dragon in hibernation, its might hidden amid the unnerving silence. Not many people were about, just 100 or so, but Xia Fei could not recognize even a single face among them. The Spiritualist Association was of course no market, so though they agreed to give Chaos Society a batch of soul weapons, they had set very strict rules for it. Not letting too many people in at any one time was among the many rules they had imposed. The two representatives from the Spiritualist Association slowly droned away all these rules, not allowing this or that, and only leading these various clan representatives into the Spiritualist Association after they had rattled through them. Xia Fei, how could it be you? Tong Jinliang had been chatting with someone under a giant tree's shade when he spied Xia Fei among the entourage. He immediately made his way over and gave Xia Fei a warm greeting. Well, wasn't it because we scored 100 points in Chaos Society's evaluation? This time, I'm here to represent my clan in getting soul weapons from the association. Xia Fei replied with a slight smile. I see that the esteemed elder is carefree, able to come and go at a place like the Spiritualist Association as you please. The guards searched my person several times when I entered the compound. Those people even nearly confiscated my little pet. Tong Jinliang laughed. It's only natural for the Spiritualist Association to bar the rabble from coming in. Honestly, even I got searched through when I entered the place. It's fortunate that I have a few old friends in the association, so I managed to obtain permission, though barely, and can move freely within the premises. Tong Jinliang felt rather pleased with himself when he said that, as though having a card, which let one entry the Spiritualist Association's grounds, was something to be proud of. I wonder till what level of restriction this card Fuchin gave can get me past, Xia Fei thought to himself. The people around all felt shocked to find Xia Fei chatting with Tong Jinliang, and hushed conversations started among them. Isn't that Tongshin Pavilion's owner, Tong Jinliang, the great collector known for hoarding more than 1 million soul weapons? That is him, all right. He seems so familiar with that young man. Does anyone know which clan that kid belongs to? I'm not sure, but I wouldn't even realize he's there if you didn't point it out. He's like a ghost that has suddenly appeared from nowhere. Still, anyone who can be so casual with Tong Jinliang is no ordinary person. They probably share a special connection. As the crowd whispered to one another, their impression of Xia Fei rose. People who knew Tong Jinliang all stepped forward to greet him, only to be absent-mindedly waved away. These people were all the Alpha Universe's Tier 2 clan representatives, and in Tong Jinliang's eyes, they were hardly as important as Xia Fei. After all, this young man had a great spiritualist master, someone who possessed rare healing-type soul weapons. I don't have anything on right now. Why don't I accompany you inside to look around? Although this is the Spiritualist Association, the soul weapons here are inevitably assorted. It's a must for you to choose carefully, Tong Jinliang offered courteously. Xia Fei did not mind. The esteemed elder's offer is of course something I can't refuse. Let's go in together, then. Tong Jinliang, a man of stature, was naturally easily recognized by the Spiritualist Association's staff, who had been sent over to assist them. As such, Xia Fei and Tong Jinliang very easily entered the place together. Passing across a stone bridge by a man-made river, their group arrived at a tranquil 3-story building. The place, which had a retro style, hardly took up much space. Everyone, this here is the holographic simulation hall. You can pick any of the soul weapons inside, with each of them having a separate price. There's no need for any of you to go to the second floor, since no one can afford the items there with the little points you received. Browsing the selections on the first floor will do. The man with the little mustache that led the way drawled. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Having been closely watched the entire way in, he felt that he was following a tour group, taking in the sights. Since he had agreed to retrieve an item for Fuchin, Xia Fei had no intention of wasting that pass at all. This trip could only be considered worthwhile if he managed to access the Spiritualist Association's database. I'll need to find a chance to slip away no matter what. Xia Fei made a mental note. Entering the hall, Xia Fei discovered that the place was a lot bigger than it looked from the outside. There were over 1,000 simulation cabins, as well as a lounge, a restaurant, and even a library inside. It looked like a fairly pedestrian building from the outside, but its interior was actually very lavish. Everyone could not help but gasp in awe at the splendor and wealth of the Spiritualist Association. Tong Jinliang felt fairly enthused. As he was very familiar with many things related to the Spiritualist Association, he was more than happy to explain everything to Xia Fei. While Chaos Society said that every Tier 2 clan can get a batch of soul weapons this time, that's not exactly the whole truth, because every soul weapon taken here will cost one some points. Using 100 points, One may be able to redeem a few soul weapons of the lowest quality, but if they're seeking something of a higher grade, they'll have to pay more. They might even be unable to get one with only 100 points, Tong Jinliang said with a shrug. Tong Jinliang swiftly leaned into Xia Fei's ear and whispered, "If you're willing to give me a healing-type soul weapon, I can then give some of my points to you, allowing you to use them freely. I'll have you know that points aren't just something that you can use to exchange for soul weapons alone." Xia Fei shook his head firmly. "I'm sorry, but I really don't have any more." Seeing how decisively Xia Fei had rejected his offer, Tong Jinliang could only sigh. He sat beside Xia Fei and pointed to the card reader on the table, saying, "Insert that card they gave you and you can begin. Everything will be done in the holographic simulation." Xia Fei took out a gray card. Tong Jinliang gave it a glance and said, "A temporary ID, for one-time use only. The card will be rendered useless after use. I have a special visitor card from the Spiritualist Association, and the permissions, points I have can't be compared." With that said, Tong Jinliang pulled out his card. It was green in color. Xia Fei knitted his eyebrows. Tong Jinliang was considered to be rather significant. Because of his hobby collecting soul weapons, he would often come and go around the Spiritualist Association. If his card were green, it made Xia Fei wonder the difference in permissions he would have with Fuchin's that golden card. Clack. Wearing the simulation helmet, Xia Fei was immediately brought to a mystical setting. What made Xia Fei unhappy was that, even inside the simulation, those people were still being very rude, constantly telling him to make his selection quickly and leave the place immediately. Tong Jinliang grew quiet, too. He waved the card he had in his hand once more, intentionally. This old man had quite the serious obsession with soul weapons, and the 2 healing-type soul weapons he got from Xia Fei was not enough for him, and he was still eager to get more. Unfortunately, Xia Fei ignored Tong Jinliang, minding his own business as he went browsing the selections in the simulation. The Spiritualist Association lived up to its name, as the catalog they allowed visitors to look through numbered well in the tens of thousands. Standing among these was like stepping into an ocean of soul weapons, a dazzling spectacle that people would have trouble taking all in. Someone would even be unable to examine all these soul weapons once, even if they were given several days to do so. Every soul weapon that Xia Fei selected to view, the system would proceed to create a holographic simulation of, allowing him to very easily understand the grade and attributes it had. Just that these soul weapons were often expensive, and the acquisition of each required several tens of points, with even some reaching 100 points. The simulation setting was like an ancient maze. It had countless corridors to stroll through. A holographic image of a soul weapon was placed every meter or so, and the more than 100 people very quickly spread out, disappearing into the complex and winding corridors around. Aside from viewing several soul weapons at the beginning, Xia Fei did not bother checking them anymore. His speed was fast, and he kept running through the corridors, almost as if none of these soul weapons interested him at all. Xia Fei had no idea that the place that they were visiting was jokingly called the garbage dump by the people of the Spiritualist Association. Every failed soul weapon, or weapons that had failed to meet requirements, was all gathered here and was exclusively sold to scam the layman after beautifully packaging them. Every year, there were simply too many who would beg their ancestors to come and search for soul weapons here. And Xia Fei felt that all the soul weapons he had seen thus far were no different from products made from an industrial assembly line. There was nothing unique about them, and would at most have a slight change in appearance. The usually picky Xia Fei was of course not interested in any of these triflings. "Nothing caught your eye, eh?" Tong Jinliang asked. Xia Fei shook his head, wordless. Tong Jinliang nodded as he quietly thought to himself, "He's the disciple of a spiritualist. All right. Able to tell at a glance that everything here is just crap that is more form over function. I'm curious to see just what items he'll end up picking out in this dump." All of a sudden, Xia Fei came to a halt. There was a look of puzzlement in his eyes. All of a sudden, Xia Fei came to a halt. He stared at a rather fancy flute on his right. This flute had 3 segments, and each segment had a different color, namely red, white, and blue respectively. Honestly, this flute hardly looked like a soul weapon and more like a little plaything that a beggar on the streets would play to cajole passers-by. If those soul weapons from before had no powerful aura, then this flute generated even weaker fluctuations. It could very easily be overlooked by anyone passing by. Tong Jinliang, who had also worn a simulation helmet, was browsing through space with Xia Fei. Upon seeing that a soul weapon had caught his eye, Tong Jinliang quickly hurried over to take a look. An auditory soul weapon? What? Did this thing catch your eye? Tong Jinliang asked, curious. Among all the types of soul weapons out there, the auditory sort was a bit more unique. A low-grade auditory soul weapon hardly had any combat value, for sound was the hardest to locate. Given how sound could travel in any direction, an auditory soul weapon's grade would be deemed low if its attack range was too broad or imprecise, for it meant that the auditory soul weapon's lethality was fairly weak. Auditory soul weapons, which could normally reach grade 6 at most, would be viewed as powerful killer weapons only if they achieve precision. At this point, soul sound could make a warrior, who came under its influence, dance erratically, able to kill with pinpoint accuracy or affect a large area, becoming a hard-to-come-by existence. As for soul weapons below grade 6, they were simply no more than children's toys and could barely pose a threat to enemies. This flute that Xia Fei was interested in was called Nocturne. While the name sounded impressive, the item unfortunately did not even reach grade 1. It must have been used as practice by some novice spiritualist. In fact, calling it a 0.5 grade soul weapon could already be considered a compliment. Xia Fei shrugged as he commented nonchalantly. The color coordination, red, white, and blue, of this flute is rather nice. It has a rather refreshing appearance. Cough. Tong Jinliang was nearly left sputtering. He eyed Xia Fei slyly. To think that even color coordination could become a reason for the other's choice in soul weapon. Tong Jinliang had serious doubts if Xia Fei was truly a spiritualist disciple after he heard that. At this moment, Xia Fei had turned around and headed forward. It was almost as if that auditory-type soul weapon was just a small interlude, which he hardly paid much attention to. This was all just to show Xia Fei was performing for Tong Jinliang, though, in actual fact, thoughts were already churning wildly deep inside him. Just what was so strange about that flute? Radix asked, curious. Having followed Xia Fei for such a long time, Radix of course knew his personality well. The rule of keeping his thoughts hidden was not empty talk. The more Xia Fei cared about something, the more he would do what he could to hide it. Its aura is different. Aura. Radix was taken aback. That's right. That flute gave me the feeling of a big-tailed wolf. It's pretending to be a rabbit, appearing harmless, yet something truly sinister actually lies hidden within, said Xia Fei sternly. Radix mulled over what Xia Fei had said and soon came to a resolve. I believe you because you yourself are a big-tailed wolf, which always pretends to be very weak. That must be why you have a far greater comprehension toward other things and their pretensions. This was by no means too great an exaggeration, but Xia Fei did not really care about such things. His keen senses and superhuman analytical thinking noticed that none of the tens of thousands of soul weapons was as weak as Nocturne, and that in itself became a sort of loophole. Like taking a test, no matter how well someone studied, achieving full marks was still a tall task. Conversely, it took a really amazing person to achieve 0. With so many multiple-choice questions, even someone blindfolded could have guessed 1 or 2 rights, no? Thinking in reverse, to make a soul weapon as terrible as Nocturne, only 2 kinds of people could achieve it: a complete fool or a certified master. Having discovered these secrets, Xia Fei no longer had the mind to keep wandering about. There were simply too many trash soul weapons in this rubbish dump. As such, after walking around the area, Xia Fei found himself feeling slightly disgusted. He randomly picked 7 soul weapons and exited the simulation. Of course, Nocturne was among the 7, except that Xia Fei had acted rather well. The time he spent stopping at the other 6 soul weapons was much longer, so Tong Jinliang did not even suspect that the one Xia Fei was most interested in was actually that 3-colored flute. Xia Fei completed the exchange procedure at the front desk and got a container to store in his chosen soul weapons. The staff seemed to know that all 7 were garbage, so they did not even spare the soul weapons a glance before tossing everything to Xia Fei. Instead, it was Tong Jinliang by his side who had stolen a few glances, but it was not hard to tell from his expression that he felt rather disappointed with the choices Xia Fei had made. If it were me, I might not have picked out anything better from that dump. After all, There's nothing good there to begin with, Tong Jinliang thought to himself. Blinking a few times, Tong Jinliang spoke. 7 soul weapons are a bit too few. I have some points from the Spiritualist Association. Why don't I give you these so that you can pick out a few more, bring back about 20 or so, enough that you won't lose face. Tong Jinliang could feel his heart hurting as he said this. Everyone knew just how precious these points from the Spiritualist Association were. He was not a spiritualist, either, so he must have begged and pleaded to get these points. However, Tong Jinliang felt that it was worthwhile to trade in these points for favorability with Xia Fei. When it came to gifts, Xia Fei was never the sort to reject any. He happily agreed readily to Tong Jinliang's offer, and so the old man transferred 200 points over to his temporary ID. According to the rules, you can stay here until it gets dark. You have quite a lot of time now, so aside from exchanging soul weapons, you can also browse some basic information regarding the Spiritualist Association. Since we're here, there's no sense in rushing. Let's go look around for a bit, Tong Jinliang advised sagely. Tong Jinliang mentioned he had other business to attend to, and so he departed for somewhere else. Xia Fei fiddled with the card he had in his hand. Checking his surroundings, he saw that the others were still busy picking the items they needed. Such was human nature. When faced with plenty of choices, people would often be at a loss. It was a very eye-opening experience to see tens of thousands of soul weapons here, so no one showed any intention of leaving. After some thought, Xia Fei pretended to be nonchalant as he strolled into the tea room and brewed himself a cup of tea. Inside was where he proceeded to open that box. He retrieved the flute, Nocturne, and carefully examined it. "How is it?" asked Radix anxiously. "It's as I suspected. There's this mysterious pressure the moment I hold it in my hand, almost as if something is intentionally suppressing the soul weapon's aura. This is not the place, so it'll have to wait till later when we get back for me to study it more. It also has some strange patterns, which didn't appear using the holographic simulation." Xia Fei had taken a few minutes to inspect the flute before storing Nocturne away. Aside from the 3 colors on the flute, a subtle pattern had been etched across every color. Xia Fei needed to observe it personally before he could see this, and the discovery only increased his interest in the flute. That was how unique it was. Xia Fei darted into a restroom and used an open window inside to take off after looking around and feeling assured that there was no surveillance device or anybody present. "Let's go to where Fuchin said and help him retrieve what he wants," Xia Fei whispered to Radix. Speed, movement technique, and breath control were Xia Fei's old trump cards that he relied upon for his success. He very quickly made his way into the innermost part of the Spiritualist Association's grounds, and following the route Fuchin had instructed him to go, he arrived at a very strange-looking pagoda. 7 stories high, it stood out against the dozen or so pagodas around. Apparently, every building in the Spiritualist Association's territory was old-fashioned and understated. Any opulence would only be made apparent after stepping inside. "What is this place? Why are there so many similar pagodas around?" Radix was curious. "I remember Fuchin saying that any place without any signage is private property, so it seems like these are places the spiritualists can shut themselves in for seclusion." Xia Fei frowned and slotted that sunflower gold card Fuchin had given him into the card reader at the entrance. Beep. Green indicator light shone, but the front door did not open. Instead, a small black door by the side opened. Xia Fei was startled. This was truly too strange. He had clearly used the card on the front door, yet it actually ended up opening the side door. What sort of logic was that? The side door had its own card reader. Did that mean that if he slotted the card to this side door, the front door would open? Mulling over this, Xia Fei gritted his teeth and walked over to the side door. These pagodas were too peculiar. People would feel a warm spring breeze just by standing outside. It gave a comfortable feeling to anyone standing nearby, but the moment one stepped inside, a bone-chilling sensation would flood their very being. This feeling was not because of the drop in temperature, for even dipping in icy waters in the middle of a fierce blizzard would not be a problem given his cultivation. What really chilled Xia Fei was the eerie silence and darkness pervading the air inside. This was a silence in which no sound could be heard. Stepping into the pagoda was like entering another world. Space and time had all but been sealed off. Clack. The moment Xia Fei took a step in, the door behind him closed. The sound echoed throughout this empty pagoda floor, It was an unnerving experience to those who heard it. Ocular cognition. Slightly waving his fingers across his eyes, Xia Fei had no choice but to use this technique to take in his surroundings due to how dark it was. A winding and elevated walkway appeared in front of his eyes. There were no stairs, no light, no door. Nothing. Xia Fei did not feel in the least bit panicky. He followed along this walkway. According to his calculation, he should have arrived at the height of the 7th floor. This was when a door appeared in front of him, and also where the walkway ended. This door was different from the one outside. The golden sunflower insignia on it was the same as the one Xia Fei had in his hand. It was just that this sunflower had additional arms and body, making it look like a human who had grown a sunflower for a head. Just what exactly is this? It doesn't even look like a human or a monster, Radix grumbled under his breath. Xia Fei shook his head to indicate that he could not make sense of this strange humanoid, either. An amalgamation of human and plant? What logic was this? Whoosh. The moment Xia Fei stuck the card into the card reader, that door suddenly moved. The strange sunflower on the door then bloomed promptly. This was a very frightening scene, for the sunflower was grown on a human head, and as the head suddenly bloomed like a flower, the sight became very unbearable. Radix screamed and turned completely pale. Xia Fei looked at him in puzzlement. At that, Radix sheepishly scratched his head. He used to be a great soul hunter when he was still alive, and now that he was dead, he had become an immortal soul. It was really hard to comprehend how a warrior like him could have been frightened by a door. Why is the door not opening? Radix asked anxiously, drawing Xia Fei's attention to the matter at hand. Xia Fei felt equally baffled. There was a narrow hole from where that sunflower humanoid head had blossomed after, looking just like a chimney found in any home. It would at most allow a mouse to crawl through, and he could at best stretch an arm inside. An arm? Xia Fei hesitated for a few seconds at that, and then inserted his right hand to that hole. His fingers prodded forward, and he felt like he had dipped into a wet drain. Who knew if there were any rats in there? Xia Fei was ready to pull his arm out at any second when all of a sudden, he felt a pinprick pain on his wrist, as if a bee had stung him. Xia Fei quickly retracted his arm, and saw that there was a small red welt on his wrist, as if a bug had truly bitten him. This was when that strange door suddenly flew open, revealing a strange space within. A virtual space? Radix was startled. The top of the pagoda originally looked like it covered no more than 100 square meters, but what had appeared right in front of Xia Fei's eyes was a vast botanical garden, which stretched for well over 10,000 square meters. Many strange plants, which Xia Fei knew not the names of, grew in abundance here. An artificial sun bore down from above, allowing photosynthesis to take place here. Evidently, this place had been altered with the law of space. It's out. Xia Fei's DNA analysis report, Fuchen, who had stayed behind on board the Silver Spectre, anxiously blurted out. A long message began to be transmitted into Fuchen's terminal, and all sorts of characters, as well as data, unceasingly appeared on the screen. If Xia Fei were to learn of you looking into his DNA information, he'd very likely turn on you, Fuchen's personal soul servant said from the sidelines. It turned out that everything had been prepared in advance. Xia Fei already knew that in order to reach Pagoda Central, his DNA would need to be extracted. As for why an analysis report of that would be sent straight to Fuchen, that was for this old man to know. Fuchen shrugged. It can't be helped. That rascal's far too curious. If I don't make sense of how he came to be the person he is today, I'll have trouble sleeping. The DNA report was fairly complex, with well over several million words. Fuchen began reading from the very beginning the moment he received it, as he sipped on a cup of tea in his hand. He was reading the data as if it were a very interesting novel. Inside the pagoda, Xia Fei stepped onto a path that led him deeper into the botanical garden. Square areas of flat land could be seen on both sides, nothing covering too large an area, with plenty of plants growing on them. Everything around made it apparent that this was someone's botanical laboratory. Fuchen let you come here? A voice suddenly sounded from somewhere in this place. Xia Fei lifted his head to look, only to find a short old man seated on a circular floating disc. This person quickly drifted over to him. The old man had grayish-white skin and was no taller than half a meter. All in all, he looked like a child that had stopped growing after reaching puberty. Nothing but sparse hair grew on his head, and wrinkles filled his face. Yes, Fuchin sent me over to retrieve something for him. May I ask who you are? Xia Fei asked courteously. Call me Ulan. Come with me. The old man stared at Xia Fei before leading him deeper into the garden. Something seems to have pricked me when I was coming in, Xia Fei said, puzzled. Ulan smiled and said, don't pay it any mind. That's just retrieving data of your DNA. If there's anything special about your DNA, then I'll use it to cultivate more plants, and if we're lucky, a new plant variety can emerge from it. Xia Fei furrowed his brows. Using human DNA to cultivate plants. Is that even possible? What are you so surprised about? Ulan countered breezily. Every life has always been intertwined. Nothing is more nobler than the other. Don't think that humans are smarter than plants. Many plants out there are far more intelligent than humans. Xia Fei was startled. This was a very refreshing take, which contained a kernel of truth. Take peacock blue as an example. It was just a plant, yet it had its own mind and powerful combat strength. Most warriors were definitely no match for it. What we, spiritualists of botany, study is precisely how plants can replace traditional soul weapons. As long as they're properly cultivated, plants can possess all the traits inherent to dark energy and be capable of destroy souls. It's just too bad that botany is an unpopular trade in the spiritualist circle, so not many know that we exist. Ulan sighed. Xia Fei chuckled. I won't lie to you. This was actually the first time I've heard of the spiritualists of botany's existence. Ulan waved off his hands carelessly. Forget it. Let's not talk about such annoying things. Look, this is the sunflower that Fuchin wanted. Xia Fei followed Ulan's gaze and saw a small dirt mound, where over a dozen sunflowers grew. These sunflowers looked exactly like that image on the card. What a strange type of plant. To think that they'll be golden sunflowers, Xia Fei muttered, somewhat surprised. Ulan, who felt a little pleased with himself, gushed. The Spiritualist Association has 4 major bases. The one we're at is where all the miscellaneous experts of the association have gathered. That pass card Fuchin gave you has a sunflower image on it, right? Xia Fei nodded. That's because we, spiritualists of botany, are the most successful in the 4th base. It was us who developed the golden sunflowers, and so that very same image of the plant is printed on every pass card in the 4th base. The other spiritualists don't have such an honor, Ulan said with a big grin. Xia Fei chatted with Ulan for a while. It turned out that the Spiritualist Association had 4 big bases aside from its headquarters, and Xia Fei was currently at the 4th base. On top of being spiritualists, many niche sects and lineages existed within the circle. The pagodas here all belong to the spiritualists of botany, and including Ulan's, a total of 3 could be found across the Alpha universe. Though it looked like these pagodas were all plentiful, most were actually empty. There are only 3 spiritualists of botany in the entire Alpha universe. Xia Fei could not help but feel that these spiritualists of unpopular offshoots were very precious. Ulan led Xia Fei to his room. Since this entire pagoda only had him to manage it, Ulan had decided to just live here. In fact, his office and bedroom were next to each other. Acting all mysterious, the old man retrieved a palm-sized box and opened it in front of Xia Fei. Inside was a type of sunflower seed that glowed with a strange golden color, as if it was made entirely of gold. Bring this to Fuchin. Back then, I lost a bet with him, and this was the wager. Every harvest, I need to give him 100 of these precious seeds to satisfy his appetite. Just the sight of these emphasizes the huge losses I've made over the years. Ulan said through gritted teeth. Satisfy his appetite. Xia Fei was speechless. After everything, Fuchin had actually sent him here to retrieve some food. Being all secretive like that, and even letting Ulan retrieve some of his DNA, all of it was just so that Fuchin could get himself something good to eat. How ridiculous was this? Actually, considering the relationship I share with Fuchin, it's not really a big deal even if I give it to him. But losing to him in such a manner just fills me with great dissatisfaction. Ulan lamented. Xia Fei stored the golden sunflower seeds away and was about to leave when he spotted a holographic simulation system inside Ulan's study. Master Ulan, is this holographic simulation system connected to the Spiritualist Association's intranet? Xia Fei asked. Yeah, that's the Spiritualist Association's holonet. You can give it a try if you want. This device is pretty much gathering mold here. Since you have Fuchin's card, you might as well use it, Ulan pouted. Fuchin, that old man, is so unorthodox you're sure to get hold of something strange or weird. With that said, Ulan left his office and went about his own business. It was almost as if he had not even been the least bit on guard against Xia Fei. Xia Fei thought for a moment and then took a seat in front of the simulation system. Since his original plan for coming here was to browse the association's database, rather than forcing his way into a private space, he could just fulfill his purpose from the safety of Ulan's pagoda. Since he was a friend of Fuchin's, it was unlikely that he would betray the old man. Pulling out Fuchin's card from his spatial ring, Xia Fei's eyes suddenly sparkled. This card was originally golden in color, but after using it several times, Xia Fei noticed that its surface had peeled off, and a very thin layer of mold was covering the card. Xia Fei frowned and took out a toolkit from his spatial ring. Having studied machinery in the past, he always carried an Omni tool with him wherever he went. Several seconds later, Xia Fei had succeeded in very carefully removing that thin layer from the card to reveal a completely different card. Black without any sunflower insignia? Just what kind of ID is this? Radix asked curiously. Xia Fei shook his head. I don't know, but it isn't an ID from the Spiritualist Association's fourth base. Ulan said it clearly. All the cards being used in the fourth base have the sunflower insignia. Even Tong Jinliang's card has it. Well, that's strange. Why would Fuchin want to disguise this ID card? Does it perhaps contain a secret that he has no wish for you to learn? Radix asked, scratching his head. Xia Fei pulled out a cigarette and began smoking it. No matter what, we'll know once we give it a try. Perhaps there might even be points in it, Xia Fei said with a laugh. He proceeded to place the simulation helmet on and inserted the card into the card reader. Whoosh! Xia Fei entered into the Spiritualist Association's holonet. It was completely different from his earlier entry. This time, Xia Fei had truly entered the association's network. Several portals headed to different parts of the simulated surroundings, with each of which having a description on top. Archives, confidential archives, auction house, training hall. We have access to all these locations. This card Fuchin has is practically omnipotent, giving one access to any part of the holonet. Xia Fei was shocked. This was an absolutely shocking discovery. Every single portal had different functions. Some needed a level 2 clearance, while others needed level 3. The highest was level 5. Fuchin actually had the highest permission in the Spiritualist Association. Oh heavens! Fuchin must have had quite an important role in the association before, or else why would he have such a high level of clearance? Still, there's something I find to be very strange. Since he already left the association, why can he still carry this card with him? Radix was absolutely baffled. That's definitely questionable. The holonet is controlled by an AI computer, so even if they couldn't retrieve Fuchin's ID, they should be able to cancel his privileges. From a technological perspective, that's not something difficult to do at all. Plus, there's something even more questionable. An ID card like this is bound by DNA. How come I can use Fuchin's card? Xia Fei's mind raced. Unless this is a card that circumvents the system. It's just like when I gave you special permissions in Fig Corporation all those years back. Radix blurted out. This only further highlighted the irregularities. Radix had been able to give Xia Fei full permission only because he was Fig Corporation's mainframe. Was Fuchin once the Spiritualist Association's mainframe, or had Fuchin somehow managed to hijack the entire organization? Chuckling, Xia Fei said, no point in thinking about all that. Regardless, I've been presented with a rare opportunity, and I need to seize it well. Spiritualist Association's holonet, the confidential archives. This virtual archive looked like a traditional library, with rows of shelves 4 meters high, each one filled with countless, neatly arranged tomes. On the lowest floor were cataloged for users' guidance and ease of access to what each shelf contained. Xia Fei casually tapped on a book titled Dark Energy Conversion Theory, and then a very thick book appeared in Xia Fei's hand. He could feel the quality of this book, which was not any different from a real book in an actual library. In fact, its simulated scent was set to imitate the smell of paper. Looks like the Spiritualist Association is rather sentimental, to have even produced virtual copies of books from the olden days to AT, Xia Fei chuckled. To read Dark Energy Conversion Theory, 1,700 points are required. Would you like to proceed? Just as Xia Fei was about to open the book, this prompt leaped into his view. After he nodded to affirm, the system informed, "We are sorry. You do not have enough points. Xia Fei frowned. He tapped in the air to check his identity profile. According to what was displayed, he should be an anonymous user with super high clearance. No one could track him, but the points he had to his name were actually a big fat 0. Xia Fei was rendered speechless. Never in his wildest imagination did he expect that. Although Fuchin possessed this anonymous ID with super high clearance, it would be so poor it did not even contain a single point. He immediately transferred the 200 points from his temporary ID to this anonymous account so that his balance would look a bit better. Still, this much was not enough for Xia Fei to read Dark Energy Conversion Theory. Xia Fei felt very disappointed. Energy was the foundation of everything, and dark energy was of an even higher grade. Just how was it discovered, and how many methods there were to convert it? These things had never been carefully explained to Xia Fei before, so he was very interested in knowing. From the moment he started on the path of a warrior, Xia Fei had not come to where he was now by chance. He was not only talented, but also enjoyed learning and comprehending all sorts of strange and weird things. Roaming the confidential archives once, he came upon plenty of information that had piqued his interest. Unfortunately, he could not afford the reading fee for even a single one of the virtual tomes. As all of these books contained crucial data, the lowest was priced at 1,000 points. The balance in Xia Fei's account only amounted to a paltry sum of 200 points, so he was really far off. Frowning, Xia Fei left the archives and went to the trade sector. He was hoping to earn some points by trading some items. This virtual world was no different from reality. Without any currency, there was no way for anyone to survive out here in the simulated world. You should be able to earn a fair bit of points by selling some of your forged healing soul weapons, Radix said with a twinkle in his eyes. The sight of the numerous soul weapons and resources being traded here excited him endlessly. Xia Fei shook his head. Are you kidding me? The reason we're currently accessing the system using an anonymous ID card is to avoid revealing any personal information. If I were to sell healing soul weapons, many people out there would be suspicious of my identity. We need to keep a low profile right now and do our best to avoid attracting any attention. The trade sector was incomparably huge. Aside from allowing barter, there was a job allocation area. Xia Fei came to a stop and stood in front of a pair of short gloves. This soul weapon was called 4-star Buffeting Winds. It had a very interesting activation method. As a close combat soul weapon, the pair of metal gloves had 4 star-shaped protrusions, and as long as someone wore them and balled their hands into fists, the punches that would land could send an enemy's soul flying out. Close combat was a rather risky business. Without superior strength, few spiritualists would dare to engage in a melee fight. Of course, the speedster Xia Fei was an exception. Distance meant nothing to him, and this was all because his movement speed was heaven-defying. This item is rather interesting. It seems to have been made a long time ago, and the damage it incurred isn't anything minor. In fact, the cracks look like the result of this soul weapon's deterioration over a long period, Xia Fei said with a hand under his chin. All the soul weapons that could be found in the trade sector were damaged goods. As long as the spiritualists had the ability to repair them, they would surely be paid handsomely for their services. Indeed, this really is a soul weapon from eons past. Soul weapons deteriorate over time as they're used often. As such, those precious soul weapons are used sparingly and strictly controlled, and this is to ensure that those can be passed down through generations. Just take your white dragon Screech. It's always been kept in the Aurora clan's hidden warehouse the entire time back then. I'm afraid that the number of times it was used then since its inception can't compare to how much you've used it in the recent year, Radix said. Xia Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Primeval soul weapons were very different from the soul weapons made in the current age. The item grade of White Dragon Screech was only a rough estimation, and even if the apex spiritualists of today might be unable to reconstruct another White Dragon Screech, this would be due to the lack of the forging materials required for making it. Additionally, primeval soul weapons lacked any of the distinguishing features to pinpoint their exact grade. Everyone only had a rough idea of the White Dragon Screech's grade as a soul weapon, but no one could give an exact number, and the same could be said for the 4-star Buffeting Winds. It was also a grade-less primeval soul weapon. Want to give it a shot? If you succeed in repairing it, you'll earn 10,000 points, Radix suggested. Whoosh. Xia Fei exited the holonet, and went to find Ulan in the greenhouse, asking to borrow some points to make a deposit. To accept this job worth 10,000 points, Xia Fei must first put forth the same points as insurance. This was the threshold set to prevent others from taking away the soul weapon and not returning with it. How much do you wish to borrow, and what for? Ulan, who was busying about a very strange snake-like aquatic lotus root, asked. I need 9,800 points as insurance so that I can repair a soul weapon. Fuchin's ID is good in every way except that it lacks even a single point. Xia Fei shrugged. Huh, that old rascal is still as stingy as ever. Ulan laughed. As the spiritualists of botany's leader, Ulan was rich. He immediately transferred 10,000 points to Xia Fei without so much as another word. However, he did look at Xia Fei with a hint of playfulness in his eyes, almost as if he did not believe this young man could accomplish a repair job worth 10,000 points. Xia Fei entered the holonet again and paid the insurance. Shing. A bright light shone, and a pair of silver gloves appeared in that small transference station beside the simulation helmet. It was none other than the primeval soul weapon, 4-star buffeting winds. The Spiritualist Association had a comprehensive spatial transference network. Ulan depended on this system to survive in his pagoda. From what he said, it had been many years since he took even a single step out of the pagoda. He mainly relied on the spatial transference system to send him his every need. The association had truly gone the extra mile in ensuring that their spiritualists would be able to concentrate on research and cultivation with peace of mind. This actually made it very convenient for Xia Fei. No doubt that he would raise suspicions if he retrieved or returned items with his unfamiliar face. Utilizing this spatial transference system could circumvent any of such potential problems. Xia Fei began to inspect the 4-star buffeting winds closely once he got the pair of gloves. There was still quite a bit of difference between the simulation and the actual item. This was similar to how antiques worked. One would never be an antique connoisseur if their only interaction with the item was through books or photos. Only by having the real thing could anyone truly feel the uniqueness and the aura antiques radiated. Seems like soul weapons made by the ancients are a lot cruder, completely forged through inspiration and done overnight. Xia Fei's eyes shone as he talked to himself. This was when Master Ulan entered the room, sighing. In ancient times, there's no such thing as complete diversification unlike what you see today. The spiritualists in the present day and age first map out the entire process, what embryonic vessels to use, the forging method, what grade the final product should be, and the soul weapon's function, before forging a soul weapon. Every step must be outlined in advance. As for the ancient spiritualists, they all fought alone, making their own vessels, probing their way forward when forging soul weapons, etc. Many times, they did not have any idea what their final product would become, so in terms of accuracy, the forging specifications of today's spiritualists adhere to are far more comprehensive but lack inspiration. That's completely different from how the ancients did it, creating strange and weird soul weapons whenever they felt like it. Simply put, the soul weapons of today are more powerful, function-wise, but lack personality. Xia Fei nodded. There had once been a period on Earth when Apple computers were all the rage, and practically everyone owned a piece, so a majority of people were using the same thing. It was a very weird feeling. If I knew that you wanted to repair this thing, I wouldn't lend you those points. Forget it. Take it as a lesson that you paid to learn. You, young people, really don't know your limits. Ulan shook his head, almost as if he was somewhat disappointed with Xia Fei. Is something wrong? Xia Fei asked, curious. Something wrong? It's very wrong. Ulan rumbled in a deep voice. Do you know why there's such a high reward for repairing this pair of gloves? It's because this is a primeval soul weapon, and the spiritualists then are different from those now. The difference lies in the produced soul weapons. Repairing a primeval soul weapon requires the use of primeval techniques, and such ancient repairing techniques have already been lost with time. Xia Fei, who was a little taken aback, asked, the repairing techniques used in this day and age don't work on primeval soul weapons? Ulan chuckled. The logic is simple. Imagine an old table at your house losing a leg and you needing new wood to replace it. What do you think the result will be? It will be neither here nor there, Xia Fei answered with some uncertainty. Exactly. Do you think that we lack skilled people in the Spiritualist Association? Nobody has accepted this job, not because people are unable to repair it, but because there's a strong likelihood of this soul weapon getting ruined after the repair. Primeval soul weapons are usable, but they're very unwieldy. Ulan sighed. With that, Ulan went back to his work. He was originally looking forward to seeing what Xia Fei had gotten, but all he felt was disappointment when he did. Taking the gloves with him, Xia Fei closed the door to Ulan's cultivation room. Since he had already accepted the job, all he could do was give it a shot. Xia Fei released spirit energy, causing his hands to glow faintly. He groped the soul weapon up and down, as the first step toward repairing soul weapons was checking its state of damage. Sure enough, the damage didn't originate from a human during a fight, but was a result of overuse. Instead, after so many years, the soul weapon has started to collapse from within. If it's not repaired, it'll be destroyed completely after a few more uses, Xia Fei said as he frowned. Xia Fei's heart ached as he made out a web of thin cracks on the soul weapon. All of a sudden, Xia Fei felt a very obvious resonance. Peacock blue, which was connected to his right hand, seemed to resonate strongly with the primeval soul weapon. It was now actively adjusting the pace at which Xia Fei approached the soul weapon. Peacock blue. Xia Fei was startled. Xia Fei could become a spiritualist of healing precisely because he had one of the 5 elemental immemorial armaments. Peacock blue. Could his healing work on soul weapons, too? Indubitably, Peacock blue had some inexplicable resonance with this primeval soul weapon. It was a rather strange feeling. Peacock blue's roots were in Xia Fei's right arm, and this was why his right arm was more sensitive to energy compared to his left, as if his 2 hands held an item each with unequal weight. His right felt light, while his left felt heavy. Strange. Could healing also work on soul weapons? Xia Fei muttered to himself. Xia Fei had always believed that healing was reserved only to treating other sapient life forms, but today, he had made a shocking discovery. Healing also resonated with soul weapons. Have you ever had this feeling when you were repairing soul weapons in the past? Radix asked inquisitively. Xia Fei shook his head. No, this is the first time, perhaps due to this soul weapon being from the eons past. No matter what, this was a huge discovery. Healing was already a potent yet extinct power in the Alpha universe, so if it could be used to repair primeval soul weapons, then that would be truly incredible. Everyone knew that primeval soul weapons were different from the soul weapons of today. Each one was unique, all thanks to the lifelong research the ancient spiritualists had devoted themselves to. This was like classical symphonies, how as time passed and technology developed, there was no longer anyone that could create complex and profound symphonies. This was because such things could only be created in specific eras and in certain environments. The ancient spiritualists lived very solitary lives, and they had coincidentally stumbled upon the might of dark energy. However, they had no one to share it with, unlike today, where the existence of the Spiritualist Association meant any new discovery could easily be spread across the universe. Indeed, the spiritualists of this day and age were stronger, and the research and studies were even more systematic. But no one could deny that those spiritualists' works when they were developing the field of spiritualists were valuable than their own. At the very least, the spiritualists then still had the spirit of exploration and were much fond of forging unique and special works. Shaking his head, Xia Fei put away the many irrelevant thoughts that popped into his head and turned serious. This wholeheartedness that Xia Fei was now demonstrating could be said to be another important trait of his. There were many people who could not concentrate while they were working or studying and would soon find themselves wanting to listen to music or watch a movie. But Xia Fei did not have such concentration problems. In fact, he had once spent several months in seclusion so that he could cultivate without being distracted by external factors. Every time Xia Fei became serious like today, Avril would admire him from the sidelines, for she adored this side of him. Retracting his left arm, Xia Fei discovered that stroking the soul weapon with his right hand could actually make sense of every point that he needed to repair. Peacock blue. After he was done with his inspection, Xia Fei sent out his plant-type immemorial mystical armament. 13 grass blades created a furnace and enveloped that 4-star buffeting winds. Xia Fei's spirit energy was transmitted through Peacock blue as it acted like a repair tool, except that it was not an actual one but was rather an authentic weed of mysterious nature. Peacock blue moved around the soul weapon at a rapid rate, the blue color completely condensing. The entire room also turned turquoise green, making it look like they were surrounded by nature. It was a very soothing sensation. This was when a miracle happened. Those hair-thin cracks slowly closed up, with Xia Fei not even needing to use any of the repair techniques Fuchin had imparted to him. It was simply the ability Peacock Blue could demonstrate whenever this most tenacious weed in the entire universe worked in concert with Xia Fei's spirit energy. Heavens, isn't this far too miraculous? Radix gasped with bewildered eyes, excited. Ulan, who was still fiddling with the strange aquatic lotus root, furrowed his brows. He was not surprised when he felt spirit energy coming from Xia Fei's cultivation room. After all, a huge amount of spirit energy had to be used when attempting to repair a soul weapon. What had given him shock was the lotus root in his hands growing rapidly. The jade-belted aquatic anaconda was a plant-type soul weapon, which Ulan had spent decades nurturing from a mere plant to something usable in battle. It could bring ruins to the other soul weapons through a long process of genetic mutation. So far, no spiritualist of botany had managed to create a plant-type soul weapon that was truly capable of battle, and everything they developed was either below par or useless in combat. Even the golden sunflower, the precious treasure that the Spiritualist Association's fourth base had staked its fame, was merely an explosive soul weapon that could only be used once, and was also just a top-grade food that had plenty of benefits. Old Fuchin hardly regarded the fighting capabilities of the golden sunflower as anything worthy and merely treated it as a nutritious and delicious food. This was something that had angered Master Ulan to no end for a very long time. To a spiritualist of botany, the greatest sorrow was slowness. Plants had powerful life force and vitality, but they were regrettably all slow to grow. If even a normal tree would take roughly several decades before reaching adulthood, what more of these higher-grade soul plants? However, something was different today. The moment Xia Fei attempted to repair the soul weapon with Peacock Blue in Ulan's cultivation room, it was as if every plant in the botanical garden had received stimulation, and their growth rate climbed rapidly. Of course, there was a limit to this growth, and it was actually only because Ulan was a spiritualist of botany who had spent so much of his years with these plants that he could sense the change. After wiping dry his wet hands, Ulan made a beeline for the cultivation room with tightly knitted eyebrows. This was also when that sensation teeming with spirit energy abetted sans a warning, followed by Xia Fei walking out of the room rather excitedly. In his hand was that primeval soul weapon, 4-star buffeting winds. Stunned, Ulan pointed at that soul weapon in Xia Fei's hand and exclaimed, "You actually managed to repair the primeval soul weapon?" Whoosh! This old man was quite impatient, and before Xia Fei could even reply, he had already grabbed the soul weapon and carefully examined it. Ulan equipped his hand with the 4-star buffeting winds and threw a punch at the wall. Kaboom! The explosion was great. The entire wall had caved in with that punch. There was also this strange white undulating shockwave, which spread across a great distance. Xia Fei wrinkled his forehead. This primeval soul weapon's attack was very unique. At that instant, a thought came to his mind. Ulan, despite being a fairly unknown spiritualist of botany, actually possessed a rather frightening combat strength. Judging from the movements he had made as he thrust and retracted his fist, Xia Fei reckoned that the man at least had 8 soul marks. "You really repaired it. You've actually successfully repaired it," Ulan expressed with glee. Xia Fei shrugged. "I might have repaired it, but I still ended up spending 1 standard unit of spirit energy. The price I paid is rather high. I'll set up a soul array next time to prevent spirit energy leakage, for if I don't, I'll end up spending much energy just to earn that bit of points for repairing a soul weapon." Presently, Xia Fei only had 120 standard units of spirit energy. This was already the lowest it had been since he entered the Alpha universe and learned the secret behind spirit energy. Energy was the foundation to everything and also Xia Fei's trump card. Excessively using energy had never been the best practice. Ulan interjected, "You probably don't know it yet, but what's known as points in the Spiritualist Association can actually be converted to spirit energy standard units. So 10,000 points equal 1 spirit energy standard unit. Spiritualists can exchange spirit energy for points and vice versa. So you have at least not made a loss on this job. Ah, so that's how it is. Xia Fei mused this fact. He was never the sort that would be willing to take a loss, so if he failed to make a profit, he already considered it a net loss. Repairing the 4-star buffeting winds did not appear to be very bad for him. What are you stalling for? Quickly go set up a solar array. Preventing spirit energy from leaking is a very important thing to do. For some reason, Ulan had urged Xia Fei to carry on. Returning to the cultivation room, Xia Fei set up a simple spirit energy conservation array and sat down cross-legged. He carefully examined that primeval soul weapon, and as he did, he took detailed notes. His eyes gradually glistened, as Xia Fei realized that he had profited greatly this time. On the surface, he had spent 1 standard unit of spirit energy only to earn it back in points. But in fact, Xia Fei had learned a lot from this. Primeval soul weapons were not something anyone could examine whenever they wanted, and most who could get hold of one were spiritualists of certain status or collectors like Tong Jinliang. It was as the saying went, one who sees more knows more. Knowledge enrichment was very important to spiritualists. Having just successfully repaired a primeval soul weapon let Xia Fei experience the already lost spiritualist techniques, so this was not an average enrichment at all. Aside from that, Xia Fei delighted in the development of the soul mark in his 7th brain region. He could vaguely sense his 3rd soul mark forming. His attempt at repairing the soul weapon was akin to cultivation, which had helped him advance. Earning money, enriching his knowledge, advancing. With all these 3 put together, it was easy to see why Xia Fei had gotten excited. Whoosh! Xia Fei finished recording everything in his notebook. He quickly dashed out of the cultivation room and entered the holonet so that he could return the primeval soul weapon to its owner. The system determined that the repair was successful, and so Xia Fei's account was accredited with 20,000 points. Although he had earned some points, Xia Fei was not in a rush to spend them. Instead, he went through the trade sector looking for prey, targeting those primeval soul weapons that others could not repair. Soon, Xia Fei found yet another apex soul weapon. According to the information, this soul weapon had already been displayed by its owner for a very long time, but no one had bothered to accept this commission. The owner of this soul weapon was very generous, only requiring a deposit of 15,000 points, while success would generate 50,000 points. Perhaps this spiritualist had done this as a last resort. Knowing that perhaps there was no way for his primeval soul weapon to be repaired, he did not set too high an insurance and attached an astronomical reward for a job well done, instead. Even so, despite this, the person still failed to draw the spiritualist's attention since his item was a primeval soul weapon. After all, no one was confident that they could repair it. Retrieving the soul weapon, Xia Fei returned to the cultivation room and shut himself in again. With the spirit energy conservation array in place, it would not be like the last time, where the operation had expended an exaggerated amount of spirit energy. Ulan quietly stood at the entrance while hugging that snake-shaped lotus root. The moment Xia Fei started his repair of the soul weapon, that lotus root's growth sped up, but its speed was not as significant as the last time, most likely because of the spirit energy conservation array, which prevented most of Xia Fei's spirit energy from leaking. Ulan frowned. He carried his precious and went a little further away, only for the plant to stop its accelerated growth. He brought himself closer to Xia Fei again, and the speed of growth in that lotus root sped up once again. After experimenting with it several times using plants of varying attributes, Ulan came to the conclusion that every plant in his laboratory could be influenced by Xia Fei's healing spirit energy. Of course, Ulan had no idea that Xia Fei was a spiritualist of healing, for this was something Fuchen had not told him. Oh my gosh, so this has really been because of Xia Fei? Ulan muttered, his eyes shining with shock as he stood rooted to the spot. Using shock techniques to increase the dark energy consumption in the enemy. This is akin to throwing a warrior, who is good at battling on land, into the water. Though it won't kill them outright, it'll at the very least cause them to lose their advantage. Xia Fei jotted this down on his notebook after he was done repairing that second soul weapon. Radix said, enthusiastic. Who said that the ancients had nothing good? This soul weapon's function is fairly unique. I'm afraid that it's hard to find such an environmental soul weapon, which doesn't seek to kill enemies outright. Xia Fei nodded and stowed away his notebook. Getting up, He prepared to return this soul weapon to its owner. Xia Fei felt that repairing soul weapons was a fairly interesting job. Just the experience he gained could not be measured by money. Walking outside the door, Xia Fei suddenly found Master Ulan staring strangely at him. I have a few items that I need to place in the cultivation room," Ulan said as he stroked his chin. Xia Fei shrugged. "Well, this is your home to begin with. You can naturally do whatever you like here, and I don't have the right to interfere." Ulan slapped his thigh happily. "Well, if that's your stance, then I shan't be courteous." Ulan quickly put tins of rare and strange plants in AI-operated flower pots and moved them all into the cultivation room. That empty room had suddenly become a lot greener, which made for a good sight, and the place to seem more welcoming and relaxing. Ulan felt really excited upon seeing Fur Ball sleeping soundly on the ground. He used his finger to give the beast a curious poke, and this caused Fur Ball to let out a disgruntled cry. This pet was far too devious. While Xia Fei had been repairing those soul weapons, this creature had secretly been absorbing energy, too, and to do so, he had even pretended to be sound asleep. Fortunately, Xia Fei was already used to his antics, so he did not mind it that much. "You spent close to 2 hours on the job this time, so you must have used quite a lot of spirit energy. Am I right?" Ulan asked with a laugh as he patted Xia Fei on his shoulder. "It's fine. With the spirit energy conservation array, keeping things under control, I only used a single standard unit of energy at most," Xia Fei answered. He used up 10,000 points for the first soul weapon, while the second one was worth 40,000, so the profits he was raking in had evidently exponentially increased. This was not even including the progress Xia Fei had made with his cultivation and the experience he had garnered from the operation. Probably nothing else in the universe was as profitable as repairing primeval soul weapons. After thinking so, Xia Fei asked, "It looks like it's about to get dark. Will there be any trouble if I don't make it back to gather with the rest?" "What problem will there be? Relax. Fuchin's anonymous card can't be tracked down. When others don't find you, they'll just assume that you've already left by yourself. After all, this is just a branch agency, not the headquarters, so security is rather lax here." Ulan thought nothing of his dilemma. Xia Fei nodded and entered the Holonet anew to return the second soul weapon. His account was instantly credited with 50,000 points, reaching 70,200 points. With furrowed brows, Xia Fei discovered that there were no more primeval soul weapons left for him to repair, but he was not panicking. Running over to the confidential archives, he took out that dark energy conversion theory and had a look. Honestly, Xia Fei was quite reluctant to leave the Spiritualist Association. Where else would he find a place where he could earn currency, cultivate, and enrich his knowledge all at the same time? Spiritualist Association's second base. Xia Fei was in the fourth base, where the miscellaneous spiritualists all gathered. The second base, on the other hand, was where spiritualists of combat were at. There were many branches in the spiritualist profession besides the main one, which was forging soul weapons. After many years, experience had taught them all that entrusting their lives onto warriors was unreliable. Even if they were spiritualists, they had to learn some basics in combat so that they could survive in the chaotic universe like before. Spiritualists of combat were actually not too different from ordinary spiritualists aside from having much greater combat power. As for those grandmasters that resided in the first base, they practically had no concept of fighting. Of the 4 bases under the Spiritualist Association's headquarters, only the infighting between the first and second bases was the most serious. Those decrepit old men in the first base believed that, since they were spiritualists, they should focus on researching soul weapons, that there was no need to occupy themselves with violence and such. Spiritualists were above those experts who wielded combat soul weapons, and if there was ever truly a need, they could just leave it to the soul practitioners to get their hands dirty. With how many people in the universe were eager to curry favor with spiritualists in this day and age, a single wave of their arm was all it took to gather a horde of warriors at their beck and call. However, the spiritualists in the second base did not share such a sentiment. Many of them were obsessed with the thrill of fighting, so they were all the more less willing to leave their safety to others. As such, the Spiritualist Association was internally divided between the combatant and non-combatant factions, which were called the Doves and Hawks respectively. Moria entered the Spiritualist Association's holonet as per usual to check on that soul weapon, namely the 4-star buffeting wind she had placed in the trade sector. Though Moria was a woman, she had a very handsome androgynous face that made maidens blush. Her eyes were sharp like swords, and her eyebrows looked like they had been drawn by a calligraphy master, sharp and straight. Because of how she looked, Moria would often find herself on the receiving end of her fellow women's seduction. It could not be helped. She was bound to find herself in such situations given her penchant to dress like a man, combined with her handsome features. She was different from Moonsong. Moonsong was called a tomboy because of her personality, but her looks was completely feminine. Meanwhile, Moria had the personality of a lady but dressed like a man. What? Moria discovered that the green indicator light was shining beside her soul weapon and exclaimed involuntarily. The holonet had an intelligent recognition system, and this green light meant that someone had managed to repair her soul weapon. Who was it? Did someone really manage to find a way to repair soul weapons from eons past? Moria was skeptical. Her fingers tapped speedily across a screen, and she had that soul weapon transported back to her home. This was the holonet at the end of the day, and the difference between examining here and back in reality was great. It was best if she went back home and tested it out herself. Almost at the same time that Moria exited the holonet, that soul weapon was delivered right to her table. Grabbing the soul weapon, Moria quickly ran to the cultivation room next door and slipped on the 4-stars buffeting winds. Rumble. A huge explosion and the close combat soul weapon 4-star buffeting winds caused a powerful blast, creating a bright light. Moria's intrepid eyebrows became animated as she shouted excitedly. "IT has truly been fixed. Heavens! I'm not dreaming, am I?" Moria ran up to the second floor as she tightly clutched her precious soul weapon. There was an antiquated room there, and inside was stocked full of primeval soul weapons. Each one had been wiped clean, looking like someone had been keeping them tidy every day. Staring at the gloves in her hands for a good long while, she saw how those fine cracks, which were a result of deterioration, had disappeared. In their places were faint brilliance, which illuminated the entire soul weapon, making it appear completely brand new. "This is wonderful. Too wonderful," Moria said over and over again. Moria placed the 4-star buffeting winds back onto its shelf grid and stared at the entire room, filled with primeval soul weapons, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Right at this moment, she looked very much like a gentle lady. She took down 2 soul weapons, which looked like they were about to deteriorate completely, from the 100-grid shelf. Moria very carefully mulled about it, and soon opened the lowest tier of the 100-grid shelf. From inside, she retrieved a black bundle and gingerly closed the door. She almost seemed to fear causing too much movement from her actions. "Father, these primeval soul weapons of our clans will finally have a chance of seeing the light of day again." This was the thought that had crossed Moria's mind, as her eyes began to fill with tears. It was not that Moria was someone who cried easily. Rather, she had been leading quite the torturous life until now. The Moor clan had once been prestigious among the spiritualists, but as the profession's decline started, many clans were no longer as glorious as before. The Moor clan was especially tragic, and all that was left was this young lady, Moria. The elders of the second base all affectionately called her their little Ya. The Moor clan's heritage went way back in history, with countless ancestors of theirs had forged soul weapons. Unfortunately, because of the long passage of time, many of these soul weapons were no longer usable. Many generations of the clan had, time and again, attempted to repair these primeval soul weapons, but all of them were met with failure. These had all been deeply etched in Moria's memory, so it could be imagined the surge of excitement this young lady had felt when she learned that the 4-star buffeting winds had been repaired. As such, she decided to take out even more primeval soul weapons in hopes of trying her luck. Moria let out a long sigh after placing these 3 items down. She did not depart, but, instead, waited to see who would walk away with these soul weapons. This was in hopes of expressing her gratitude to the person. Too bad that Xia Fei, who was currently engrossed in reading that book he had retrieved from the archives, had long forgotten that many more primeval soul weapons awaited his repair. After waiting for several hours and seeing no movement whatsoever, Moria disappointedly exited the holonet. So that's why. There's an acceleration node that exists when converting between dark energy and conventional energy, and only within the acceptable parameters of this node can the conversion rate become higher, or else it'll only be a huge waste, Xia Fei said as he set aside that book titled Dark Energy Conversion Theory. Radix yawned, apparently bored. He was not a spiritualist, so he of course could not understand what was written in that book. Waiting for time to pass this whole while had bored him immensely. Most likely because it was around the evening, Xia Fei noticed the holonet gradually filling with more people. Wrinkling his forehead, he turned to make his way back to the trade sector. Xia Fei looked around and was slightly taken aback by what he saw. There was a distinct increase in soul weapons, at least several dozen times more, that needed repair in the trade sector. There were even some hollow figures standing around, seemingly waiting for something. Xia Fei went over to look and noticed that this increase of goods requiring repair could mostly be observed in primeval soul weapons. Most likely, someone had spread the word, so everyone began to put forth the primeval soul weapons that they had in their possession. Xia Fei did not immediately make his move, but secretly jotted down the numbers of these soul weapons. Returning to Ulan's pagoda, Xia Fei entered these numbers into the system so that he would not need to show his face when retrieving these items through the holonet. 2 soul weapons appeared on the spatial transference device. Xia Fei took them into the cultivation room, only to find that there were dozens more plants that had been placed around the room. What had been a refreshing splash of green in that drab room had turned into a display of colors, which could leave people dazzled. He shrugged. This was Ulan's property at the end of the day, and it was not his place to stop the old man from placing things in his own room. 68,500. 98,500. 143,500. Overnight, at a time when everything was silent, the points in Xia Fei's account had climbed at a crazy rate. At the same time, his third soul mark had gradually become clearer. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.